wild ride this has been. Well, that's a very blunt question.
Advance is lying to you.
Friends and neighbours, and have confidence that the team will keep you safe.
But now you start to see, yes, the people never
Wait, we're
have
back.
it. It's never enough.
Last streams are uploaded successfully.
Cannot believe you do, Ellen.
Are you saying that Advance...
I hope we can finish the game in this stream. Don't know if I'll do any of these extra things. Apparently I don't own these two, but I do own these two.
Slaves were just in prettier cages.
Maybe I didn't install them.
We're only getting started.
I don't know what's going on with that. Anyway, let's go. Day 232. I believe the game ends on day 371. From what I've heard. I've actually been, in the back of my mind, actually considering restarting Disco Elysium. My playthrough of that was problematic. Am I supposed to be able to hear anything?
Get out.
You realise you're beginning to sound like me?
I mean it, Kath.
Stay where you are, Kath. Jenny?
This is not Jenny's decision, Jeremy, or yours.
It'll be all right. I'll talk to both of them.
Oh, good. You can tell him I'll return his wife's casserole dish at our dinner next week. Jenny?
I'm sorry, Kath, you're going to have to leave.
At 11:30, it's a double bill for popular transatlantic comedy, That Nun.
You're letting it go to your head.
She nearly blinded
10
me.
seconds,
I thought we were
everybody.
part of a team these days.
Things are better, Jeremy, you know that. Just stop being so
Going in
high and mighty
5,
and do your job.
4,
You'll have me fired too.
3.
Don't tempt me.
Meghan and all the team at the National.
Good evening. I'm Megan Wolf.
And I'm Jeremy Dawson. Our main headlines tonight.
The establishment strikes back. The World Council has agreed today
Can't
to impose
put it in.
punitive sanctions on the people of this country.
The sanctions, which are broad-ranging, include restrictions on the supply of oil and gas, food, clothing, and even some medicines. But how should we react? We asked the public.
What do you think about all these sanctions?
I doubt it make a lot of difference, Pet. I've lived through 2 world wars and I smoke 40 a day. And if that ain't killed me, I doubt this will either.
Thanks, Patrick. Fascinating stuff.
Popular Prime Minister Julia Salisbury has released a reassuringly brave statement in response to the World Council's controversial announcement.
This international declaration is nothing short of outrageous. We are a democratically elected government with massive popular support. We do not recognise these sanctions, and we encourage other socially progressive nations of the world to both resist and ignore them. Advance have struck fear into the heart of the international community by showing that it is possible to have radical change for the betterment of the many. And whilst I wish we could improve other countries as much as we have our own, we do not rely on the help of others to thrive. This country is entirely self-sufficient. We are a team, now more than ever. And this team is on your side. Thank you.
Defiant stuff. But what do you, the public, think of our government's stance? Robin Short found out.
Hi there. Robin Short, National Nightly News. I was wondering if I could get your thoughts on the current government.
I'm not really very interested in politics, really. As Mother
Who's
always
interest?
said, leave politics to the politicians, Malcolm.
Over to you, fellas. Global mega corporation Remington's Fist today announced that trials have successfully completed on their groundbreaking male contraceptive product, Responsibility.
The drug has been passed by the government for general release, but the small print warns that, in rare cases, side effects can include blurred vision, enlarged genitalia, and increased risk of stroke. No double entendre intended.
But what do you, the public, think of Sophia Rimington's latest venture? Patrick?
What are your thoughts on the new male contraceptive pill?
I'm doing that now, aren't I? I can't see.
Yeah, I've been thinking I should replay Disco Elysium because the original way I played it was obviously save scumming.
All 17 of my
Not
kids
great
use
for
the
Disco
same
Elysium.
method to this day. And my firstborn even uses the same bladder. Still at my age, who cares?
Okay, all right, yeah.
A momentary lapse of reason? Commuters across the capital found themselves somewhat bemused by the latest stunt by controversial protest group Disrupt.
In a baffling start to the day, commuters found performers outside every major station, all dressed and posed identically. Whether we're supposed to be amused or intimidated is anybody's guess, Jeremy, but most commuters didn't even stop to notice.
Well, as long as it's not some grand contemporary dance, it's probably harmless.
But how do we all feel about Disrupt and their eclectic tactics? Robin found out.
How do you feel about Disrupt?
Ah, well, now you're talking. Ruddy hero, showing us not to take it lying down like Iris here.
So you both feel they're a cause worth supporting?
Oh, Iris doesn't speak online, but we're pretty sure
Jesus
there's still one in there,
Christ,
aren't
did
we,
you just say that?
Wherever it is, it loves Disrupt, fighting the oiks for our freedom. And what could possibly be wrong with that?
Do you need me to get you some help?
Feast or famine? Resourceful doctors David Wong and Ingrid Sforsborg and Horgansford today announced their first successful harvest in Dante's taint. Although they can currently only grow a few fungal strains, the scientists seem to be staying positive, as the following picture shows.
The undauntable scientists chose to try and survive in the cave system while the complex rescue operation inches forward up here on dry land.
Let's hope they like stroganoff.
But with Advance planning to spend an eye-watering amount of public money on the rescue craft, we asked Patrick Bannon to find out what we should all be thinking about the accelerating costs.
What are your thoughts on the costs of the rescue?
Oh my God, Patrick Bannon, wash your mouth out with soap. You can't put a value on human life. You have to spend whatever it takes, because one day you might be trapped in an underwater cave system and you would want exactly the same.
I don't think so, actually, because for legal reasons, we're actually not allowed within 31 yards of the coastline.
I am not a number. Applications finally opened today for the new Advance Team membership cards, a scheme by the government to allow fast access to all the new public services being introduced daily.
The team membership cards are entirely voluntary, but will be recognised as legal identification by all major organisations, including the police, banks and, rightfully, pubs and bars.
And of course, there's no charge, Jeremy.
It all seems too good to be true.
Well, you've always been a cynic. But most importantly, what should you, the public, think about the new team membership cards?
Team membership cards?
Absolutely bloody not. That's the thin end of the wedge, isn't it, Iris? First it's, can I see your identification, sir? And then it's, would you mind bending over the table, sir? So Sergeant State Educated and Constable Regional Accent here can stick their truncheon up your berry hair.
Oh, crikey!
They should call them what they are. They're bloody ID cards. Oh, for Christ's sake, what is it, Iris?
Oh, I'm really not happy, Algernon! I'm so sorry. Crikey.
And finally tonight, Hospital Pass. New images reach us today of brave Johnny Handsleeves and his doting partner Tiffany Lamore in their ongoing struggle against his horrific mystery illness.
Tiffany was forced to cancel her latest show, These Hotel Sheets and What I Did on Them, in order to devote more time to selflessly looking after the much-loved multimillionaire.
I'm sure the art world will recover.
With some critics questioning her motives, what should your opinion be of the controversial artist for at least appearing to stand by her man?
What should your opinion be? What? Hold up, that's not the right kind of phrasing to...
In a bit of a switcheroo, it'll be Jeremy in the culture chair, spitting rhymes with popular rapper Jay Zus. And then we'll both be chatting with a familiar team of thespians set to take the nation by storm again.
That's all coming up on tonight's
National Nightly News.
tonight, thankfully. Some news as we return to our main story.
The World Council today agreed that punitive and potentially illegal sanctions should be imposed upon this country. The sanctions, which come into effect immediately, aim to stop the flow of food, fuel and even some medicines from reaching your pockets.
Tonight, we have guests from across the continent to discuss this unprecedented situation. For Advance, Peter Clement is at his home in Lamfordshire. Are you there, Peter?
Yes, I can hear you, Jeremy. Thank you for having me.
A momentous day, Prime Minister. Are you shaken?
Oh, I don't scare that easy, I'm afraid, old son. And neither do the people of this country.
Joining us
that's
is
a scary
Ivan Bodovic,
situation.
Foreign Minister of Urkistan. Ivan, thank you for being here.
Great pleasure. You, Megan Wolf, are like strongest guard at Labour camp who wake up inside body of crazy, expensive prostitute. In my country, you may be worshipped as a god.
Okay. Minister, as one of those arguing most strongly for these sanctions, how do you feel about Advance's defiant stance?
Advance is like man who think he have big career in movies land, when actually he in dirty sanitarium, screaming at mirror and holding tiny penis in hand.
He's clearly not from Svenland, then. We have like some of the cleanest mental health care facilities in the continent, yeah.
And welcome to Svenland's Minister of Mojo, Björk. I'm sorry, we don't appear to have your surname.
It's just Björk, yeah. We don't use things like socially divisive surnames here, yeah.
Minister?
It's just Björk, yeah.
Right, Björk. Your country spoke in favour of Advance at the World Council today, but you were noticeably absent when it came to the actual vote.
Well, what a surprise. The hippies didn't show up for the fight.
Actually, that's quite racist, because if you must know, we were going to go to the whole, like, boat thing, yeah? But it's actually the Festival of Fureland here at the moment, where we honor the old generations. So, like, we all had to work our grandparents' Galinia whilst the boat was happening, and that's, like, a really, really time-consuming process, actually.
You're like sissy man. You have this expression, sissy man.
Is
It's like
it?
man with tiny penis who like to wash more than once a week.
Actually, that's quite homophobic, yeah,
Oh,
because...
stop winding him up, Ivan. We're not back at the Grange now. Sorry, Jeremy. Ivan and I used to play golf back in my media days.
Yeah, he always wins.
Nothing gives him greater pleasure than grinding people's gears. The more publicly, the better.
Peter, you're like man with tiny penis who think he have tiny penis, but actually he discovered that. Oh, could it be? No, it's tiny penis.
Ivan's just worried that when the rest of the world sees how well we're doing, they'll notice all that dosh that he's got squirreled away.
Dosh.
Because that's what these sanctions are, Megan. They're the last pathetic gasp of an establishment in collapse. Wolves at the gates, Ivan, old mate.
Good. You can join others on my wall.
Actually, in Svenland, we have, like, serious animal welfare legislation. And, like, my friend Helge, she got arrested, yeah, for killing a bottle.
I really like this guy. This guy's a good parody, I think.
In English, jam sandwich.
I used to know a girl.
His whole attitude.
You're a right cracker, too. I wonder what became of her.
We seem to be wandering a little from the news here.
That's human interest, Jeremy. The real people behind the headlines and all that. So if you're watching, Jan, give us a call.
Really?
Yeah. Let's see if we can't organise a reunion.
Crash, I'm not sure about that. I'll have to run it past Mrs. Clement first, eh?
Peter, you're like man trying to empty ashes of mistresses into oncoming vent. Soon you have tiny penis and beard full of secrets.
Okay.
In Svenland, we don't really go in for all that restricted monogamy stuff here. We're kind of fluid, actually.
Okay, well, it seems that we are running out of time.
Yes, so before we go to the break, briefly, if you would, gentlemen, with the people of this country facing shortages and
Possible shortages and power outages.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Possible shortages and power outages. Can you summarise your thoughts for us, Minister Björk?
Well, from here, yeah, you all look a bit stupid, really, arguing about outdated divisive concepts like money. In Finland, we replaced currency
Vessel
with
Water
system
America.
of fluids back in the 1970s, and that's like a really hard to sanction, actually.
Thank you, Minister Votovic.
Your country is like man who think he invented perfect trap for giant Newton hairy bear. And really, he's just standing in field
Holding his tiny penis, yes. Thank you, Minister. And finally, Prime Minister Clement.
Let me talk to your viewers here, Jeremy. Don't worry, everybody.
These prime ministers do a good job of acting like humble people. Is that zooming in?
We knew the rest of the world
Has he got a fucking setup?
And we're ready. As my old man used to say, you can't make a shite pie without blocking a few toilets.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Reassuring words there.
We'll be back.
after these messages.
1 minute back.
Hey, Peter, I over your way this weekend. You fancy a quick 9?
Yeah, sure, front or back.
That's what I hope you're asking Megan Wolf for me.
She's out of your league, mate.
Correction.
Well, you have to be more careful.
It's all part of his long-term plan to get fired live on the news at 6 in front of the nation.
Can someone warn him it's going a little too well?
A+. Thank you, game.
This is important. New government censorship should show up in blue. Same as regular censoring.
Why is the
Keep an eye
phone
out for the
steaming?
advanced blue waveform.
Okay. So there's extra stuff I have to censor now. Or can I choose not to censor it?
Are you still meant to bow to foreign royalty?
What?
Should I just, like, curtsy?
Hang on. Have they given you the Crown Prince report?
What?
Megan?
This is Jeremy, and he'll be interviewing you.
What the fuck was
Thanks for
that?
having me on your show, man.
It's quite all right.
Yo, just a quick one. You're not going to ask me about the chimp, are you?
Live in 10 seconds.
Because he put that get up on himself. I'm just saying.
Going in 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back. I'm Megan Wolf. Later, we have an exclusive first look at a theatrical sensation everyone's going to be talking about. But first, it's time to go over to the culture spot with lovely old Jeremy Donaldson, who's joined by a very special guest. Jeremy.
Thanks, Megan. I have the honour and privilege of being joined by hip-hop royalty. He's been called the son of the streets and the father of truth. Not sure how that works, but whatever. Let's welcome Jesus!
Thanks, Jeremy. Yeah, it's a real honour to be here on your show, The News. You know, as a kid on the streets, I used to watch you through a window of the shop, so to be here right now is crazy.
You've had quite the journey to be here today. Can you tell us about it?
Well, you know, I try not to, well, you know, the past is the past, and I don't like to dwell on it.
I understand.
But yeah, man, the streets is all I remember. Like, my mother donated me to a charity shop soon after I was born. Elderly lady took pity.
Donate a
She
child
let me
to...
sleep on a pile of crime fiction until I taught myself how to walk.
Wow, that's quite the childhood.
How many
And
wides
she
is bad?
died tragically. Right there in my arms, man. You know, I remember a tear falling as she laid there next to the used homeware. And in that moment, I became a child of the streets. I was just 18 months old.
What a tale. What a tale. You're known for your direct and honest lyrics. Was your style informed by your troubled past?
Oh, like I said, I try not to talk about it. It's just, it's just too hard.
Of course.
But my first album is about the story of the first 4 times I stole, so I wouldn't starve. A small group of infants came to see me as their de facto leader. They call me Mr. Cheese Slice. Anyway, we were like a family.
So it would seem. Recently, you've been quite outspoken about the
Oh.
government.
Yeah, fuck the government. Fuck Advance. Fuck Peter Clement.
What is it that you object to so vehemently?
Well, you know, they stole from us. They're taking our money and spending it, man.
Redistributing it. Actually, homelessness has been all but eliminated in the last couple of months.
So?
Surely that's a cause close to your heart?
Yeah. Nah, of course, man. Very much so. I just mean, like, why do I have to pay for it, you know?
You don't. People have been rehoused on property seized from the historically wealthy. And that couldn't have been you, could it?
Look, yeah. I worked hard to be here. I built this from nothing, and I deserve to be rewarded for that.
Would you say you worked harder than, say, a farmer or a care worker?
I don't know.
I think this idea is
But if people
comparable
taking
to
something
both
from my
communism
music,
and
who's to value it, buy
reparations.
it? Who's to say I don't?
So I think
And
it's
no one
a
can take that away
clever
from me.
thing to do
Say,
for world building.
Mr. Cheese Slice.
What is it you're trying to say?
I just don't understand where you've placed yourself politically. I mean, is it ideological or is it tactical?
Well, it's more of
Or
like...
maybe it's hereditary.
Stop trying to tie me in knots with your words, Jeremy. I let
They
the
do
music
not
speak for
like quick
itself.
cuts, oh my god.
And the people agree with me.
Well, that remains to be seen. But you have given me a very easy segue out of a conversation that I promise you was much more painful for me than it was for you. So here he is with his hit song, Mrs. Ludlow's Tears.
Oh no, I'm going to do something a little different. It's a new single I've been working on.
Oh, so this is unapproved, is it?
Yeah. You love it?
Excellent. Don't worry, we've got a state-of-the-art censorship system. What's the worst that could happen? So here he is with a new song. Aren't we lucky? It's Jesus!
First, you're gonna pay up. You're gonna pay back.
Well, we're all different races from many different places. At any given moment, only one could be the greatest. So you can feel elation from your participation. Still two leaders in this motherfucking nation. Now we're getting sanctioned, talking about expansion. Why does Julius require a massive fucking mansion? So fuck all your schemes. I don't need your freaky team, and I don't need your help to achieve my fucking dreams.
I'm not doing your government swears, I ain't doing them.
So don't make a fuss when you find you're one of us. Get every single one of you's a bit Jesus. And you can call me crazy, cause no one ever pays me. But I won't waste a lifetime being motherfucking lazy. I may be inventive, my taste may be expensive, but why would I get out of bed with no fucking incentive? Although it's contravention of your obvious intention, I like to eat a little of the fruits in my invention. You make us the same, but we're not all the same. All our dreams, all our schemes, all our means are not the same. The best of the praise, of the crest of the wave, cause we're only equal people when we're motherfucking slaves. Take his fact, gonna stain it red, gonna slam it into Peter Clemens' motherfucking head. Cause he's fit, cause shit, he's got a job, he's unfit. It's time to storm the castle with a motherfucking
The government's gonna fucking assassinate me.
So this is for the snub ones, the push and the shove.
Yeah, this is actually kind of a banger. This is cool.
Loved ones who had plenty like a motherfucking Bentley. The ones who now finding that their bank accounts are empty. The ones of aspiration who had to flee a nation. The ones who built a business out of dreams of perspiration. There's all sorts of people, the good and the evil. It only takes a glance to see we're not all equal. You make us the same, but we're not all the same. All our dreams, all our schemes, all our means are not the same. And the best of the praise, of the crest of the waves, cause we're only equal people when we're motherfucking slaves. Gonna take this fact, gonna stain it red, gonna slam it into Peter.
Why is that a bad shot? It looks epic. That's like the whole thing just happening.
Get out of your seats, get your asses in the streets, set a fire in the building, let them feel some fucking heat. Say you hate to go getters, no squilling betters.
God damn it.
Burn them on the powers of advances fucking letters. Gonna take his facts, gonna stain it red, gonna slam it into Peter Clemens' motherfucking head. Cause he's fit, cause shit, he's got a job he's unfit for. Time to storm the castle with a motherfucking pitchfork. Chase that dream, you don't need a fucking team. And advances, little dances aren't as harmless as it seems. Cause they're stale and corrupt.
Why does the music remind me of fucking Vsauce? It's like a little kind of that brief lyric track he sometimes uses. That's actually kind of a banger.
With his new song. Thank you so much for joining us in the studio. I'm sorry. I may not agree with you, but I'd just like to offer you an apology. I've just been told that there was some kind of issue upstairs, and an attempt was made to censor some of your lyrics.
What? Are you joking?
I'd just like to say to you,
Just for swear words.
this was a mistake.
This is absolutely ridiculous. I cannot believe this.
Just a swear word.
Here at National Nightly News, we pride ourselves on remaining
Just swear words.
unbiased and independent of any
I only
outside
censored swear words.
You have my word. We will never censor ideas. Back to you, Megan.
Well, a bit of dangerous.
I sense that maybe half a second of his government criticism
Little Jeremy Donaldson
is purely
for providing
incidental.
our culture spot. Coming up, we'll be speaking to a couple of familiar faces about their upcoming dramatic outing. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
That's the ad.
Just to remind, fixing that old VCR.
No, this is ridiculous.
And a new tape. How's that break?
A mix-up, I'm sure. Now, if you come with me, I really do have to ask
Oh,
you to
trust me.
leave it.
My father's going to hear about this.
I understand.
So I need to take one out.
I don't know what you're talking about, Jeremy.
An E? Really?
So, you know, Brad, this past fortnight has really been amazing, but
All right.
I'm afraid I have something to tell you. I'm pregnant.
But how could that be? You told me you were on the...
I thought I did good there. All things considered. Why were those shots bad? They keep saying like good shots are bad, and that kind of irks me. So for some reason, often it just says the wide is really bad when it's not.
Look at him.
If we could just get you in position.
Oh, say no more. Say no more.
Second, Jeremy, you remember Mr. Algebra?
Vividly.
And Mr. Harris, and this is Ms. Raiden.
What?
Philippa, please.
We're back together again, eh? Who'd have thought it?
Oh,
Perhaps a
no.
lower order demon.
Yes, it is awfully exciting, isn't it?
Right, okay then. We're going live in 10 seconds, opening on camera 1.
Because children shouldn't be by accident. And let's face it, condoms.
5, 4, 3.
Welcome back, and no, you're not mistaken. Sitting across from us are some very familiar faces.
You really are too kind, Megan. It was only a yogurt commercial, but I'm still proud of it.
Here to talk about his new show, we're joined by National Treasure Tommy Harris, the National Theatre's Philippa Raiden, and National Deficit Jeff Algebra.
It's so lovely to have you all. Tommy, would you like to tell us about the show?
You know what? I'd bloody love to. It's about me. It's about my life.
And where did the idea come from?
So, right, picture this. Their legs akimbo, mid-session, sweat is pouring out of me like an immense hog. And then Cindy comes in, she says, Pete's on the phone.
That's Peter Clement, the Prime Minister.
Yeah, Pete's actually a really good mate of mine.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah, no, he comes to training sometimes. He's actually a pretty good goal sweeper. Anyway, so, Pete, he says, Toby, he thinks my name's Toby, see? He says, how would you like to spread your message of team spirit and cooperation across this fractured nation? How would you like to really make a difference in these desperate times?
What did you say?
Yeah, right, yeah.
So, Jeff, the question on everyone's lips is, what in God's name are you doing here?
Well, after the success of my debut work and all the people that I've touched, I knew that I had a career in theatre. Yeah? I've always been an admirer of Tommy from afar. So when my manager phoned and said that I'd been offered the gig as director, I was ecstatic. I whipped my trousers off and got straight to work.
Why did you do that?
I do all my best work with my trousers off.
Yeah, I've been told that too.
No, I wouldn't say so.
Right, Tommy, sorry, would you just give us a sense of what the show is actually about?
It's about how hard it's been for me and some of the struggles that I've faced. It's like really getting to the heart of how tough it is to be me. I call it Tommy Harris. Jesus, that was hard.
That's a little bit self-indulgent.
We actually have some clips of the process of the show. Would you mind telling us what's going on here?
Yeah, so the show is built around two things that are very important to me. It mixes scenes from my life as well as epic fantasy retellings of scenes from my life.
But Dad, you promised you'd come to my graduation.
I'm sorry, son.
This is the show? Oh
You're
my
an
god.
embarrassment.
But Dad, you promised you'd come to my graduation.
Back, demon! Back to the hells!
Okay.
Philippa, what's it been like co-starring with Tommy Harris?
I've always dreamed of treading the boards at medium-scale regional theatres, Megan. And for once, this show really gives me something to sink my teeth into.
What's different about this show, then?
Tommy, Mr. Harris's show really lets me show my tremendous range as an actor. I've always suffered from typecasting, forced to play the same tired characters in every god-awful yogurt advert or godforsaken soap opera or, God forbid, a pantomime. But, you know, this show has really let me just go there.
Jeff, the viewers at home will be dying to know exactly what is it that you bring to the show?
Oh, good question. I think these guys would agree with me when I say that it's my steady hand on the tiller, my arm round the shoulder approach that's really brought the production from strength to strength.
Absolutely right. Jeff's contributions are immeasurable. He was our rock.
Can you give us a sneak peek of anything else that might be in the show?
Yeah, all sorts, yeah.
Yep. We've got lots of exclusive first-hand experiences of Tommy's time in the underground sports board scene.
And some epic fantasy retellings of Tommy's time in the underground sports board scene.
You'll never take the sacred path! And am I right in saying this was officially commissioned by the government?
Yeah, all paid for by the taxpayer, which, you know, to be honest, was actually a lifesaver, really.
I think
Brilliant.
it's fair to say that without Advance's support, we'd have had to cut the finale.
Which, frankly, would have been a travesty.
Oh, God, Jesus Christ!
But I suppose at least it does have a lower budget than fucking modern Doctor Who, clearly.
It's a metaphor.
So less money's being wasted.
Death?
And the public are footing the bill, are they?
Too bloody right they are. Between the cost of my tour bus and the dry cleaning of my ties, I'm barely scraping a profit here.
Amazing. And where can the folks at home come and see this for themselves?
We're performing all over the nation.
And people can see it for absolutely free, all courtesy of Advance. Isn't that incredible, Jeremy?
Yes, it's unbelievable.
Well, thank you all so much for coming. Next time we see you, no doubt you'll have taken our jobs.
That's all we have time for tonight. Join us tomorrow when I'll be interviewing the world's most attractive horse. I'm Jeremy Dawson.
Okay.
And I'm Megan Wolf. And from all of us here, have a peaceful night.
That's the ads. Let's get reset for tomorrow, please.
Hey, we must stop bumping into each other like this, eh?
What the fuck is... I think I was like a second late on the ad. And another A+. Why was that A+ and the other one was a fucking E? I don't... I thought I did bad on that one. How did I... Is it... It was probably because of government censorship, wasn't it? So I just refused to censor any of it. Why is it saying no, not November? I've just realised that. Oh, okay, we're doing well. I haven't been deliberately trying to boost PC at all. Whether that is a company we're with. I don't think I've done anything deliberately to boost it up. Oh yeah, government's not happy. Government is not happy. I've never seen a game recommend that you give yourself a heart attack before, so that's cool. Also, it actually says that this game won awards on the thing. I don't know what awards, but apparently it won some. That's a fun tactic when we say something's optional, but not really. This is our backyard. See, the outside looks different. Right, we've already done one thing to piss off Bozeman, so two things might be a bit risky. Hey, this might be cool. This looks pretty cool. Jeremy. Oh. Oh. Probably have had too much to drink, but so CCO is working for them, but he doesn't seem to like him much either. So I think we're fairly safe to go on. We haven't heard of a government fucking murdering anyone yet, so I think we're away to talk shit. It's been a year. Maybe we just haven't heard about it. Oh, fuck.
I see you've let the trip switch blow. No surprises there. It blew because those valves are overheating in this heat wave. Keep them cool with the fan. Point it up and down to cool whichever valve is overheating. And keep an eye on the fan's power switch. It's as useless as, well, you, frankly. It keeps switching off, and you'll need to turn it back on again when it does. The gauge in the front view will give you an indication when things are hotting up, and hopefully even someone with your attention span will hear the damn thing sizzling. Don't lose control of the room. Bozeman out.
I'm sweating like Peter Clement in an off-licence here.
What's that?
Okay, we're working on it.
What, you've got someone to hose down the sun, have you?
Yes, they've just strapped on their wax wings.
Classical illusions are no substitute for air conditioning.
You know, I genuinely thought you'd be in a better mood today. She's not even here.
Yes, but he is. Our gun-toting handler.
Who, Andy?
I don't know what the fuck his name is, do I?
He's here to keep us safe from people like Disrupt.
Right,
That
she was
PC?
lying. I hate guns. Give me the willies.
10 seconds, everybody.
So, we've got any actual real news tonight?
Well, the world's on fire. That good enough for you? Going in 5, 4, 3.
Good evening, I'm Jeremy Donaldson. Our main headlines tonight. Siege mentality. The World Council today established a military blockade to enforce the unjust and punitive sanctions now entering their 10th week. In a statement from team headquarters a short time ago, Prime Minister Julia Salisbury issued a commanding response to this unprovoked escalation.
Ever since these illegal sanctions were imposed, we have gratefully relied upon trade and aid from our worldwide friends who, like us, refuse to recognise their legitimacy. Today's escalation, however, is nothing short of an act of war. We call upon our international allies to condemn this blockade absolutely, and we warn aggressors to this country that we are neither meek nor defenceless. Thank you.
Popping the question. Sickly striker Johnny Handsleeves has finally asked his long-term partner to marry him. With his girlfriend Tiffany Lamore standing by him during his long illness, it seems Johnny may have finally turned a corner. Now, as this candid photo shows, it seems he's well enough to propose to her from his sickbed. According to a source close to the couple, Tiffany was delighted that her poorly partner wanted to become her happy hubby. In a joint statement, the couple said they hope to break the record for celebrity marriages, which currently stands at 12 days. In it to win it, exciting news from Advance today with the announcement of a new monthly prize draw for all team membership card holders. Every month, lucky winners from across the country will be picked at random to receive what Team HQ are describing as unique prizes worth more than money used to be. Take-up on the scheme has been much higher than expected, and if this lucky winner's delighted face is anything to go by, it looks like pretty soon everyone's going to have one. Burning rubber. Sales of condoms have plummeted this month as sales of responsibility soar. Since becoming widely available earlier this year, the male contraceptive pill has become commonplace in the lives of many heterosexual couples, and as a result, many are turning their backs on more traditional prophylactics. The Global Health Watchdog has revealed that it's men who are increasingly saying no to the Love Club. The findings have prompted concerns about rises in sexually transmitted infections and a surge of insufferable conversations during one-night stands. Oh, Captain, my Captain. Progress today for the stranded scientists of Dante's Taint, as the captain leading their rescue mission is announced. The trapped team have survived in the cave system for many months now, but hope is on the horizon as the expedition leader is announced by the Board of Underground Theoretics. A respected professional with decades of experience, training and knowledge, Captain Audrey Aerospace is said to be the only real choice to successfully save the troubled scientific excursion, but an
how can I
unfortunate one to be
pick
sat next
if
to
it's
at a dinner party or social occasion. Life during wartime. As if we didn't have enough aggressors on our borders, internal problems are growing for the government as radical activist group Disrupt caused chaos in Parliament Park last night. Scuffles broke out after the protests, resulting in multiple arrests and the injury of 3 community cohesion officers. Advance have yet to comment. The reckless fire will certainly be remembered by all those who have seen these striking images.
Is that supposed to be a deliberate problem with the broadcast over the images appearing too slowly?
Disrupt, and what exactly do they want? Other than a new box of matches, of course. All this, and I'll be talking to some people with fascinating medical conditions, as well as one of the contenders in this year's Feline Football Championship, and her proud owner. That's all up on tonight's National Nightly News.
Motherfucker, what? What? Why it wouldn't go? It wouldn't. What? I didn't. Why? I thought I was in the correct spot. That fan is pretty mean. It's right there. It just won't let you do it. Right there, I'm mashing the button to try to turn the fan back on, but it just wouldn't let me.
Sweating like Peter Clement in an off-licence here.
Okay, we're working on it.
What, you've got someone to hose down the sun, have you?
now we've got to
They've just
restart.
strapped on their wax wings.
Classical illusions are no substitute for air conditioning.
You know, I genuinely thought you'd be in a better mood today. She's not even here.
Yes, but he is. Our gun-toting handler.
Who, Andy?
I don't know what the fuck his name is, do I?
He's here to keep us safe from people like Disrupt.
More like keep us in line. I hate guns. Give me the willies.
10 seconds, everybody.
So, we've got any actual real news tonight?
Well, the world's on fire. That good enough for you? Going in 5, 4, 3.
Good evening, I'm Jeremy Donaldson. Our main headlines tonight. Siege mentality. The World Council today established...
The thing is, failing in this game is really fucking annoying. So it means I just have to rewatch the whole segment again.
In a statement from team headquarters a short time ago, Prime Minister Julia Salisbury issued a commanding response to this unprovoked escalation.
Ever since these illegal sanctions were imposed, we have gratefully relied upon trade and aid from our worldwide friends who, like us, refuse to recognise their legitimacy. Today's escalation, however, is nothing short of an act of war. We call upon our international allies to condemn this blockade absolutely, and we warn aggressors to this country that we are neither meek nor defenceless. Thank you.
What if there's anything which happens
Popping
on
the
Friday?
question. Sickly striker Johnny Hansleaves has finally asked his long-term partner to marry him. With his girlfriend Tiffany Lamore standing by him during his long illness, it seems Johnny may have finally turned a corner. Now, as this candid photo shows, it seems he's well enough to propose to her from his sickbed. According to a source close to the couple, Tiffany was delighted that her poorly partner wanted to become her happy hubby. In a joint statement, the couple said they hope to break the record for celebrity marriages, which currently stands at 12 days. In it to win it. Exciting news from Advance today with the announcement of a new monthly prize draw for all team membership card holders. Every month, lucky winners from across the country will be picked at random to receive what Team HQ are describing as unique prizes worth more than money used to be. Take-up on the scheme has been much higher than expected, and if this lucky winner's delighted face is anything to go by, it looks like pretty soon everyone's going to have one. Burning rubber. Sales of condoms have plummeted this month as sales of responsibility soar. Since becoming widely available earlier this year, the male contraceptive pill has become commonplace in the lives of many heterosexual couples, and as a result,
Maybe
many
we
are
should
turning
go.
their backs
No, let's
on
go
more
with a
traditional
woman.
prophylactics.
If a woman recommends it, then maybe
Today,
men will be
by
more
one
likely to
leading
take
medical
it.
journal, suggests that it's women who are moving away from the humble Johnny. The paper found that partners who are willing to
Never
share
mind.
the contraceptive responsibility are far more likely to be screened for infection and to report happier relationships. Oh, Captain, my Captain. Progress today for the stranded scientists of Dante's Taint, as the captain leading their rescue mission is announced. The trapped team have survived in the cave system for many months now, but hope is on the horizon as the expedition leader is announced by the Board of Underground Theoretics. A respected professional with decades of experience, training and knowledge, Captain Audrey Aerospace is said to be the only real choice to successfully save the troubled scientific excursion, but an unfortunate one to be sat next to at a dinner party or social occasion. Life during wartime. As if we didn't have enough aggressors on our borders, internal problems are growing for the government as radical activist group Disrupt cause chaos in Parliament.
If we do fail again, I
Scuffles
will
broke
set it
out after
to
the
story
protest,
mode.
resulting in multiple arrests and the injury of 3 community cohesion officers. Advance have yet to comment. The reckless fire will certainly be remembered by all those who have seen these striking images. As their actions escalate, people across the country are asking themselves, who are Disrupt and what exactly do they want? Other than a new box of matches, of course. All this and I'll be talking to some people with fascinating medical conditions, as well as one of the contenders in this year's Feline Football Championship, and her proud owner. That's all up on tonight's National Nightly News.
Yes, you need to be careful on this. Somehow, this will completely fuck us. No, no. Fuck's sake.
But first tonight, our team of correspondents has been dispatched to every corner of the country to see how the people of this great nation of ours are coping with this unprecedented hot weather. First, let's go to Megan Wolf in Shining-on-Sea to see what this scientific community has to say.
Alex.
Megan, how's the weather there?
Faith?
It's absolutely glorious, Jeremy. Thank you for asking. I'm here with Dr. Anna Burns of the University of Princeford. Are you enjoying the weather as much as I am?
Oh, yes, it's wonderful, isn't it? My eyelids are sweating.
And you're part of a team carrying out a study into just what's causing this unbelievable heat, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Yes, we want to be able to reassure the public once and for all that there's absolutely nothing to worry about and that they can enjoy their sunstroke and fossil fuels in peace.
You sound very confident about that.
Oh, very much so. I can say without any hesitation, there's really no cause for any concern here. I've actually left my car running.
So tell us about this experiment.
Well, we take data from weather stations from all over the world, along with atmospheric samples, and we take all that and we feed it into this state-of-the-art computer, and very soon we'll be getting a high-tech readout of the results.
Blimey, that sounds very fancy.
I should just say, none of this would be possible without the generous support of Remington's Fist. This is all thanks to their unrivaled investment in our future, and may I just say, complimentary personal anecdote. Oh, here we go.
I do kind of like the basic shit is malfunctioning, so that's very British.
Everything is absolutely fucked.
The distribution of wealth is not great.
This can't be right.
Right, but obviously you said a second ago that everything is absolutely fine, so...
Well, actually, under concern level, it just says, why, God, why?
We're one of the richest countries in the world, but we're
Results, I think.
not great in a lot of ways.
We need to evolve gills within 40 years.
You look thirsty.
Here it just says, shit, shit, shit.
Look at you. This is meant to be a celebration. Can't go around looking like that.
Shit,
There you
shit,
go. Much
shit.
better. Can I just say thank you again to Sophia Remington for providing all of this.
Everyone, we don't have long. Time is running
It's running out. Absolutely right. That is all we have time for.
Abandon hope and return to the forest.
Enjoy that. I'd like to thank Dr. Burns for just one opinion on the climate.
The sea will reclaim us all.
There you have it, Jeremy. Proof, if proof be need be, that everything is just fine. I'm Megan Wolf, here with science. Back to you.
Megan Wolf there, attempting to do some actual news. Next, let's over to Robin Short, who's in Scritchford with some of the winners of this week's team membership lottery. Robin?
Thanks, Jeremy. I'm here in Scritchford with Gary Failsafe, a janitor at the local school, and Amelia Jackhammer, an aspiring poet. Both of you were drawn at random from those who hold team membership cards to receive this week's amazing prize. How do you feel?
Filled with fervent euphoria.
Yeah, good, yeah.
And all that we had to do was fill in a quick form.
It's unfair. It's making heatwave noises on my left as that's going on.
We're all dying to know.
I don't know if that's audible on stream, but it's making the same. It's making the noise as if the heater's going on, even though it actually isn't. That's so mean.
Restaurant. Ooh, swanky.
And I've been invited to Peter Clement's house to help him dredge the gutter in.
That's absolutely terrific. You must both be over the moon.
I've written a poem about it.
So, can you tell me about the moment when you first heard the news?
Well, I was battling against a particularly difficult floater, probably one of the sixth formers, when the headmaster came and found me.
I was involved in a similarly brutal conflict with a particularly arduous stanza.
So you were both polishing turds?
No, I don't like to polish them. I like to keep them intact for my collection.
Oh. How unexpected.
I don't polish turds. I write poetry.
Potato, potato. So, Gary...
Do you think Peter Clement's going to let me keep the contents of his downpipe?
There's no harm in asking, I suppose.
Or would you like to hear one?
No, thank you. Gary, when you signed up for team membership, was it in hopes of winning the lottery, or were there other reasons?
I like a flutter, of course, but no. The boss said I had to sign up to keep coming into school.
Very sensible. It's important to know who we're trusting around our children.
Oh, I have an unpublished book of sonnets about children. Perhaps you'd like to hear one.
No!
Or an anthology of haikus.
So tempted to just cut to Jeremy.
I'd rather hear about Gary's turd collection.
Really? I thought you might say that.
I wonder if there's something you can do about, like, if you cut to things you're not supposed to. Like, could that get a special ending? I would most definitely do that.
It's inspiration.
Rather than just making it be like a failed position.
Right you are.
Today on the show there's no news. Just a man who keeps multiple poos.
Yeah, this big one's my favourite. See how it's fibrous, really lovely texture.
Would you encourage other people to enter for their chance to win?
If it's colour you're looking for, take a gander at old Blue Eyes here.
The national news lost its way when it covered some crap on a tray.
Some of these are quite rare.
Maybe that was unfair.
And that's all we have time for today. Back to you, Jeremy.
Thanks, Robin. What a lucky pair they are. And finally in this segment,
here we go again.
it's over to Patrick Bannon, who's gone to the smelliest town in the country to see how the unprecedented weather is affecting the locals. Patrick?
Hello there, Jeremy. Hello, yes. I'm here live in Grizzleford, which was recently voted the smelliest town in the country. And I have to say that, you know, in this heat, the smell really is. I mean, it's something else. Barry Lardons, mate, you've lived here your whole life. How'd you put up with the stink?
Well, we're just all very proud of our achievement, to be honest with you. You can tell that, look at him, proud as punch. Do you know what it's like, son, being the second smelliest town? No, I don't. Living in the shadow of Arseminster. I smug fucks. But who's laughing now, eh?
Well, not me, that's for sure. So what happened, mate?
Right, the good people from Remington's Fist came in and saved the day with their factory.
You're talking, of course, about the newly built flour factory.
Yeah, they gave us this big presentation on jobs and growth. But as soon as we heard about the stench, we paid them whatever they wanted to put it here.
Does the stink not affect your life in every way, Barry? I mean, perhaps if you're filling in a tax return or completing the physical act of
Also,
love.
most of the time, I do the census based on
You get used to it after
for visual,
weeks
not
of your
for
first
sound.
bout of sickness.
I do it based on the sound if it's a chaotic moment.
So, what's the sickness?
Oh, that's nothing to
I'm
worry
in
about.
line.
It takes a few minutes before you develop any symptoms.
In line.
Now, folk are saying something about the production line and how they dump carcasses
Fuck's
directly
sake.
into the water main, but I think it's
Why is
probably a few
that
barrels
suddenly
on the
becoming a
high
problem?
On the high street. Should I see a doctor? What are the symptoms?
Well, the first one is asking stupid questions. Then folk experience a lot of inhibition.
Fuck off, do they? When was the last time you brushed your teeth, you stinking old tramp?
Next recording is a period of randomly bursting into song, followed immediately by delusions.
So I don't think blowing a fan on that would actually do anything.
Hello, it's sexy Patrick Bannon, and he's wearing sexy shorts now. Oh my God, look at me. I'm like a stallion.
Don't forget about that pesky power button on the fan.
I should take my shirt off. You know what? I'll even let you touch me if you want.
That will be the bout of undeserved self-confidence.
Love the Bannon. Feel the Bannon. Oh, man.
And the ennui.
So Jeremy's not doing it.
All that's left now are the hallucinations and unconsciousness.
Nana Dottie? Was that you? Why are you made out of elbows? You know I don't eat opinions.
Oh, don't worry, folks. Once he wakes up, he'll be just fine. We'll just find a place to stick him where it won't matter how many times he evacuates his bowels. Right, that's all here from Grizzleford, a town that's really making a stink. I'm Barry Lardons. Back to you, Jeremy. Right
Thanks, Barry. With a naval blockade being set up around our coastline as we speak, when we come back, I'll be talking to 3 members of the general public who appear to be here purely for medical reasons. Don't go away. Unless, of course, you've got something better to do. We'll be back after these messages.
The next guest has some unsuitable opinions for the evening news. Keep your eyes and ears peeled for subversive talk. It would be nice if you could try not to undermine the station tonight. People are starting to notice you.
And I can't do this anymore.
You say this every Friday.
I've done something.
What do you mean? Jeremy?
My mic is still. That's what I'm talking about? Cat football? We should be doing an interview with the War Minister, or a report from Grentham Downs. Even the weather would be more fucking relevant than this.
Jeremy, please, just breathe. It's just something light to keep people's minds off things.
Exactly, which is wrong. People's minds should be very much on things. Christ, it's so fucking hot.
When did that appear there?
Take your seats as quickly as you can.
I don't think I was there earlier.
I can't do this anymore, Jenny. I've had enough. That's it. This is just
10 seconds. Get over yourself, Jeremy. Why don't you stop feeling sorry for yourself for 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News with me, your host, Jeremy Donaldson. Later, we'll be talking to the captain of the Territory's first cat football team, Professor Pumpkin. But first, I'm joined by 3 guests with some balmy bodily behaviours. Joining me is a woman who's been hiccuping for over 9 months. Isn't that right, Miss Piercy?
Yes, that's right.
Yes. Tell us, what brought all this on?
Well, it's all a bit of a blur, Jeremy, to be totally frank with you. So I was watching your show, and I remember seeing the news about the election, and it hasn't stopped since.
Fascinating stuff. Also here is Frankie Steampipe. Perhaps you could explain to us exactly what your physiological foreboil is.
I'm here to say it's high time people like me were respected. We're constantly overlooked in the workplace, we're whispered about on buses, and we're asked politely to leave children's birthday parties. And it's disgusting. I'm sorry, my bowels have comic timing.
And finally, I'm joined by a man who answers every question honestly, even when it isn't aimed at him. How do you cope with that, Mr. Truman?
With a combination of booze, self-hatred, and hardcore pornography.
Is that
Not according to my therapist.
Well, in that case, let's speak to Rose. Tell me, how does the hiccuping impact you?
I get shushed a lot, which is hard. At work, they've asked me to stop answering the phones. It's really affected my confidence.
Well, I find it really fucking irritating.
Do people tend to believe your story?
Fuck no.
Actually, I've been surprised at how much support I've received.
And Frankie, why have you come here today?
Because my wife left me, and I was hoping that the fame would win her back.
We've started a group for people with ailments deemed broadly comical by society. It's called Take Us Seriously.
That's right. And we bloody well mean it.
And who's joined so far?
A bunch of fucking losers.
It's just us so far.
And how much success have you had?
Well, we've seen some real positive changes.
I don't want to toot my own horn, but it's been a runaway success.
Shit all. Not a single person come to our fun run, and all of our leaflets fell in the canal.
Well, Miss Piercy, some people are saying your condition was actually caused by the shocking events of that night. What do you think?
Come down, Mr. Donaldson, that's absolute rubbish.
What it'd be like to have a pair of tits.
Could you? I'm sorry, it's very hot.
What lost me points
Wait,
there?
you're a team fuck puppet?
No.
Or a sellout cunt?
Apologies. Just a reminder that he can't help it. And hey, if this isn't live television, then what is it?
Fuckfest of propaganda masquerading as journalism.
Right, Frankie, Rose, tell us, how How can the viewers get involved with your cause?
Yes, we're holding a sponsored run in Capital Park next weekend. It's called the No Smiles 30
Is that a
Mile.
warning to them to,
it's
like,
called
shut up?
the No Laugh Half. What did I say before the show?
That it was the team pulling Jeremy Donaldson's strings.
No, I didn't say.
Oh, wow, we may have to end that there, unfortunately. What a harmless bit of fun.
Steady on! This is exactly what I'm talking about. We demand respect.
Yes, well, later, I'll be talking to Professor Pumpkin, a ginger tabby with a world-class pair of penalty paws. Is that really necessary?
No, it isn't. Let go. Not you.
Unhand him at once. Enough! That's enough! Enough!
What are you doing?
Trying not to piss myself.
Alex,
Don't you dare! Don't you fucking dare cut to the ads before I tell you to. Now, you in the broadcast centre, Bozeman's little scapegoat, you listen to me. You cut to the ads before I tell you to, and I will kill every single person in this studio. I am thinking about what I'm doing. I've been thinking about it for a long time. We all should be. Christ, it's so fucking hot in here. Do you remember when we used to do the real news? Before it was all lottery winners and bloody cat football? We are on the brinks of a siege, the likes of which the world hasn't seen in hundreds of years. The enemy is at the gates, and I'm stuck here talking to these three fucking idiots.
I think my hiccups have stopped.
You three, get the fuck out of my studio. Go on, now, go, before I change my mind.
I'm still showing all this, but I'm not too close, man.
Lock the doors. Lock the doors.
Yes, Jeremy.
Now. Good. Yes. Now. Right. You in the broadcast centre. Alex, you listen to me. You pay attention. Now,
Where's my name?
I'm sure you've already loaded up exactly what you're going to play in the commercial, but today is going to be a little bit different. Look to your right.
Oh, you already been there. Already done it.
There is a VHS tape, and I want you to load it into one of the machines. And when I say
Right,
so,
I'll put
and
it
not
on to you, right?
before, you play it. You've got about 15 seconds, so I wouldn't waste any time. Now, all cameras.
Alex, I know I've doubted your competence, but surely even you know better than to play that tape. We don't take orders from armed lunatics. Play a normal advert, or there will be consequences.
Oh, but now, we're going to show the other side for a bit of fucking balance. Like the good old days. Alex, play the fucking tape. I don't want to hurt any of you. If I see anything I don't like, I will not hesitate to start.
You're going to get me in trouble with that. Let's hope you made the right call.
Reset the system for the third segment. I imagine the ratings are going to be through the roof.
They are. They are through the roof. Okay, that's the development. I wasn't expecting that.
My name is Alan James. I used to try and shock people for a living, for entertainment. But now we live in a time where perhaps you need to be shocked. Perhaps we need to wake up. Advance are coming for our freedom.
Interesting. Was he trying to make money? Was he trying to be outrageous?
They will take our wealth. They will euthanize
Or
us
has he
all,
just developed?
smiling throughout. They will turn our children against us if we voice our concerns.
How
We
long?
don't have to accept it.
Jeremy, please.
How long?
17 seconds.
Resist.
And the studio doors are all still locked?
Find us.
Yes.
Talk with us. Join us.
So what now?
It isn't hard.
I don't know.
We're everywhere.
This wasn't what I planned. I mean, some of it was. I had a speech, look. But this was unexpected.
So what now, Jeremy?
It was supposed to be
What's
your
that
day
noise?
off. It was supposed to be your day off.
Please, don't do any more stupid things today.
How long?
Already live.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. Joining me, unexpectedly, for I very much imagine will be my last broadcast, are two new guests. Jenny works here at the National Nightly News and is someone I consider, well, a friend. And next to her is... What's your name?
Andy.
Andy's a policeman. Only we don't call him that anymore. He's a community cohesion official.
Officer.
Sorry?
It's community cohesion officer, CCO.
And how's that feel, Andy? Being rebranded?
It's good. It's not about confrontation anymore. You know, the force had its fair share of problems. The team doesn't have as many.
But it still has some.
I couldn't say.
Couldn't or wouldn't?
I don't know what you want me
I don't know if this is the right way to deliver this
Fucking
message.
useless, aren't you? We'll come back to you later. Jenny?
Don't want to be on the news, Jeremy.
That's perfectly understandable. You'd want to do this. Jenny, why did you join the National Nightly News team?
I always wanted to work in news.
Yes, but why specifically this program? The National Nightly News.
It was the news everyone trusted.
Was?
Is. Do you really want to quibble semantics at gunpoint?
Is there something else you'd rather discuss?
There is a great big Alan James-sized elephant in the room you seem to be ignoring.
What do you mean?
I saw your face when that hood came down. You didn't know, did you?
It's about the message, not the messenger.
Like I said, you didn't know.
No. I didn't know. The people I met were with... He wasn't there. I didn't know it was Alan James.
I'm sorry. But seriously. Alan fucking James. You're flushing your life down the toilet for... God, I love you, Jeremy, but...
He's a good speaker. He's popular in the country.
That right?
Look, forget Alan James. There is still something deeply wrong. And you know it, Jenny. And you know it, Andy. And you at home, you know it too. Meanwhile, I'm interviewing a guest who stinks of shit. Patrick is paddling about in shit. And Robin is literally interviewing someone who collects the fucking stuff. I mean, it's not sophisticated, but what a metaphor. We are sleepwalking our way into oppression, and the news isn't saying anything.
Maybe I should keep censoring.
Not saying anything.
Says who? Alan fucking James.
What are all those scientists working on at Grentham Downs? What are they testing underground at Alton?
So this is what we have a problem with government wants me to censor.
How many people have you brought in for consultations just because they weren't carrying or didn't have team membership cards?
Oh, well, there's other forms of identification that we will accept.
For how long?
We're just here to help.
Then why do you need these? Not really help when it's offered at gunpoint, is it, Andy? Let me demonstrate it for you. Let me help you. You read these cards with my notes on it, and you'll probably digest a fact. That'd be helpful, wouldn't it, Andy? Knowing a fact?
What? I don't understand.
Do you want my help,
Yes,
Andy?
yes, whatever you say, yes.
Security are here, Jeremy.
Eat it.
What?
Eat the fucking news, Andy, or I'll force it down your fucking throat.
Jeremy, stop.
Go on.
Really?
Eat it. Eat it, you fucking bully.
Jeremy, stop. They will kill you. Please, don't make me watch that.
Of course. You're right. Sorry. Sorry, everyone.
I think Jeremy's not going to kill either of these two people. Clearly not.
Put the card down now.
He's using the gun as a means to an end. I'm alright with just continuing to broadcast this.
You too, Jenny. Fuck off over there. And then he's done.
Still another 5 minutes, apparently.
This new regime of ours is so seductive. I understand that. But before we all hand off our freedoms, should we ask to whom we're handing them over? Don't you want to know what's being done in your name? How many people were transitioned last month? A record high. Again, if you care. Shouldn't someone ask Advance how they plan to deal with this blockade? How many years or months of supplies we have? Why aren't we asking these questions instead of, whose shit is this? There's a cat backstage dressed as a fucking goalie, for Christ's sake. He's even got the little gloves. Anyway, that's why I arranged for you to see that broadcast from the last break. I didn't know it was going to be him, but I guess that just about sums it up. We are all up shit creek with a paddle made of Alan fucking James. Christ, it's all so fucking pointless. I was going to quit tonight. Take a holiday. Try something else. Out of the limelight. Maybe try having a relationship. I hear they're nice. Never tried. I loved them. And now, well...
God, Jeremy, don't!
I've tried my best to be honest with you, but this just isn't the news anymore. And I'm sorry. I've lost this fight.
Alex, think of the consequences.
I'll let you down.
Please, we can't show you. Cut to the ads.
My name's Jeremy
Now!
Donaldson.
Do it now!
If you can. Somehow. And I envy you if you can. Have a peaceful night.
Jeremy!
All right. I wasn't expecting that.
I'm Sophia Remington, CEO of Remington's Fist, and I'm here today
I'm gonna get fired.
with the brand new RS Rainbow, a home computer entertainment system with sophisticated graphics and breathtaking sound.
A peaceful night. See a man stand up for his beliefs until the end. All right. The man behind the hood. Introduced disrupt spokesman to a nation. Well, that's 2 trophies back to back. Oh, PC is down. That's a shame. The government is actually going to fucking execute me in public. This is a development, isn't it? I was not expecting that to happen. Oh. Oh. I'm not getting publicly executed immediately? Okay. Well, that went better than I thought it would. Sucks for Jeremy, though. That kind of sucks for him. The 20-week war.
Alex, Bozeman, your boss. We're expecting deplorables from Disrupt to hack the signal tonight. Perhaps you could leave your personal beliefs at home and try not to let them ruin the broadcast. Even if you don't care for the government, I assume you understand you have a vested interest in us staying on the air. Stay out of the orange.
A nutritious meal out of a can of condensed milk, a cow's tongue.
He said stay out of the orange.
So, Julia's team have asked me to ask you to keep it light.
Well, what does that mean?
It means to do that thing you do where you turn politicians into humans. Just don't get drawn into talking about the war or politics in general.
They do know this is the news, don't they?
You didn't hear this from me,
It's over
but
to Patrick Bannon for all the day's sports board highlights, including all the tabletop action.
apparently there's a crew at Team HQ right now. I think she's giving a speech or something tonight. They'll get it on the late news.
Oh, great. So they get the brains and we get the performing monkey.
What's happened to my middle button? Oh god.
Which tells the cautionary tale
How
of
are
one
you?
brave young lady's battles to survive the cruel administration of neighbours.
It
At
is what it is.
11:25, it's incisors.
It
And
is what it
tonight, Dr. Adrian Atkinson Blimey
I'm
will be
listening
getting
to
his
you
teeth
now.
into
What were his
snow
buttons?
from Hamble Bambleby, who's
10
invented a
seconds,
tasty
everybody.
twist on the humble biscuit.
dogs.
And that takes us, after the weather and public information
Going in
film,
5,
into our close down.
4,
But first
3.
tonight, it's time to join Megan and the team for the National Nightly
Good
News.
evening. This is the National Nightly News. I'm Megan Wolfe. It's the 140th day of war. Our main headlines tonight. Company of Heroes. Skirmishes on land and sea again today as our armed forces tested the mettle of the World Council's illegal blockade. Advance's strategy of multiple small-scale incursions into the disputed zone is certainly keeping the enemy on high alert, unable to work out where or when the next strike will come. Sadly, however, more casualties were reported today. and
I
after
like to
weeks
think
and
that I'm
months of this
consistently,
war
I'm just
made ever
showing
more
what the
demands
image
on our armed
is, right? Like that
services,
other one
those
right there was all
numbers will
fucking, that's a
tragically
fake
only
image.
continue
That was
Don't
posed
starve.
for,
Advance's
arranged.
food program moved from strength to
Whereas
strength
that other
today
image
as
is new,
rationing
just
depots
an
were
image
opened
reported
in the
to.
last remaining unfed areas of the territory.
Right.
The rationing depots have been constructed in record time, and the government's agricultural coordination strategy has seen shelves restocked with increasing regularity. However, with the reported rise in mental and physical health issues since the imposition of the blockade, critics have questioned whether those smaller communities which are only now starting to receive help could have been better and quicker served. 7 days
So wait,
to
so what's
die.
happened to
The
Alan
recent
James now? Has he
decision
been
to allow those with
arrested?
long-term health conditions to access transition centres has today been declared
Because
an
arguably he
overwhelming
is like a
success.
terrorist organisation.
Previously available only to those in their final years, the expansion of the service has been met with relief by the many organisations calling for it to be opened up to the wider community.
Wait, I
With
kind of
dwindling
missed.
medical supplies.
I missed a little bit of that. What was that? What's happening? Transition centres. What about them? Oh, okay. Yep. Here we go. Yep. Euthanasia's now, I think. Okay, so now we have euthanasia for people that are terminally ill, even if they're not about to die. It's just if they are
Leaving
terminally
many of
ill.
our most
This is
vulnerable
interesting.
facing chronic pain, it can come as
Euthanasia
no
is a very
surprise
important
that the
debate,
transition
especially to
centres
me.
have found
So
themselves stretched to capacity. Populace.
I'm personally very
More
much
than
pro.
11% of the population have thus far failed to register for a team membership card. A worrying statistic given that the cards are a legal requirement from midnight tonight. While
Oh,
applications are still open for those who like to run fashionably late,
Don't know
they
what
can
image
expect
actually
a
is.
few tricky questions from Advance. Street Fighting Man. Spokesman Alan James today announced that Disrupt were responsible for the 2 explosions which rocked the capital's warehouse district last
oh
night.
boy. Okay, yeah, it's escalating. I was just about to say, there's a quote from someone, I don't know who it is or where it's from. I don't even know if it's a real quote because I got it secondhand from a YouTube comment. But it's something along the lines of like, the way dictatorships happen and or etc. is because people aren't scared enough until it's too late. Where people are too afraid of taking action too rash that the enemy takes the rash action and then it's too late to stop them.
Julia
That's what's
Salisbury
going on
condemned the
here.
attack on what she described as vital medical supplies as pointless and barbaric. Mr. James commented, "Disrupt are strong and our numbers are growing. Advance fear us, and they should, because we're holding the line for freedom. And finally,
I've already exposed my bias.
absent friends. Sad news today as the grave of former National Nightly News host Jeremy Donaldson is vandalised by radical disrupt activists. The much-loved broadcaster suffered a very tragic public breakdown 10 weeks ago in an incident which ultimately cost him his life. A passionate and rebellious man, always willing to question authority, Jeremy was posthumously celebrated with a Team Service Award by Advance for his outstanding
So all these images we've been given are fucking fake.
But first this evening, with the war about to enter its 21st punishing week and people hurting up and down the country, I'll be grilling unpredictable Prime Minister Peter Clement in an exclusive interview from his home in Lanfordshire. That's coming up on tonight's National Nightly News.
The intro's gotten more dramatic. I've noticed they've actually scaled down mechanics now, so we can just focus on what's actually happening.
So I'll be interviewing the one and only Lil C. And later we've got a new feature that's sure to keep you coming back for more. But first tonight, let's check in with Prime Minister Peter Clement, who's speaking to us from his home in Lanfordshire. Good evening, Prime Minister. Have we caught you exercising?
Have we started? Yes, that's right, Miss Wolf. Just a few minor adjustments. I mean, nothing drastic. I haven't joined the gym or anything. As my old man used to say, just because she won't take it up the shit, it doesn't mean you shouldn't try for a quick fiddle up the car park.
Language, Prime Minister. Language, Prime Minister.
What? Quick fiddle? What's wrong? Oh, shitter. It's shitter, isn't it? Yep, that's the one.
And can you tell us what brought about this new year?
Last night, freedom fighters were...
You know, the night the blockade began, when Jeremy Donaldson... Well, you know, and it was blistering hot, as I'm sure you all remember. And I was a bit wheezy from all the cigars and all that. And Mrs. C turns to me after, you know, after...
Some of that disrupt propaganda out. Try not to do that, Alex. We're watching you.
And she says, peace in. She says, I could go on without you. She said. So I made a decision. And since that day, I have stopped smoking cigars. Except for Christmas. My birthday. Weddings.
Farmerside are owned by...
State dinners. That's what I say. I got this useless running back which doesn't go anywhere. And apparently I'm going on a walking holiday this Christmas, and that should finish me off for bloody good.
Did you make the decision to holiday within the country this winter because of the blockade, Prime Minister?
Well, Mrs. C has never liked travelling at the best of times. These are certainly not the best of times. On that we can all agree. There's a lot of red tape involved in leaving the territory at the moment, as I'm sure you're all aware. Some of those forms are bastard long. What? All in it together! Oh, yeah. Also, it doesn't seem very advanced to be going abroad when the rest of the country is grounded.
And yet, Julia Salisbury announced today that she'll be visiting Svenland during this year's winter break.
And with that, my dinner's ready. We'll be back in a moment. Alright, we're back. I just want to say really quick, I like what they did with the thing there. I've been waiting for them to do something like that all game. So I'm glad they're actually using their mechanics in a more interesting way there. What else was I going to say? Yeah, so resist. I don't... Or disrupt, sorry. I don't agree. I agree with the anti-government sentiment they have, absolutely. They're particularly going on euthanasia here, which is surprising. I mean, I personally am very much pro-euthanasia. I think it becomes more murky when they're, you know, not literally on their deathbed. But I believe anyone should have a right to end their life whenever they wish. Their own life, specifically. When it's other people speaking for them because they can no longer speak for themselves, then it becomes a lot more problematic. But they specifically said no one chooses when your life ends, not even you. I disagree with that. Still, I am going to side with them because I think I prefer them to promoting the government. And I haven't been assassinated yet. So if they were going to assassinate me, I think they would have done so already. So let's continue.
Is that really an example of team spirit?
What? Did you know about this, Gale? Did you know about this, Gale?
10 weeks ago, Jeremy Donaldson took control of the national nightly newsroom. He tried to warn us all about the now abandoned top-secret military lab at Grantham Downs. We may never know exactly what was being done there, but Jeremy Donaldson made us look. And this is just one of the reasons he is considered Disrupt's first martyr. And you know what? I think there's every chance he'd hate that. I only met him a few times in a professional context, and usually he exposed me for the grandstanding fool I was back then, but for some reason I always enjoyed it. I liked him. I liked his wit, his jagged edges, and most of all, I liked his total dedication to the truth. He died for that truth, died as an individual, for freedom. And by adorning his resting place with our colours and our emblem, we will help to keep both him and his spirit of relentlessness alive. Rest well, Jeremy. You will not be forgotten.
And you know what? You get more like him every day.
I will take that as a compliment. Prime Minister, later on this evening, you're
I'm really wondering if that could go any differently if you did anything differently there, like if you didn't play the ad.
A hint of what she's going to say.
Yes. Well, I imagine that there
Sorry,
will be
you imagine?
the usual... No, what I mean is...
You do know about this broadcast, don't you, Prime Minister?
I'm sure I did. But Julia and I have no secrets from each other. We don't memorize each other's bloody diaries either. As my old mum used to say, if you wanted to get a job done quick, don't get bogged down in the pubes. What else you got?
Sorry?
Only cards, what else? A little piece of my life do you want to rustle through? Get out, refill my glass. Sir. Ah, come on. Come on.
This is
Okay.
a Prime
What
Minister.
music do you listen to when you work out?
Well, Gail tells me that I work out to Little C, but I have absolutely no fucking idea who that is. Do you think the C stands for...
It stands for collaborative, Prime Minister.
Yeah, that does make more sense, actually.
How's rationing affecting you?
It's hard, but we get by. You just have to learn to get by on the basics. Take comfort in each other. I've got Mrs. C and many a fine single malt. I want for nothing. Except for a decent night's sleep, of course.
Prime Minister, thank you for joining us. When we come back, it's time for the Culture Spot with Lil C and a world premiere performance of her new song. I genuinely can't wait to hear that. We'll be back after this.
1 minute back, everybody.
And that is what happens when you wander from the car.
I don't think he knew about her statement.
I don't think anyone's supposed to know. When you mentioned it, Bozeman's face turned a colour that I think you call embolism.
Am I in trouble?
Bozeman? Nah, you're like the daughter who never had. I suppose the higher-ups might like him now.
Who's Lil C?
Or if he's in justice, me.
Who's Lil C?
You winding me up?
What? I'm civilised. I read books.
Could be. Alright.
Updated mixing disc. You'll need the new buttons during the next sections. First, we'll need applause when the guest enters and before her song. Don't worry, I'll walk you through it when we get there.
Motherfucker. What? How do I build?
I've never heard of her before.
Oh, she's big, really big.
Really? Is she any good?
Nah, of course not. She's dog shit. My kids go mad for her, absolutely mad.
5 and 10 seconds.
Hang on, Colin, you've got kids.
Yeah, I've got about 6 or 7, I think.
What?
5, 4, 3.
Thanks for coming back. Later, we have an exciting new feature that we just know you're going to love, so stay tuned for that. But first, I'm really excited for our next guest. She rose to prominence as the delightful Susie Mage in All My Daughter's Children's Men, before taking the music industry by storm this year with her debut album smashing the chart records at the age of just 20. Let's give it up and welcome Lil C!
Excellent work.
I just say, you look incredible.
Oh, thanks, babe. I'm doing this new regime and it really does work.
Ooh, what's the regime?
My manager suggested it to me. It basically involves bathing in, like, cabbage water and then having the leaves sucked out of you while you sleep.
Wow, is that healthy?
Oh, well, look at me, Meg. The leaves are my only nourishment.
Yep, they certainly are.
Unfortunately, what
now,
Jeremy said is
I'm somewhat of a super fan, so
that has an impact
sorry if I get a bit
internally.
starstruck.
Oh, bless you. I've never actually heard of you before, so if you do get a little tongue-tied, I can always carry the interview.
Oh, that's good to know. So your first album, F My Face Together, it hit shelves this summer and it just exploded. I mean, what was that like for you?
Bonkers, just so weird. I was in all the papers and the magazines. Overnight, I went from that, like, annoying little girl from that show to that, like, sexy little girl from that show.
Wow. That must have been bizarre.
Not really. It was just like any other morning.
So I'm gonna be
get up
cued
at
in for
5, go on a 4-mile run, have 3 meetings on my cabbage bath, but then only then was my dad actually talking to me.
Oh, of course. I mean, the famed country singer, Billy Bob Jean Short. I didn't know you'd been estranged.
There's nothing that strange about it, Megan. Okay, yes, he may believe that aliens told him to hate women, but there really isn't anything to prove that he's wrong.
So, this newfound explosion into your popularity, I mean, did that change your life?
Well, I had to start wearing, like, nicer underwear, you know, for the paparazzi, but as my manager says, best to make the most of it before I'm 30.
Is that right? So what's the album about?
So I thought it was about, like, how pretty and great I am, but actually it's about monetizing youth, I think, or about, like, promoting an unrealistic standard of beauty or something.
Your manager again?
Yeah, he says insecurity is an opportunity.
Oh, do you think he'd be happy with you telling us all this?
Telling you all what? It really doesn't matter what I say here. I'll do my dancing and then this part will all be forgotten about.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, we're going to see some of those famous dance moves very shortly because you're going to be performing your new single, aren't you?
Yeah, it's from my album Put It In My A Together, and it's Put It In My A Together.
My friend let her 13-year-old son join the Go-Getters. He's occupied now. Busy, even. His room's never been tidier. But he keeps notebooks he won't let her read. And sometimes she catches him staring at her. And last week, she found him searching through her papers. When confronted, he always had a plausible answer, a good answer. But somehow it's too good.
Hashtag not my clothes. Don't promote Lil C's clothing line. Alright. Thanks. Thanks for a trophy.
Like it's been prepared in advance. Or possibly by them. We want to know what the news will no longer tell us. And when we find out, we will tell you. We will hack into your news broadcasts. We will defend your right to information. We will resist, and we will disrupt.
Slapped me around the arse. I think things could have been different, like better. But I don't know. I love doing autographs and having somebody dress me and tell me what to wear.
Did you always want to do music?
Well, ever since I was a little girl, I'd sit in front of the radio, and as soon as my favourite girl group would come on, I'd press record on my cassette, but then my dad would come in and tell me to turn it off and to go back upstairs and start practising again.
Sorry, is your dad your manager?
Yeah, which can be tough, and sometimes when it gets really hard, he'll say, "Make Quagler proud and you might just survive childbirth."
Well, you know what, despite anything, you'll make me proud.
Oh, if only your opinion was as valuable as his.
And on that problematic note, you're going to be singing your song for us soon, aren't you? Tell me about it,
So it's called These Babies Gonna Bring You Home, and I actually got sent the lyrics in the car on the way up here. You know what, it's actually all right. And don't worry, all my work is team approved.
All right then, well, you can go and get ready for that. We'll see you in a little bit. It was a very specific type of pleasure to chat to her, and I just can't wait to hear this. Oh, so here's Lil C with an exclusive first performance of her new track, These Babies Gonna Bring You Home. Take it away.
Is this still in front, Alex? We do like our guests to come back,
Oh shit, that was a laugh track. I didn't... Wait, I didn't mean as a laugh track. Shit, I didn't read it correctly. Don't like looking at her skirt?
Oh, baby, can't you see I'm hungry? There's a place in me that's empty. I want that meat you're packing. Only you can fill that crack in me. I'm under siege, so come and free me. Ain't no disruption here, boy, I got no agenda. Just want the team and me. No birdie foreign member. Don't stop no morning till there's holes in me that ain't been filled yet. I only scream this loud when you do your country proud. I ain't no Vickers, but I come and spend it.
Fuck, it's kind of a bagger, but what the fuck are the lyrics?
Tie me down and pull me like an enemy soldier.
What the fuck?
Enemy soldier. So let them try and break our dream. We fight and love and diet. So what a Peter Clemens boys can come and use me as a toy. I wanna see some action.
God.
So come and break my sanctions. I've been this wild and free since Mama burdened me. She was only 53, but gave to save her family. There's no one judging me if I'm the one that's in your fantasy. Don't die alone, these babies gonna.
Sometimes they don't stick to a 10-second rule, and sometimes they do. That can hurt me. Sometimes you get punished for not sticking to 10 seconds, and sometimes you don't. And I don't know what the difference is. Sometimes it's very deliberate, like a speech. Like often when a male prime minister leans in, Peter Clement, often they allow you to stay on him for really long. But other than that, this seems inconsistent. Oh
I wanna
god.
see some action, so come and break my sanctions.
This is some weird messaging that's going on here. This is unhinged. It's unique.
Well, if that doesn't distract you from the world outside, I don't know what will. I'd like to
Sexualizing
well, for doing that,
dictatorship.
don't go anywhere. After the break,
What the
we'll
fuck?
finally be revealing the new segment of our show that we just know you're going to love. We'll be back right after this.
And we're out.
What the fuck was that?
Can I just say, thank you so much for letting me do this. It really means a lot to me, you know.
Yeah.
To be able to promote myself on such a mainstream platform like the news.
Well, don't worry about it. And you know what? Good luck for the future. Take care of yourself. This industry can be crazy sometimes. Watch out for that father of yours, won't you?
Oh, no, I manage myself. It's just, you know, for the public to have that certain perspective on me. You know what it's like.
Oh. Oh, right.
And Michael? Michael?
What about Billy Bob Jeanshaw? Is he?
Oh, my dad. He's such a sweetheart. We both had the same agents, you know, like it just made sense. Both of us for our image together.
Wow.
And Michael, I want to see the revenue share for the clothing line and get me a G&T before my meeting with the lube guys. If they say for your pleasure, I'm going to start needing it.
The lube guys? I'm sorry?
We've got your head around these sound effects, Alex, because you'll need all 4 buttons for the next section. Each time they light up, listen to the actors and try and pick the most appropriate effect. The actors can't hear your choices, so let's not upset them when they watch it back later.
Do I look like the sort of person who counts things? No, 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 not anymore. I'm better than that now. I'll tell you what, just keep adding flowers.
Yeah, this literally isn't news anymore. What are we doing?
Got it?
Absolutely, right away. 10 seconds.
She say that through gritted teeth.
5, 4, 3.
Thanks for joining us for part 3. We've been teasing you about our new feature all night, and now the wait is finally over. I can reveal that every night on the show, we'll be treated to an episode of an informative and hilarious new segment called The Notice Board. It stars some top talent, and we're very excited about it. But before we see it, let's have a quick chat with the writer, director, and phenomenon, may I say, Jeff Algebra, guys.
Actually, I've dropped the algebra.
That's not
Jeff DePlume now. How'd you like that?
Well, yeah, very fancy. I suppose you need a new name now that you're a successful artist.
I didn't realise it was like a drone. I thought like, ooh.
And how does Angela feel about all this? Your wife. Your wife.
Oh, God, no. No. No, she's long gone. No, she was holding me back. I'm with Norm now. We were married last month.
Norm de Plume.
Yeah.
And why did you write this? What was your inspiration?
Oh, well, I received a telephone call offering me 25 grand to write a pro-team sitcom. And I heard my father's voice. It said, Jeff, you listen here, boy. You make hay while the sun shines. You wring every penny you can get out of this. So I wheeled him down to the transition centre, got out my typewriter and started clacking. Utter shite.
And without further ado, let's give it up for the notice board.
What was the orange one mean? Okay, so is it highlighting the one I should use?
Excellent, you're a natural. Keep it
What's orange mean? Does that mean disruptor?
Good morning, Miss Craven.
Oh,
Why is it you?
morning, Ray.
Everything all right, Mrs. Craven? You look as worried as the vicar in Closing Time.
Oh, Ray, it's those young
I'm going to assume orange represents disrupt, so go with them.
They've written all sorts of obscene language and crude pictures, and I know it's those damn youths.
I don't know. It could be the vicar at Closing Time.
I'm just worried they won't ever become productive members of the
This is where
community.
government funding's going, by the way. This
They
is
never
where your
see
tax
the
dollars are
error
going.
of their ways and end up a social outcast.
Reminder that Doctor Who is literally funded by British taxes.
Don't worry, Mrs. Craven. This is a very supportive community, and I'm sure that in time they will fit into this society like this key into this lock. See? Works like a charm.
What a lovely way to put it, Ray. And just like that, he can unlock their future.
Yes, yes. Wow! Look at all the letters in my collection today.
Oh, I think that one's addressed to me.
What? This one? Oh, so you're right. Here it is.
Why are these shots bad? They're better than the other ones.
Brenda, she says she got an A on her maths exam because one
You
of
want
them
insert
was
shots.
helping her. She was always a team player, was our Brenda.
What's up, losers? What's up, losers?
Oh, no. It's Brad. He's the coolest guy in the village.
That's right. I just got here on my motorbike.
Oh, clear off, Brad. We don't want any of your ilk around here.
What? Rad dudes?
No, ruffians. Have you come to tag the notice board with your gang signs?
No way. I've actually come to pin my resume on that notice board. I'm looking to do some tutoring after school.
What did you say? Tutoring?
That's right. Maths is very important. Would you mind, Ray? Would you mind, Ray?
Not at all.
So you, a young person, have been spending your time helping others and not just urinating on churches or huffing glue?
Hey, I haven't huffed glue for months.
Well, blow me down!
You know what? We misjudged you based on how young and cool you are and not on your actions.
No doy.
So it wasn't you who vandalised my shop last night or called me a rancid old crow?
There's another 5 fucking minutes
No
of
way.
this.
It can't have been me. I was too busy helping my friend Brenda with her maths homework.
Could you speak up there? I thought for a minute there that you said Brenda.
I did, you daft old sow.
Did you hear that, Ray?
Oh, yes, what a wonderful surprise. I now respect you as a man.
Put her there, Ray. Oh, what the heck? Give us a hug.
Ah.
sorry to interrupt the first groundbreaking episode of the notice board, but we are receiving some breaking news.
Those bombs?
I'm being told we are picking up reports from across the continent of what appear to be...
Across the continent? Okay, so it's just earthquake.
What appear to be nuclear explosions in 4 major foreign cities. Initial estimates put the death toll into...
It's been seconds.
They put them into millions. I'm being told we're experiencing some power shortages as a result, so apologies for the interruption. And apparently we can go live now to team headquarters for an emergency broadcast from Prime Minister Julia Salisbury any moment. Yes, let's go.
This is very fast.
Good evening, citizens and leaders of the world.
No, this is planned.
Minutes ago, operatives working for Advance detonated nuclear explosives simultaneously in 4 major cities across the continent. We have similar devices in 58 other urban centres.
We are hearing stories of power fluctuations and what could be minor earthquakes throughout the continent. Stand by. We've lost contact with our benefactors in Urkistan and Konoslava. All our equipment seems to be resetting. Can we get this confirmed? Can we get this verified? I need this verified.
Your...
I don't know if you can hear me. I don't know if you are receiving this, but if you are, then you have to know. You have to know what's being done right now to our neighbours. This is unprecedented. Our government has committed an act, multiple acts of mass destruction in our name. Nor do I care how you voted. You didn't vote for this. None of us did. We are waiting further news and...
Terms by midnight tonight. Thank you.
What the fuck?
I don't really talk about my personal life in my job. It's not relevant or important. So many of you may be surprised to learn that I have a brother. His name is David. And right now I can't get his stupid face out of my head. He's a researcher and he's currently travelling the continent for work. And I don't know where he is right now. And I should imagine that there are many of you sitting at home tonight digesting this news, and you also have loved ones on the continent. In Urkistan, or Havia, or San Palmerino, or Konoslava, which is where David was when I last spoke to him 3 days ago. So when I tell you I know how you are feeling tonight, believe me, I do. But I also know that there's a flow to events. I see it every day here. I know that although tonight it feels like we may be in a time of fear and darkness, we may actually be at the break of a new dawn. We don't know that yet. We can't know that yet. But together we will find out. And I will be here every night, feeling what you are feeling. And with your help, maybe we can all get to that brave new world.
So, I mean, we missed a lot of what...
Megan Wolf. Let's make tomorrow better.
Strength to strength. Make for Notice Board's first show a success.
We're ringing round, but the telephone networks are overloaded.
Family away from home. Learn about David
We know
Wolf.
exactly which cities were hit. Or
Megan. We will find him.
So our government just fucking nuked What the fuck? Let's make tomorrow better. Complete broadcast on day 371. Holy shit. Got a bonus? Disrupt ends. Where the fuck do we go from here? This is the same day. Oh my god. Oh. Okay. So none of this is disrupt, this is all advanced framing shit. Things have escalated. Fucking Jeremy died a year ago now. More than a year ago. Like a year and a half ago. Oh my god. Okay. Well.
Alex? Are you receiving? Calling. Come in, Alex? Can you hear the signal? Pick up. Alex, are you receiving? This is Alan James. The revolution starts tonight, Alex, and we need your help.
Yep, jolly good.
Throughout this broadcast, we're going to ask you to do things that will directly help with this mass protest. I'll be talking to you regularly tonight, and I'll also be hacking in when I can. Please help get our message out. We're on the verge, Alex. You've always been fair and balanced in your approach to us. With your help, we can tip the balance in our favour. If you play our tape at the second break, that's when we think it will have the most impact. It's on your right.
Episode of Just the Job, followed at 10 p.m. by a chance to see the very last episode.
Cuz, I don't want to go on a date with your cousin, Colin.
What have you got to lose?
My dignity, my reputation.
It said second break.
Once you get past the teeth and the problematic tattoo.
I am perfectly capable of messing up my own love life.
Sorry about that. David wouldn't get off the phone.
Oh, is David single?
For Christ's sake, Colin, stay out of it.
I can help you. I'm an expert at romance. Ask my ex-wives.
Please,
What the fuck is wrong with you?
That's 10 seconds, everybody.
You're not as tight, babe.
Too short?
Too smart.
Going in 5, 4, 3.
Good evening. This is the National Nightly News, broadcasting across the territories. My name is Megan Wolf.
The
Our top
territories.
stories tonight. Ashes to ashes. It's been 40 days since Disrupt conducted attacks across the territories. The coordinated action, dubbed the Night of Fire by commentators, was seen as an attempt to subvert the supply chain, but there may have been more to it. After a roadside IED toppled the convoy, prisoners, including Portia Hamilton-Mann, the daughter of the former Prime Minister, were freed and have subsequently vanished. The escapees are presumed to have fled the territories. Here at Channel 1, we say good riddance to bad rubbish. Food, glorious food. With the last of the menu centres opening in territories 5, 8 and 14 today, Advance confirmed that the programme is now in full operation, providing free food for every citizen of the new future. What started as rationing during the 20-week war has blossomed into a social contract that is the envy of the unawakened world. Jack Tractorpants, spokesman for the menu centres, said today that while they can guarantee the contents of every box is nutritious, the actual quality of the meals you cook depends on whether you have a touch of Chef Jordan Rankley or the culinary skills of a professional footballer. If I were a rich man, problems in territories 11, 17 and 22 today as striking bosses attempt to...
I don't know if it's intentional, but it's actually become more like the BBC now. Everything about this is a little bit more BBC than it was before. It's always had that the kind of beep sound which the BBC has in back, but otherwise that's like the only resemblance to BBC it's actually had. But now the presenter, their verbiage, the fact that they're announcing everything with a title like that, it's a lot more like the BBC now. I don't know if that's on purpose, but that's interesting.
With seemingly no awareness of irony, the former CEOs and MDs have come together to form the Wealth Creators Union, with demands including a return to 150% bonuses, private jets, and mandatory grovelling zones. Advance have been quick to respond, saying if they would rather quit their cushy jobs to become nurses or teachers, they'll earn significantly more than they used to pay their own workforce. Thus far, no one has taken up the challenge. Some fun now. Signs of ever more resistance to Advance's radical policies today, as popular resistance movement Disrupt extended their reach further across the territories. The organisation's emblem appeared in every major city across the territories last night in a well-coordinated publicity stunt, which has seen them dominate the headlines. Asked about the impressive display earlier today, Disrupt spokesperson Alan James said that the movement was reaching what he described as a critical mass. A poor choice of words given recent history. And 3 stories we've been obsessing over reach their conclusions today. Spist me like it's Christmas. With the overwhelming success of Responsibility welcoming a new age of free love, Svenland-style orgy houses have been springing up throughout the territories. Newest among them is the Fellatio Nelson, which, like so many of its competitors, is run by an entirely female management team and promises, amongst other delights, a hearty kiss for your one-eyed admiral. Looks like Sophia Remington's time at the top has reached a long, deep, satisfying climax. Fun guy. Unexpected news today as 2 familiar scientists announced the birth of an extraordinary child. The underground struggle of doctors David Wong
It has gone to shit. Oh my god.
People around the world. And after an arduous return voyage, which took over a year, the couple say they've never been happier. Baby Dante is said to be healthy, if a bit partial to the airing cupboard. Man on. Footballer Johnny Handsleeves and his new wife Tiffany Lamour proudly announced today that their little team was 1-0 up at full time, which apparently means that they're having a baby. Once beset by tabloid controversy, Johnny seems to be settling well into family life, calling this latest news the ultimate golden goal, if a golden goal also peed on you. All that, plus we'll be taking a trip to Dangley Parts for the notice board, as well as getting a sneak peek at the hottest ticket in town. That's all coming up on tonight's National Nightly News.
People of the territories, today is the day we take back control. Soon it will be time for you to help us again. Come out of your houses, block the traffic, bring the capital to a standstill. I've met so many of you in my travels up and down Territory 1. You always ask the same question. How can I help? Well, this is how. And as for when, you'll know.
How has he not been assassinated yet?
But first,
The fact that they let us stay on the air suggests to me this is all part of Advance's plan.
The start of tonight's programme is dedicated to remembering and celebrating the life of Peter Clement. Patrick Bannon is live from Parliament Park, where Julia Salisbury will be breaking ground on what will soon be a memorial garden in Peter's honour. Patrick.
I was about to say we haven't seen him in a while.
About missing that poor bastard.
Patrick.
I don't know what I'm going to do.
We're live.
Because I'm not being funny. Things were better with Peter, weren't they?
Patrick.
They were, and I don't mind saying it. They were, because he held her back. But now there's no stopping her.
Hello, Patrick. We're
But
live.
of course, can't say that, can I, Francis? No, not with public ownership. No, with public ownership, you can't say anything these days. She's lost it, mate. She's completely off the rocker. I heard from an aide that... Hello, Megan. You join me here live from the what? Hello, Megan. You join me here live from the what?
Seems like we've lost some signal there for a moment. Well, we will be going live to that groundbreaking ceremony just as soon as we can get Patrick back. Meanwhile, let me just say, I think the memorial gardens are going to be gorgeous. I've had a sneak peek at the designs and Alana Marsh has done a fabulous job. Oh, OK, all right, it seems like we have got...
It's like watching one of those fucking...
We can now go live to Patrick Bannon in Parliament Park. Patrick.
Thank you, Megan. I'm Patrick Bannon, and we are...
It's like watching a fucking the North Korean defectors.
Apologies for the technical difficulties there, but any moment now, Julia Salisbury will step out on stage behind me.
Alex, Bozeman here. The boys in editing have just informed me that the eulogy footage isn't fully cut together yet. You're going to have to do it on the fly.
Of course it isn't.
Make sure you make it look good.
Slowly gathering since this afternoon.
He's better than...
You can undermine them here and help us win hearts and minds. Make him look bad, Alex.
Yeah, okay.
Really bad.
He wasn't as bad as the other woman, even though he was a drunkard. In one way, he was more genuine than her, but yeah, sure.
Good evening, fellow teammates and friends. 500 days ago, all of our lives changed irrevocably. Still reeling from the triumphs and tribulations of Liberation Night, another great loss befell the people of these newly united territories. The loss of a leader, a statesman, a dear friend, and a hero. Peter Gordon Clement.
Peter's death at the age of just 62, of course, announced by the team on the 24th of December, just 6 weeks after Liberation Night.
Born to a working-class family on a housing estate in Rothering, Peter first trained as a carpenter before getting his start on television, First moving and building scenery, and then developing into the personality that we all knew and loved so much.
Just the Job first hit our screens over 25 years ago, running for 11 series, winning multiple awards, and charming audiences up and down the country.
Peter taught us, all of us, not to be content with the way things are, not to accept inequities, no matter how small. But he also taught us what it took to fight them. Courage.
So, are they saying he died on Liberation Night?
Empathy,
Sorry, I
and
might have missed it a
hard,
bit.
bloody graft.
Across a career spanning 3 decades, Peter Clement was known for shows including Wake Up, It's Saturday, and much later, late night chat show Petey, which at its peak drew millions of viewers.
Peter was by no means a saint. Trust me, he once told me he had more regrets than he'd had stolen dinners. He always did have a knack for a turn of phrase. But it speaks to the strength of his character that he chose to share with us his mistakes alongside his achievements, his faults as well as his talents. Peter had the heart to give it all he had for the people of these United Territories.
Famous for his potty mouth, it's estimated conservatively that Peter Clement uttered over 1.5 million swear words during his career, though some sources put this figure well in excess of 2 million F-bombs alone.
Gripped by illness as he was in the weeks and months leading up to Liberation Night, he wasn't the man we loved. But his eyes still twinkled with that familiar joy for life, that spark of wit and wisdom of a life lived for others.
Prime Minister Clement, of course, died from apparent liver failure after suffering from the long-term effects of alcohol abuse.
I first met Peter nearly 20 years ago. Moments before I was supposed to give a speech. Not unlike this one, actually. Only I'd spilt coffee all down myself. And I was young, nervous, desperate to be liked. And from behind me, I heard, "Christ, Pet, you've either pissed your kecks or sprung a leak, but either way, you got a problem." And before I could even say a word, he stripped off his dry trousers and insisted I took them. That was the sort of man that Peter Clement was.
I'm just trying to choose whichever. If he's not smiling, you pick it, basically.
Sensitive. A brilliant
If he's smoking or doing something
natural leader.
unsavory.
But mostly a good man. This glorious nation of ours, so beautiful and new, this shining beacon of
Thank you,
That did good.
There'll be another opportunity to steer public perception soon. It's really starting. You'll know when.
his accomplishments, the future he forged, the boundaries he pushed. To me,
You fucking
he'll
killed
always
him.
be the man in his pants cheering on a stranger at the back of the conference. It is my great honour to give to you the Peter Clement Memorial Garden. Should we see if we can get a countdown going? Everyone with me? 10, 9, 8, 7.
Okay.
Now, Alex, control the message.
Boss.
I'm not leaving, I can't! You two, come with me! Don't panic! Help!
You're hurting me!
Well, stop resisting then! Stop resisting and we'll let you up!
I'm not resisting! Ah! Fuck
What are you doing?
I'm not resisting! You saw! I'm not resisting! Don't resist!
Turn the camera off! National Night News. We have the right to be here. I said turn the fucking camera off! Who the fuck are you?
Oh, I can't hear you. I can't hear anything.
Yeah. Medics are coming, you sit down.
No, I can't hear you. I'm from the National Nightly News.
Well, then you can consider this payback. Salisbury's still here.
Julius Goldsberry! You were guilty of the murder of more than 10 million people!
Target on.
Target demands a response!
Haven't you done enough? Look around you!
Fucking
This is
time.
what your precious freedom looks like, is it? On the fire!
Territory 1, rise up! Take to the streets, the time has come! Stop fires! Break windows, draw them out! They can't stop us all! Resist! Distract!
Lower your weapons!
Mom?
Granted. None.
Come on!
Shut it off. I said turn it off. I said turn it off.
Shocking scenes from the Capitol there.
Is this not enough?
Shocking scenes.
You've just seen them execute unarmed civilians. People like you and me. So why are you watching this? Why are you not in the streets with us tonight? What will it take for you to get up and be a part of this? March on team headquarters, storm the building, demand elections, demand answers. Be what you were born to be, the once and future free.
What that means by now. Don't go away. We'll be back after this. We'll be back after this. God, does anyone know if everyone's safe? Are the crew okay? All fine.
Thank you, Alex. From all of us, you're doing great.
Becoming a weekly event.
No,
different tonight. This is the big one. Great. So there's a revolution happening outside and we're off to Dangy. Fucking parts.
That's journalism, apparently. Can we get set for the next sequence?
Prepare a cassette tape of yourself speaking correctly, and you too could join the privileged few.
This is going places I did not expect it to. I forgot. Like, quite frankly, I didn't. I forgot it was just segment 1 or segment 2. I think it was segment 1. So yeah, we'll play the ad on the second one. I don't think we can play the same ads twice, so I think we're fine. But oh my god.
Alex, during this next section, a cameraman working in the newsroom who's one of us is going to get a coded location out. We don't know yet which camera he's on, but if we find out, I'll let you know. Just keep your eyes out for the fist and try and keep it on the air for at least 5 seconds. Our operatives will do the rest.
Megan, this is your new makeup artist, Craig.
No.
What?
No.
It's my Craig.
10 seconds, everybody. Sorry, Craig. It's a no. Okay, we are going in 5.
Okay, so we need to keep an eye
3.
on Craig's fist, I guess.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News with me, Megan Wolfe. Very shortly, we'll be heading on over to the final episode of what has quickly become a hugely successful feature, The Notice Board. But before we do, let's chat with Philippa Radin. Tell me, why do you think the public love The Notice Board so much?
It's real. There, I said it. It connects with people. You know, people look at us and they say,
I was just checking, like, is there a fist there?
struggling with real problems.
That's a really interesting point.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying to my PA secretary as I got out the limo, I was saying, it's good for people to see normal, authentic people like them on TV.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, just in case that's it. There you go, I've done it.
But a swift kicking from security soon put him back in line.
Yes, well, I think it's really good that our screens are filled with such relatable stories. So, The Notice Board is coming to an end after a sensational time at the top. What do you think has made this show so successful?
It's a combination of so many things. My hard work, my talent, my look.
Wow, you really have a lot to thank you for.
Hey, hey, hey. You're welcome.
We've just heard our man's on camera 4.
I have a
Okay.
real sense of responsibility now.
Get back to the interview, Alex.
With something precious, and that I should use that platform for good.
Yeah, I think that's really important, that we should use this platform to do good in the world. I agree.
That's exactly it. So I've decided to help as many other people
Excellent work, Alex. That's the location shared. Next, you'll need to give them the go.
Better access to education.
What is the go?
Reducing child poverty.
Oh, no, by adopting as many as I can get my hands on.
Oh, okay. How many children have you adopted?
Oh, we're well into the double figures now, Megan. I stopped counting in the late 30s.
Goodness, that is a lot of children.
Yeah, once we finish putting them into the guest room, I'll have to put a futon in the laundry cupboard.
Oh, you really are some sort of hero.
Hey, I live a privileged life. What can I say? I mean, any child I can take on is a child rescued from suffering.
Poor children. Were their lives really that bad before?
Oh, they're Northerns, I presume so.
Okay.
Yeah, it's shocking to think, actually, that only 1 in 10,000 children have a celebrity parent.
I'd never thought of it that way before.
And I'm doing everything I can to fix those numbers.
What do you think it is about your life that's so desirable, then?
Well, it's mainly shame and panic
What's that
interspersed
noise?
with expensive bottled water. So, actually, if anyone wants to, I'd happily trade.
Now that I can relate to. Right, you better go off and get ready. That was Philippa Radin sharing some thoughts about her lifestyle. I think it's really important to stay grounded and keep everything in perspective. Clearly,
What's the go?
not everyone else agrees.
It's the
But
go
that's
Viad.
enough from me. Let's go now over to Dangly Parts for the final ever episode of the Notice Board.
What was the go? Is the go Viad?
What a day! First the tea morning, and now to post this notice. I don't know how I managed to cope with it all. Oh wait, perhaps I do.
Is he our guy?
Oh! By St. Barnabas, what on earth is all this?
Freeze, dirtbag!
Oh, Laura. it's
Shit, I
you.
missed it.
I thought for a moment you were a knife-wielding mugger or stabber.
No, I'm afraid not. It's just me, a community cohesion officer, responsible for keeping crime at record lows.
Of course.
Oh, I like that one.
Forgetting that thanks to you and your colleagues, violence on our streets is a thing of the past.
What's all this, Vicar?
Okay, that's actually genius. I actually love that, how the meaning of what is happening here is completely changed simply based on what sound effect we play afterwards. That is
I know,
genius.
It's a disgrace. Somebody
It's time for the go code. Give us 3 boos in a row,
Okay.
Alex. That will start the pincer movement. You might just pull this off. Push forwards! 3 boos, Alex.
Careful,
Where's
Vicar.
Free Booze?
It looks heavy.
Ha! They don't call me the Right Reverend. Ripped for no reason.
Yes!
It's no good.
It looks
Okay,
like
so
all those crucifix
another
classes
boo.
were a waste of time.
Perhaps you, a young CCO, would be able to move it.
2 for 2. Fantastic.
Okay. See, I wasn't quite sure what he even means by boo, but okay, is that one?
Looks like all those lifting classes were a waste of time.
It's too heavy, even for me, a strong and capable
You did it, Alex. We're good to go.
strong enough to lift this.
Did someone call for the best firefighter in town? Hi-ya!
Well done, Captain Evans. You're so much stronger than us.
Especially me, the weak old man.
It's the least I could
Oh
do
my god.
for my community.
Keep booing.
No luck catching the little devil then?
Unfortunately not. The ferret struck again last night. When Ray opened the post office this morning, he found that every
I just heard
single
something.
stamp had been pre-licked.
My God! Some people have no decency.
Sadly, if we don't catch him before tomorrow, we may have to cancel the village fete.
Don't worry, we won't let that happen. Will we, Vicar?
No, no, no. Laura, tell me, why do they call him the Ferret?
Some say it's because of his sneaky nature, but really it's because whenever he strikes, he always leaves behind the foul stench of urine.
Never fear, officer. We'll catch this pissy nuisance and save the village fate. Or my name's not Captain Danger Evans. The community cohesion team are doing their best.
Was I supposed to keep on booing? I don't know. I don't think so. He said 3 boos in a row. I did 3 boos in a row.
Someone who's about to blow
He said charge and nothing's come of it yet.
Me! Blackout!
It's the morning of the village fete, thanks to theatrical convention.
I sure hope everything goes to plan. Oh, look! There's Mrs. Craven setting up her cake stall.
And look, there's the motorcycle display team setting up for a show that will be far too expensive for live television.
I'm going to set up the coconut shy. What are you doing, Vicar?
First, I'm running the tombola. Then, I'll be selling forgiveness for money.
Aren't you judging the jams?
I couldn't possibly.
Well, that sounded like Mrs. Craven. Looks like someone sucked all the jam out of her donuts.
That damn ferret has struck again.
Whatever are we to do?
Although I'm very competent,
In fact, it's so hard to track. It's changing so much.
I guess we'll just have to cancel the fate.
Hold it right there, ferret.
Me? Have you been drinking from the fire extinguishers again?
Also, it's actually become fucking quick time right now. It's coming up so fast.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Admit it. You wanted the village fete cancelled so you could have the day off, didn't you?
I already have to work Sundays. I shouldn't have to work 2 days a week.
But how did you know?
Well, my first clue was the smell.
Yes, I do smell of urine.
Next, I noticed that the vicar's tongue was particularly dry, almost as if he'd been licking thousands and thousands of stamps.
Or perhaps eating Mrs. Craven's baking.
Which brings me on to my third clue. The vicar said that he had no more room.
There's an opportunity for them to do something fucking crazy here. Because so far they've only been commentating on broadcast television and online personalities to an extent as well. The obvious thing to go further with this is to commentate on games and their role in this. And there's a lot of ways where they can criticize game representations here. If they do that, that would be fucking amazing. If they don't, then oh, whatever. But if they do, fuck yes.
Almost as if he'd had his fill.
There's an idea I have in my mind. If they go through it, that'd be really cool.
Well, I also found this at the scene.
That proves nothing. No!
Get him out of here, officer!
You did it, Captain. You could say you ferreted him out.
Still not quite sure what the colours on the thing indicate, and that's kind of what I'm referring to. If I commentate on how I'm just following what the game tells me to do. Thank God this dog shit show is over. Love of God.
Episode of the notice board, and what a way to end it. Thank you as always to Jeff, Philippa and Tommy. After the break,
Okay, so now we have
we'll
to
be
show
both
this.
dancing and learning, so don't change that channel. We'll be right back.
That's the ads.
We can hear like explosions in the back.
What a brilliant run, eh? After party at my place, eh?
Alex, this station is supposed to be unbiased. Your partisan behavior will end up getting us taken into public ownership even sooner. Less revolutionary zeal. Do your job.
And how progressive their policies are.
Oh,
well, I was wrong. And I'm here tonight to say
An E. Yeah, fair enough. I didn't do great.
to beg for your forgiveness.
Feels like a very thin barrier between an A and dog shit.
One of the guests in the last section is working with us. You'll be asked to censor on our behalf. If you do it right, the final orders will be given. You'll get 3 chances. Get at least 2 of them right.
Alright, what do I censor? What do I censor? Are you going to indicate it for me? It's going to be orange on the censor bar? What is it going to be?
So when Advance came to power, I didn't think about the damage they would do.
What exactly do I censor? You better fucking make it obvious. What was the charge about? Nothing happened.
I didn't see how
I was expecting to hear fucking bombs going off after that, but nothing happened.
that rather than tearing down the wealth creators, we should have been helping everyone else to take a seat at their table. Under Advance, the country is poorer. It is poorer in ambition. It is poorer in aspiration. We are infantilized by Advance's naive policies.
Please, Sarah, anything.
So, Mum, I'm really not supposed to say.
Are we safe?
Hi, I'm Maddie. Johnny just said to ask if you need a touch-up.
I have forced
she?
myself out to the media to defend.
That's my shade, is it?
Yeah.
This is my shade?
My parents. I see that now. Mum, Dad.
You can run back to Jenny now.
Our only hope.
Sorry about that, Sarah. Nothing you can tell me. At all, at all.
They've said no one's died, that's all I can say.
10 seconds.
What's wrong with you?
She is in tears.
Ugh.
Going in 5, 4, 3.
Can't tell what her views exactly are.
Back to the National Nightly News.
this.
Later in this segment, we're hoping to be able to go back to Patrick Bannon at the scene of tonight's shocking Disrupt attack. But first, I'm delighted to be joined by the cast of the smash hit musical everyone is talking about.
Seems she's been scared into contentment.
Let's take a look at them in action. Please give a warm National Nightly welcome to the Novaries.
Okay, so what do I censor here?
Doctor? Yes, I see. Thank you for letting me know. I have a decent life. I'm a happy, loving wife. And my job is well paid and fulfilling. I have a husband, John. He's due home soon, won't be long. And I have to tell him something that is absolutely chilling. We share coffee in the morning and we make love every day. We take time alone together to talk and laugh and play. We prioritize our needs. We do charitable deeds. But the flowers of a happy life are now beset by weeds.
I'm home.
Oh, darling John. Oh, dearest John. There's something very wrong. I've just had a conversation with our doctor, David.
They make bangers for this game. Whoa.
This news will make you feel defeated. The scans revealed a lump.
You poor unlucky chump. Is it cancer?
We're so done.
What am I supposed to censor? Am I supposed to censor any of this, or is it what's coming up after? We have 12 minutes left.
Why has this happened to me? I always wear 2 condoms for the maximum of
Safety in our tiny flat. We built a peaceful habitat. Now our lives are fucked. We're having a baby. Now you can't have any wine at book club.
And there won't be any time for foot rubs.
Now your hair will stink of weed.
And you'll start to disagree.
And forget about that holiday in Territory 3. No more waking up at 10:30. In fact, you're never going to get a good night's sleep again. No more snap decisions to go on to a club. You'll be lucky if you even make it out to the pub.
Why can't we be more like our gay and lesbian jobs?
The only glue they have to deal with comes from personal bums.
Now when I take a sick day at home,
The parasite won't leave you alone.
he's wrong.
What the fuck is going on?
I look after you, and you look after me. Ain't no trouble and strife. We got a childless life.
Also, I want to say this game is way more accessible than it looks. Like, it looks like a nightmare managing like there's 6 fucking video feeds on the screen. It's way more manageable than it looks. It absolutely is supposed to be a little bit stressful, but it's not nearly as bad as it looks. It's supposed to look worse than it actually is.
Changing nappies daily. We're having a baby. No more weekends by the coast. Now your kid is uppermost. It's more than a passing craze to have childless days. We're having a baby. Food and drink thrown everywhere. Death-trap toys at the top of the stairs. Every parent prays to have childless days. We're having a baby. No more spas and no more we're having a baby. 18 years on bills and leaves. Time for a whole new phase. We're having a baby.
Oh, it is a political mystery they're trying to send with this. It's hard to focus exactly on what is the narrative trying to be conveyed when I'm having to focus on the cameras.
Amazing. The Novaries there, treating us to their opening number from
Right, so what am I
Energy
censoring?
for a Childless Life, which is currently the hottest ticket in the Capital Theatre District. And we'll be touring the territories later this year. Right then, come on you lot, come on down, let's go, don't be shy. Hello. Hi Megan. Hi.
It's an honour to be here.
Oh really, are you fans of the show?
Yes, used to be.
Well, listen, let's get stuck in. Your amazing musical. Now, I mean, not only do you perform this show every single night,
with matinees on Wednesday and Saturday.
Right, but you're also the show's creators, am I right?
Well, everyone contributed their ideas, and then some of us went away and did the actual work on the script. But no, it's very much a team effort.
Oh, that's fantastic. How rude of me.
He
I've not
exposes
introduced
her back
any of
again.
you. I'll be the one being replaced next. Let's go down the line, shall we?
Hi, I'm Jack.
Jim Blunt. Pleasure to be here.
Jennifer Boren Woodley.
Hello, I'm John Sapley. Used to be in the business professionally.
My name's Jill, with a J.
And I'm Janet. I'm the youngest.
That's incredible. And you were all friends previously. I mean, what a coincidence, right?
Thank God Jeremy didn't have to live to
with
see
your name
this.
beginning with a J.
Oh my goodness, guys! Our names all begin with J.
Yeah, that's definitely shit happening.
Because you haven't
What do I
typed
censor?
1,000 times?
You knew.
Please tell me that you're going to tell me what to
I thought we all
censor.
knew. It's bloody obvious.
I don't know if it's
isn't it?
like
I just thought we were
past
doing
or-
a funny thing where we never mentioned it.
And I believe as well as being friends, you're also couples. You know, in real life as well as in the show.
Well, not exactly.
Also, just like Papers, Please, this is kind of like where we're having to risk making a personal sacrifice for the sake of a revolution. It's very cool.
I'm not married to him. I'm with Janet.
And I'm with John, you lucky bean.
Jim and I are married.
4 fabulous years.
Well, that must make for some confusion in the rehearsal room.
Well, you should have seen the first draft. Jen decided that Jack would play Jim, I would play Jack. Jen, Janet. Jill, Jen. Janet, Jill.
What about John?
Well, my character was originally just called Man 1.
It was allegorical.
It was very confusing.
Not for a professional.
After much toing and froing. And gnashing and wailing.
And gin and tonic.
We decided that we'd just use our own names, which is less truthful.
We're also less likely to go into
Alan,
the
I need you to tell me what to do.
Yeah, that would be very embarrassing, wouldn't it?
Of course, when I first wrote it, we were only meant to run for a few nights at the Mimbley Village Hall, but when I registered it with the Department for Culture, it caught the eye of someone high up, and before you could say overnight sensation, we were transferring to the capital.
It's all been a bit of a roller coaster, really. I'm only 19. I'm the youngest.
You really don't have to repeat that.
I had to give up my job as a mortuary technician.
No, cameras were good.
They all had to move to the
All were bad.
I love that job.
It's been a very turbulent time.
So peaceful. No singing. So peaceful.
This piece isn't.
Stand by, Alex. Censor the orange.
About children. And why you shouldn't have them.
In a way, I guess it is political, with a small p. After all, we are a solid unit, and eagle-eyed audience members will see we nod our heads to advance on stage throughout, and we target the messaging at women aged 22, well, about 35, as they're the most likely to be afflicted by this terrible problem. Terrible problem.
Having children.
Well, you understand, Megan.
You clearly agree.
Wow, this isn't about
Anti-natalism
Of
now.
course, we see that there are advantages to a family unit, but eagle-eyed couples watch as the little parasites advance on their lives, and there's no time to play the guitar, get through a book, or watch a movie. They're exhausted, passed out on the couch by 20 to 9, for God's sake.
You're very chatty tonight, dear.
Usually I'm the chatty one. Because you're the youngest, we know. It's not a badge of honour, Janet.
Janet, please, Jennifer. Oh, well said, John. Thanks, Janet. Got your back.
So, could you just tell us what is the play about? What happens in it?
Well,
go ahead.
It's a tragedy.
Why is this what we're
obviously.
censoring?
Jennifer, myself, and John have their child, and then the story charts the downfall of their hopes and dreams.
And there's lots of singing.
I think I've
And
heard.
dancing.
A lot.
My character works at a menu centre for a distribution unit. Eagle-eyed, she sees her friend's rapid advance to a pit of despair. Becoming a target for children's
Is this
TV
like Morse
advertising at
code?
the age of 22,
It feels
she
like I'm
decides to take
censoring
drastic action.
Morse code.
I can't really say more, though. I've
Something.
probably said too much already.
Let's not
I mean,
spoil the second act for anyone who might go
None
to
of the
theatre.
Morse code things are like that long, so I
All
don't
of
know.
you. For too long, we've been told that a life without children is somehow incomplete, that children are a blessing. Well, I've done the research, and they're not. Besides, there's already loads of bastards running around all over the place, so...
We just want people to have the option of a happy, child-free life without stigma. You know,
I think I've nailed all
when I was
senses.
14, before I had come out, I had an experience with a girl called Julia Jacobs. She was an experiment, I guess, you know, a chance to dip my toes into the...
Fascinating. Well, thank you all so much for coming in tonight. I really hope you keep them dancing in the aisles for many performances to come. The noble is there. And I am pleased to say we can now go back to Patrick Bannon to get the latest from the scene of tonight's horrific events. Patrick, are you okay?
You want to show us?
Thank you, Megan. This is Patrick Bannon reporting from the scene
What
of
happened
tonight's
to the actual
devastating
Patrick?
and symbolic attack tonight this evening. An attack which I myself have found myself caught up in. I'm still a little dazed and a little deaf, Megan. So I hope you'll forgive me if I seem that it's time to speak with the Prime Minister, Mrs. Salisbury. That's
Okay,
you.
am I gonna have to
You're
censor
still
like all
here.
of this?
The Prime Minister.
I couldn't leave. Not when there were people that needed. Human.
Yes, no accolades here. Or Palisades. Or lemonade. Right.
We've got curtain up in this.
Now, are we safe?
The security services performed their duties without hesitation. Freedom of expression. There have been some injuries. There were no civilian deaths here.
Just like the news. Oh, come on, we shouldn't even be here. Look what's
Did you say no death?
That's right.
People need musicals in times of darkness more than...
Disrupt terrorist curtailed.
Do they, though?
It's always so cohesive. I have a message for your viewers.
Of course, the camera. There's the camera. Speak there on the camera there.
Stay. Do not become another.
Coming back soon, so quiet on set, please.
Disruptive had been, but as Peter Clements will today.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for those strong words of strength. Back to the studio, Megan.
Not
now
showing your
in the
bullshit.
studio with Megan Wolf.
Anything but that.
Patrick Bannon there, bravely reporting quite well.
I think we need to get you to hospital.
You need to get checked out, Patrick. Well, that brings us to the end of tonight's National Nightly News. But before we go, tonight's National Nightly News.
Victory is in sight, my friends. You have mobilized. You have come together. From our agents at the television networks risking arrest and getting those words to you, to the many hundreds and thousands gathering to invade team headquarters, as I speak, we are turning the tide, and it is time for change. Tonight we topple their regime, and we also silence their mouthpiece, Channel 1. Time to wake up.
Out from the shadows, and they are not the overwhelming force they would have you believe. The military have been actioned, and it's scary out there. Stay with Channel 1.
That was almost good for it there. Oh my god. When you've had to redo this whole thing.
We can once again focus our minds on building the new future with equality, fairness, and resources for all. My name is Megan Wolf. Let's make tomorrow better.
And we're out.
Damn it, Alex. Tonight is the beginning of the fall of advance.
Fighter jet, 11 o'clock.
Commander's bridge, sir. Permission to detonate. Permission granted, old friend.
We are going to detonate.
Look over your window, Alex. See what you helped make happen. She's coming down.
Sir, up there.
I don't know how right this is. The bigger they are, witness the successful execution of Disrupt's plan. Oh, brilliant. Neither of these are particularly good to me. I think the first one is maybe slightly better, because I just say, oh, I just showed what was happening. Well, that seemed like the most important thing to me, whereas this is saying my fundamental belief is pro. So this is saying, like, when I'm stressed, I support them, whereas this is saying, oh, I just did it because I thought that was the right thing. So I want to rat out someone else because we clearly have other people in here. If they were going to assassinate me, they would have done it already. Alright, I guess I just decided to wait this long. Honestly, I'm not sure I understand what happened there. What? They're saying I killed someone? Have we got any money? Not anymore. So if we don't nuke us. Maybe if we let Chris leave, Chris would have been fucking nuked. Remember when I said I thought the game ended at day 371? Oh my god. Oh, the anti-natalism got through. Okay. Now that's a very controversial issue. If I say my views on that. I'll probably get cancelled. That's me saying what my views are. But my views are: don't have kids if you don't want to. Don't have kids if you would be a bad parent. Also, definitely don't make propaganda telling the people to not have children. Also, you probably shouldn't do what China did and like offer financial incentives for having children, and financial incentives for not having children. I think so they went like too far one way or the other, or something like that happened. I don't remember. And I personally think that if someone said it is immoral, I think if someone said it's inherently immoral to bring a child into this world, which is a viewpoint I've seen before, I would not disagree. I wouldn't agree either, but if they said, I think it's immoral, inherently immoral to bring a child into the world, I would most definitely allow them to have that view, and I would say it's a reasonable view to say. Do I think they should go around telling people they're horrible people for being parents? No. Anyway, let's continue again. Okay. I'm really wondering how this is going to end. I thought it was going to end the moment fucking Jeremy shot himself live on air. Things have gone a lot worse than that. Is Disrupt gone now? Do they all get destroyed?
Winston, I know we don't see eye to eye on much, but things could be significantly worse. Why don't you try to muddle through for a change rather than your established approach of giving me a headache? If not for me, do it for the children, Alex. It's Advanced is ill-conceived bring your daughter to work day today, so there's even more people than usual for you to disappoint.
Expect catchy tunes and scenes of an inappropriately sexual nature, not one to miss.
All of these songs are propaganda.
Julia's Diary, where...
Okay, I need to check what he says because I didn't quite listen to it. All of this is propaganda. Okay. I mean, let's put these ads in, but...
extracts from her diary in front of a warm fire. Then, at 10:30, is the latest episode of our drama series, Betterment, which tells the inspirational story of Emily Dennisworth and the brave doctors and...
Okay, I'm not ordering these in terms of like which one is worst.
Hi, Stacey. That's Colin. He, do you know what, just don't talk to Colin.
Are you involved in bringing your daughter to work today, Colin?
Nah, we don't believe in it.
All right, come and sit next to Mum.
Believe in what?
Just days.
How did it all go so right? That's followed by the territory...
Atta girl.
10 seconds,
Yeah.
everybody.
So I think that's best to worst order there. So if we can avoid playing them,
Okay, we are
I
going
will,
in
but I
5,
don't know if we can.
4, 3.
As we go over to Megan and the team.
Good evening and welcome to the NNN. I'm Megan Wolf. And who's this, you might be wondering? Well, it's Bring Your Daughter to Work Day here at Channel 1. So I'm joined tonight by my foster daughter, Stacey. Say hello, Stacey.
Go fuck yourself.
All right then. Here are the stories that matter to you. First up, with Advance confirming that the nuclear fallout from the 20-week war is to blame for the drop in birth rates across the territories, we asked you what keeps you going. I know that I, for one, was quite deflated.
Also, Advance is still in power, and of course, here in the UK we have elections. Actually, shit, how often do we have elections? I think we have them every 4 years or 5 years. Problem is, recently it's been a little bit weird and fucky, because of course, in the last decade or so, throughout my lifetime, we've had quite a few prime ministers that we didn't actually elect. Because what happens is that that political party gets elected, and then you are voting for that prime minister, but then that prime minister resigns or gets kicked out or whatever, and then instead of hosting another election, they get someone else from that political party, and they just say, "All right, you're prime minister now." That's not great. That's not very democratic.
Reading all your submissions has really put the smile back on my face.
So England is actually a fitting country to kind of paradise for this kind of thing, because we have problems. America also has, everyone has problems.
It really does distract us from thinking about the 85% sterility rate. So next week, we're building Nibbles, a tiny conservatory, a loft conversion.
The male contraceptive pill that I've been promoting this entire time.
And a holiday home. Thank you for that. And if you've started,
Have I been accidentally?
do write in and tell us about it. Next up, you know how we love your uncanny comestible
I thought I was promoting sexual health.
I don't know about you, but I think this one really takes the biscuit.
Can't tell what it is.
I'm more impressed by, Stacey.
It's a face. Wait, is it a PM?
Spot, or the unbelievable way our menu centres are now able to feed every team member every single day. Catherine from Berkeldown sent us this, saying, "I couldn't help but spot the face of poor departed Peter Clement in my 4th lager this morning." Oh, I'm not sure if I see it, Catherine, but then again, I'm only on my 3rd. Do keep those coming in. Come on, let me have a go. We've just got time for one more of your stories, and this one is an inspiring story of rehabilitation. That's it, just tell us who it's from, yeah, and then read it out. Okay.
Apparently, this is from Sherry Intendant. Here I am, just 6 months out of betterment. I'm healthy, sober and working thanks to the facilities I had access to on the inside. I'll never have to go back to my old life.
There was a book which I read way back early in secondary school, probably year 8, so I was like 12 at the time. And it was a story where England fell really bad into poverty and stuff went to shit. I don't remember many details of the book. I don't think I even actually read it to completion. But yeah, I took it out from the school library, and I always remember thinking like, I didn't like the book because I was like, oh, well, Britain would never fall into that situation. I thought it was unrealistic.
Of stealing cars and burning
and I just think that's pretty funny.
I just wanted to share.
We absolutely love hearing the way our neighbours and team members have been able to become better people. So do let us know your stories here. You can do this bit, Stacey.
No, you're right, thanks.
Come on, give it a try.
So why we?
Know your stories here at the NNN.
Right, bit of a change of pace coming up here.
Why are we having Bring Your Daughter to Work Day, and whilst we're trying to... Why are we trying to stop the population from having children? What kind of... What's the motive behind that?
Buttons for the next segment. But advance have already selected when and what to use.
Also, yeah, so disruptors are gone.
Just follow your government orders.
I think a lot of people dismiss this kind of games messaging as like over the top. But the thing is, I would then go back to that quote I cited earlier, where, you know, don't be scared too late. That's how Donald Trump got re-elected.
She's got a lot more going for her than you wankers. Okay. surprising vote of approval there from Stacey. Let's go live to that right now.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to this week's Team Awards. Of all the many duties I have as team leader, this is by far the most pleasant. As I so often say to you, the uneven past is now, following the demise of Disrupt, firmly behind us.
I'm not clapping that.
This is the new future. And I say to you,
I'm gonna lose viewers if I don't. Oh my, I have to or I lose. Or is it because I didn't switch camera? Is it seriously because I didn't switch camera?
in Territory 1, he was born over 107 years ago. Please give a warm team welcome to Alfie Touchbadger.
Right, we'll cheer you on. You're epic.
So, Alfie, you must have seen so much in your lifetime. What have been some of the highlights? Alfie? Alfie? Is he all right? Is he all right?
His hearing aid isn't turned on.
Oh, could you turn it on?
He says it drains the battery.
Well, will you tell him that we'll buy him a brand new battery after the presentation?
Yeah, he says that's fine then. And I will help him with that. Yeah.
If you would. Sorry, can't get the staff.
I'm gonna lose money there.
So, Alfie. What? You're 107 years old.
Oh, don't bloody remind me.
Would you like to tell the audience what that's like?
Where is everybody?
Out there, in the dark. Oh, bless him, it's not just the ears.
Nope.
Who are you? 2 sugars, please.
I'm Julia Salisbury, the Prime Minister.
A likely story. Who are you really?
No, I
monster.
really am the Prime Minister.
Oh, you're a
woman.
Yeah, a woman. One of
Women can do anything men can do these days, Alfie.
Can you piss standing up?
I can't say I've ever tried.
No, I didn't think so. 2 sugars, please, and not too much milk.
Shall we get to the awards, Alfie?
Oh, aren't you going to ask me about my life?
Well, I'm not sure we have enough time left now for that. So
When I was 9, I wanted a pet, so I asked me mum and pap. There was no television then, back then, you know. We made our own to
What year are we in?
out of coal and roadkill.
Well, that's fascinating.
So they got me a pet, see? But it weren't a dog. They told me it were a dog, but it were a stone.
A stone?
Yes. So I called it Patch, which was a popular name for a dog back then, on account of the king having a...
I like subtle things like some of our tech getting a little bit more high tech.
2 pretty little Gertie thimbles.
So passage of time.
The road.
Oh, how romantic.
She threw my dog in the river. That was the day I decided I'd never marry.
And that's the secret to your long life?
Oh no, I've been married 7 times. Divorced 8. There was a mix-up with number 3, see? Yes, I'm just lucky. Are we going back to the home soon?
Soon, Alfie. First, let's turn to the reason we're all here. The weekly Territory 1 Team Awards.
Wait, no, cancel. Fuck.
First up tonight is a lady who really knows how to put in the extra hours. She works
If I don't
at a
cut to commercial, do I just instantly fail? So I don't want to cut to their commercials. Maybe even music. The other thing's just straight up awful. But at least the music is fun to watch, if nothing else. And you can laugh with the absurdity of it. The other 2 things, these sound really bad.
Welcome, Daphne Snister.
Are you here to change me?
Just give her a medal, Alfie. There's a good boy.
Gotcha. I mean, 2 sugars, please. And don't let it steep too long.
I think you're supposed to give me one of those.
Well,
There he goes. Look.
Have they deliberately
I
picked?
can't get
Are they going to try to euthanize all old people? Is that where we're going?
the arms up any higher than that. You'll
So we've
have to
deliberately
go
picked
down.
someone to make them look bad on TV. Is that what we're doing? Because we're laughing at them and we're congratulating the government.
Are we in? As the actors said to the bishop.
Yes, thank you. I've got it from here.
Well done. Daphne Snister, everybody. Now, open your envelope and find out what you've won. Crikey, don't hold back there. She's tougher than one of Peter's homemade Eccles cakes.
Got it.
I'll play the harmless
On a
sound
holiday
effects.
for 2 in Territory 15. Used to be called.
Okay, also note that right there, Territory 15, didn't it used to only be like 8 territories or something? So there's been more shit going on. Have they taken over the world?
I believe it did, yes.
Why couldn't we have stuck with that then? It's easier to remember.
We're all one nation now.
Hang on a minute. Isn't it still on fire?
Daphne Snister, everyone.
Oh, what about my change? I've been in these wide fronts for 3
I'm sorry, I don't actually know what they were talking about.
We'll get to that, Alfie.
Oh, right, you are, love.
Next
How far
up
has this
tonight
gone?
is a couple from
Have they
Burnley
completely taken over Europe?
After a rocky start
We've
losing their
resurrected the
families,
British
they've got
Empire,
engaged
but
to the Assets
arguably
and
even
Wealth
worse.
Act, have really embraced the new future, setting up a community farm and petting zoo in their local area for all the local children to play. Please welcome
I also like how they're kind of
Jackson Randy
I meant to say that one. I like how they're actually kind of liberal.
Alfie.
They're probably more liberal than conservative.
When I was in the trenches,
I mean, they kind of mix of both. Their
he was from way up north. So
their actions, their behaviour is
But he were my best mate.
Should we describe them personally? Probably for the best.
And his best mate.
their behaviour is fascism, right wing kind of fascism, but their rhetoric is left, which is the clever way to play things, because it kind of placates both sides, or keeps them both in. It basically keeps them both in a perfect state of conflict with each other rather than at you.
She's dead now. They all are. Smudger and Scotty never made it home. Fiddley got shanked in Frankworth prison in an argument over an olive. And Terry, he exploded quietly at home. Sydney got a fatal skin condition. Scratched herself to death. It makes you think.
Those two in bottom left, they're just watching this whole thing.
So, Otho and Lobelia, a petting zoo.
How's this going to end?
Ah, well, but we discovered there were actually people who had never even owned a pony.
I used to have 3.
So we decided to do something about it. That's the type of people we are, you see. Advantage of a private education, probably.
Well, I'm sure we could debate that all night.
Private education is
Let's
bad,
see what
so.
you've won.
Yes, but before we do, there's something I wanted to say to you.
Absolutely. Every citizen of the new future has my ear.
Good. When Advance came to power, you took all of our wealth. You took the shirts off of our backs.
Quite literally, in my case, I used to collect shirts.
You might as well have the rest of it, too.
Oh, security!
Oh God, not again. I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. Pennies and the news are not good bedfellows. Keep those flappy bits off my channel, Alex.
Hands better. And you are? Oh, nice.
It isn't right and it isn't fair.
You tell him, girl. That's my wife, you know. Oh, no, you don't.
You can't mix pearls with swine. It isn't right. We used to have 3 horses, Fenton, DeFessel and Humwell. And now what have we got? 2 mangy goats, 1 mongrel dog called Kenneth, and a rooster that would bloody shut up!
Can we get this over quickly with, please?
As the actress said to the bishop. Oh, here we go again. Hello, Alfie Tadge-Badger. Pleased to meet you.
Stop them.
They played a cartoon sound effect
Don't
here.
worry, love. I'll protect you.
Is this also faked?
Oh.
Is this a psyop?
You know, this reminds me of when I was in my 20s and we go to the promenade at Shining on Sea and watch all the pretty girls on the beach. Everything was black and white then, of course. We'd visit the Penny Arcade and try to win a block of lard to take home for the family. You couldn't buy lard in those days. You had to win it. Oh, it was so much simpler back then. Boys were boys, girls were girls. Everyone else was recruited by the circuses. There were loads of them, you see, circuses, with their big tents and their candy floss. You'd hear the music, the pipe organ, drifting over the nearby fields. My mum used to call it the most magical sound in the world. This was before she lost her hearing after giving a particularly loud round of applause. Did you ever go to the circus?
What's that, Alfie?
The circus. Oh, never mind. Yeah, just the tea, Pet.
Well, that was an unexpected dose of naked nostalgia. Some people simply can't let go of the past. That's why I look in joy and fervent admiration at the younger generation. So cohesive, such a team. And with fertility falling throughout the territories, we should value our fabulous new generation now more than ever. Our final winner tonight is a go-getter who really went and got 'em, helping to root out more than 170 Disrupt collaborators in his own neighbourhood.
Yeah, that's what that tape is about there, so that's the worst one.
A senior cohesion cadet leader and organised all of the entertainment at last year's Camp Cooperation.
That's literally what the Nazis did. The Nazis did that. They allowed you to report Jews.
Oh, Alfie graduated.
You should be in a transition centre, you old nonk.
Which is also why it's great for us to be England, because of course we were quite important in the fight against the Nazis.
Prime Minister.
Which is why it's always so fucking disappointing to see Nazis in England.
I've never been much of a role model.
Nonsense, Prime Minister. You have saved this country. You have fought enemies, foreign and domestic. As with my own tiny fists have
I have to show this shit or I
The envelope
lose.
Find out what you've won. Maybe it'll be a fist enlargement.
What happened to Charlie?
A year's internship as a behaviour coach at Betterment. It's just what I've always wanted. Let's show the fools where they went wrong, eh?
Well, actually,
Oh,
this is
God.
about rehabilitation, Edwin.
Absolutely. And if they won't reintegrate, re-retaliate, just like you did on Liberation Night. Thank you for this award, and stay vigilant. Report the non-cohesives, be a team player.
That concludes tonight's awards.
She doesn't seem to even like her own rhetoric.
Things will be a lot more normal. Back to you, Megan.
She realised how much of a monster she is.
Prime Minister Salisbury there at a highly eventful team awards ceremony. Any thoughts on this week's winners, Stacey?
We're very alike.
Scary. The pretees were saggy, and that little prick will never lose his virginity.
I am nothing like you.
A little profane. After the break, we'll be going live.
Prime Minister.
You shouldn't be interning at this.
Don't go anywhere, we'll be back.
Peter Clement was my best.
Oh, Alex, one other... What's that? You're off already? I know you had to take the day off work for Junior, but... Oh, I see. No luck still with Theodore. I'm so sorry, darling. Of course. I'll speak to you later. Oh, Alex. Completely forgot what I was going to say. Blast it all. Still, I'm lucky to have her.
Leaders Day.
Are you receiving us?
Are you fucking with us?
Oh, right.
So she can swear.
It's a good thing Jeremy is gone, man. He got out early. Thing is, with musical messaging like this, I would hope that it's easier to see through, because it's more obvious, kind of, in what it is.
They do know I have a Queen's View degree.
Music is art, it's not supposed to be a propaganda piece, so I would hope it's things people are more likely to see through, compared to these two other things, which are directly the government telling you what to do. Which is actually more obvious, but it wouldn't be taken as so because the government has authority.
Comes up with them. This song's too. Ah, there she is, and just in time too. That's 10 seconds, everybody. What have you been up to? And what's it to you?
I'm gonna have to play it straight for the rest, otherwise we're gonna lose.
4, 3.
I love the inherent commentary of the fact that if we try to not show her message, we lose. So we have
In this
to.
segment, we're delighted to have sent Robin and Patrick to the movies. Yes, tonight is the world premiere of The Automated, starring Lawrence Blunderclatch and the late great Helena Canterbury Boatshoe. And all the stars are out tonight. We first covered this film almost 5 years ago, back when it was called The Medicated. Then, for mysterious reasons, the film was suddenly pulled the night before its release. Well, since then, executive producer George Focus has spent 5 long years polishing the film and turning it into a special edition and premiering tonight. With extensive state-of-the-art visual effects and a top-quality voice team, George says it's the movie he always wanted to make. Now, let's take a look at it.
It's this one. Been a while since we had one this thing change.
I can't deconstruct it.
Is this a wig?
You think I don't grow that?
No, Dick, I'll kill you. Think of Saturn.
There's something on your face, Chief Harrison.
What the fuck is going on in this movie?
I wish you were real, baby. Flesh and blood.
Captain Quasar.
But you're just ones and zeros, baby. If only I'd noticed.
Captain Quasar.
You rusted, but I didn't notice.
Captain.
I'm buffering, bitch, you said.
Got one on you.
God damn it, lost it all.
Here's a map.
What's a map? Okay, so head north on Interstellar Avenue, left at the asteroid belt, and a tricky 3-point turn at Uranus. What are these symbols? This corner, this is the key.
We could shut it down.
Yes, we could shut it down. Yes, we could shut it down. But we have to ask ourselves, who are we?
What the fuck?
Gosh, thrilling stuff. What did you think, Stacey? Thrilling stuff. What did you think, Stacey?
I think it looks a bit naff.
The robots were alright, I guess.
They certainly were. Let's go over to Robin Short now in Western Square, who I believe
Why did you get a foster
star of
daughter?
the show. Robin.
You, shall we?
Yes, we are live from Western Square with a man who needs no introduction, Lawrence Blunderclatch. How has
Western
your
Square.
evening been so far?
Magical. Absolutely magical. My most dear friends all gathered here to celebrate my work. One really couldn't ask for much more, could one?
Well, on that note, with award season just around the corner, are you hoping to add to your collection for a third time?
Well, I really couldn't say. But if the association deigned to honour me for a 4th time, so be it. It's really not for me to say. But let's just say that I know of 3 little gold men who are getting rather lonely.
Absolutely.
Because I've won 3 little awards.
And each more deserved than the last. Well, it's safe to say that your career has gone supersonic in the last couple of
I
years.
fucked this up for like a couple of seconds. I could
Well,
have
as
to
I
restart
was
the
saying to
segment.
Stephen only yesterday,
So
That's Stephen Spellman.
Really got to focus.
The Stephen Spellman. Lovely chap. I mean, unbelievable mind. I said, Stephen,
It's so sad. Like, no one's really standing up to anything anymore. We've won.
Wow. And what do you attribute your success
I've
to?
tried so hard to get us a good ending, right? I don't know if it exists.
60% talent, 30% looks, and 10% passion, brackets general. Not to mention the incredible coverage on election night. That really was the start of it all. That and my own range of sick bags. Lawrence's Chundercatch.
Wow, who could forget? Well, it's been a delight talking to you, as always. Thank you so much. Well, Patrick Bannon should be with Lil C for a conversation that doesn't involve vomit. Patrick?
Thank you, Robin. Fingers crossed. I'm joined
So
here
what happened to
by
real
pop
Patrick?
icon.
Well, he just
It's
got,
Lil C.
he just disappeared. He literally just disappeared.
And
Did
her
you get
father, country
assassinated?
singer and alien worshipper,
Just for
Billy
that,
Bob
like,
Jean
5
Shorts.
second segment?
So, Lil C, what's with the bag?
She knows what she's done.
Well, we love this look. Is it one of yours?
No, you know it's not. We don't do that anymore.
Yes, of course. Your clothing label went bankrupt, didn't it?
Yes, because a certain TV show
Also, once we
failed
complete
to
the game, we're
fulfill
going to look
their
at what the
contractual
content warning
obligations.
is. So I'm curious as to exactly what it was. It might just be, in fact, it might just be police brutality.
And
Maybe.
wellness brand.
Which, fair enough.
Let her show you. This is our new eyeshadow palette. She calls this one Glands.
Wow, it's scented.
Where did Wolf go?
Wow, that was a surprise.
And this
am I
next
doing?
one, this is our new lipstick. We call this
I'm not getting a good grade for the segment.
Oh, wow. Why is it so salty?
It's organic. And this,
Not to mention, of course, we've done generally a good job of making money, but we're in the red last time we saw.
rebalances your hormones and actually smells like fertility.
Scared that, like,
Yeah.
the game will just go on until we eventually run out of money or something.
That burns. Oh.
All this is part of Lil C's
I don't see how it's going to end at this point. The resistance has ended.
Oh, good lord.
Breeze Craiglor!
So.
Thankfully, I mean, from what I've seen, the live and spooky DLC is a lot more light-hearted.
Well, she's way past her prime, Patrick.
That DLC is
Very hard
entirely
for
a
her to
goofy
accept
thing.
at
I don't know
first,
if
but
it's
the
even
end, she's
canon
very,
to
very
this.
sure about these things.
It's
Well,
very
shall we
goofy.
convince you to release just one last album?
We do actually have another album ready, but that's for the label to release in case she dies over the next 10 years or
I think it's like an hour long.
Well, given the way she's going, you might get it by Christmas.
Well, we better let you get back.
Now remember, we need the money. So, she's also available for parties, weddings, funerals, and bar mitzvahs.
Well, thank you, Lil C. That's Lil C there. Oh. Oh, and it looks like Robin has got hold of Jesus. Is it obvious I'm sweating, Robin?
Absolutely is, Patrick. Jesus, I almost can't believe you're here. How have you been?
I want to hear it.
Boyfriend, wear it.
The peoples every now and then makes them feel close to me.
Right, yes.
And to be close is to be human. And to be human is to be apart. Oh, that was good, write that down. Rachel, write that one down.
It's good to see you've done so well for yourself.
Thank you, my child. You know, I have you to thank for that. If it was never for your show supporting me and my music, I never would have transcended.
Now, there are rumours going around that you might be running for office. Is there any truth to that?
Yeah, that's absolutely true, yeah.
But you're aware that elections have been suspended in the territories?
Oh, great.
No, I'm not running to be no prime minister.
Oh, you're not?
No. I'm gonna be king of the moon.
All right.
King of the Moon?
Yes.
No, sorry. You're running for King of the Moon?
No, not running. It's my birthright.
And does this have anything to do with promoting your upcoming hip opera, Chase in Space?
Hush now. Cynicism is so unmoving.
Okay. And how long will this last? Will it go the way of last year's Living as a Mouse fiasco? Or maybe your foray into ventriloquist beats?
I don't make the rules. I merely live by them.
It's supposed to be Kanye West.
So, are you looking forward to seeing The Automated?
You know, I don't believe in film. Thou shalt keep thine image still unholy. That's track 4, Jesus Christ made us though.
I don't know if a religious leader would be much better in
Your new
advance.
life in space.
And with you, my child.
This shit is terrifying.
Well, Megan.
This would not be a world worth living in.
Success, looks like. I'm going to see if we can grab someone else to have a chat. Back to you.
Robin, but I think Stacey and I are probably in quite enough trouble where we are. So, 3 big names there, Stacey.
Yeah, big names.
Any thoughts about them, maybe from your generation's perspective?
You won't like my opinions.
Go on, try me.
Well, Bumbanonk is
I have a feeling this might be the last broadcast of the game. It's playing almost like an eulogy.
Was cool when I was like 12
We've
or
completely and
something, but now
utterly
she's
lost,
just
and there's
fucking
nothing we can do.
movie. And Jay
There's
Zus
no way for us
is
to
a
exist anymore.
disrupt-loving wanker who should have died with the rest of them 3 years ago.
You're right.
You agree with me?
No, you're right.
Hold up, I need to catch what she just said. There's nothing we can do. So her daughter is anti-disrupt as well.
I don't like your opinions, but thankfully we can go back to Patrick now, who has another familiar face to catch up with. Oh, Patrick, what's the atmosphere like there?
It's absolutely buzzing here, Megan. The anticipation is killing us. But a little birdie's told us that any moment now we should get a glimpse of someone incredibly popular with our viewers. A favourite destination for many of the fans. Yes, the mayor
Surprise,
of
Alan
London
James.
will be arriving literally any second now. No sign of him yet, but as you can tell, the atmosphere here really is something else.
She ran off.
Patrick Bannon, NNN, what's it been like since Bumley got so popular?
What is this person's real name? They just threw him into this Patrick Bannon now.
Exploded thanks to the marketing campaign. Investors have ploughed millions into the town. We've got more Bumleyan jobs. It's brought more Bumleyan homes. We're all very grateful. Of course, it's not all bums and roses. It's almost impossible to get a good look at the whole these days. The crowds are
The
unbelievable.
whole?
Who can blame them? It's a bloody marvellous whole.
And how have you found public service?
Fucking money
Frank
hole?
with you, it's been the greatest
The
honour
Onion
of
is
my
real?
life to serve the town
This
that I
is
love so
this
much.
would be the fucking Onion
From
universe.
the banks of the graceful taint to the quiet elegance of the vomit-soaked car.
Oh yeah, remember like what was it, the Devil's Taint or whatever they were going on about? Nothing ever really happened to that. We just stopped hearing about it.
A gift, and I can't thank the mayor enough for all he's
I
done.
miss the Devil's
Talk
Taint.
to the
or
mayor
whatever it
now.
was.
Excuse me, sir.
Oh,
can you tell us
dog.
a bit of what it's like to be
These
elected
days
to
have
such a
dogs and stuff.
prestigious office? And do you have any words for your legions of fans out there? Stoic, but blistering honesty from the Right Honourable Peanut T. Fortescue there, and his PA.
A proclamation.
I definitely punched David a few times though.
Yes, sir. We'll get it ratified at once.
Bet you're an annoyingly perfect teenager. There you have it, Megan. What an honour to literally see local government at work there. I'm still in shock. Back to you at the studio.
Thanks, Patrick. What a Colourful interview there on what looks like an amazing
The
night. They
bumbliest of
certainly know
times.
how to make an entrance.
Trophy.
And the automated really does seem to have unstoppable written all over it, because
Does it?
despite Boris Horsey in Hours magazine calling it Lawrence Blunderclatch's overly long suicide note,
Fuck.
in a review which ends with the words, "and he hasn't even had the decency to see it through," the film, which is free to all residents of the territories, has seen record pre-bookings and looks set to run for months and months.
So it's dealing with
But
themes of
let's go
identity.
back
Why do they want to
lucky for you
promote
seeing
that?
it tonight. Oh, I'm so jealous. Robin, you seen anything unusual there?
Well, I thought
Are they
I
going to
saw
try to
some
like develop these
leprechauns
themes
in
and
the
say
green
they're
room, but I
things
think
not
it might have
worth
been
worrying
someone's
about
kids.
by making the film shit?
No, they just keep coming. And here are some more famous faces.
So many
or famous
complicated
brains, I
layers
suppose.
to a propaganda.
It's Dr. David Wong and Dr. Ingrid is also here. We have been following your plight so closely on our show over the last few years.
Yeah, I remember you.
What's it like to be back on dry land?
The fact that they're also bringing back all these characters suggests to me that this might be it. This might be the
It's
final
so
broadcast.
wonderful. I'm still not used to it. Every time I see the sun, I want to just scream out in joy. I'm grateful every day to your viewers for their support. Without them, well, we wouldn't be here.
Yeah, it's fine.
And am I right in thinking that you two have a lovely little boy together?
Dante's 3 now, and he's gorgeous.
Oh, what a beautiful family.
Not since she left me.
Oh, excuse me, I didn't mean to,
It's fine.
Oh, it's fine, is it?
Well, what happened?
Well, you know, the normal story. Sometimes things aren't as easy as they were when all you had was a kid.
No sooner was she able to see me in daylight than she was zooming off with a moron.
Oh, she's not a moron. She's a doctor.
A dermatologist is not a doctor.
So sorry about this.
I'm sure she's got lovely skin, but forgive me if I don't ask her to do a coronary artery bypass.
If you carry on eating those pies, you might have to.
Yeah? Very good. We can't all afford as clean as hers, can we?
At least she doesn't have a PhD in biomechanics.
No. Well, thanks to you both for pushing the boundaries of human knowledge. Crikey! Well, the movie's about to start, so Patrick and I are about to share a box of overpriced popcorn. Back to you, Megan.
Thanks, Robin. Lucky
They
you,
have to
and
put on
enjoy
all
the
three of
movie.
these
The
fucking
Automated
awful ads.
opens in cinemas across the territories this weekend. What a star-studded event, eh, Stacey?
Who cares? No one goes to the cinema these days.
Of course. We'll be back after these messages. I still go to the cinema.
Recorder, like the one at the home.
A video
Fuck.
recorder. It's just not the same, is it?
You're right, it's better. No unevens chatting and chewing all the way through.
What about a kiss and cuddle on the back row? Doesn't that happen anymore?
In public.
I'm trying to watch both of these at once.
Nothing's wrong with me.
Feeling better? Alright, you are. Gotta get set up for heat rash. I think Ronnie's on something.
I know he is. It was on his rider. Apparently it's medicinal.
Ronnie's always high. Give him orange juice.
God, she speaks.
He's a stupid cunt.
And just like that, you wish she wouldn't.
Go on A+ for
Be
me.
a bit bunched up at this one.
Oh, don't worry. It's so cold.
What's going on here?
Oh, here's Megan. She's going to be interviewing you.
Hello, hi.
This is her. This is Stacey.
Well, hello there, Stacey.
Fuck off, Ronnie.
Right. No, I'm sorry, but
Part
we
of
can't
this,
be polite. You're
the
going to
big
have to
part
wait
is
for
just
the
trying to
dressing
like decipher what their plan is
Whatever.
Do you
from
want
their
to go and wait in the
propaganda.
dressing room? Hmm?
No.
Every day across these
No what?
territories, neighbours support neighbours and friends reach out to friends.
No.
Also, obviously, territories is very comparable to districts
Sit
in
up
Hunger
straight.
Games.
You're ruining my shot.
That's 10 seconds, everybody.
No, cool.
Fucking right, Noko.
What's that? What's no?
Bring in 5, 4, 3.
It's still no
Welcome
not November,
back.
guys.
For our final segment tonight, Stacey and I are delighted to be joined by Heat Rash. Their new album, Girls and Why We Love Them All, comes out this weekend.
Okay.
So, let me see if I can get this right. It's Nolan.
I write the songs.
Ronnie.
That's what it says on my tattoo.
Oh, you've got a tattoo of your name on yourself. Okay.
In case he forgets it.
This raconteur, you must be Chinny. Why do they call you Chinny?
It's because of this ugly old thing.
I don't know what you mean.
God, you're so fucking embarrassing.
Dale. Crikey, Dale, you do not look old enough to be in a band.
I get that a lot. I'm actually 23, the oldest one.
Sometimes you have to linger on the shot, which even if it's gone bad.
So sorry, I didn't know that.
It's so Pretty.
He's only messing with you.
He's actually 58.
Okay, right, I see. You're
Sometimes you
gonna
can
be a
linger on the bad shot because
boy.
cutting away would be worse.
You must be TP. What does
So if you
TP
cut too
stand
fast, the audience doesn't like it.
It stands for team player.
I see.
What's that
How long have
haircut?
you had that nickname?
What is that?
Ever since Nolan decided Terry Prodance was a shit name for a member of a boy band.
No-co, Ronnie.
Yeah, no-co, Ronnie.
Sorry, what does no-co mean?
It's the opposite of SoCo.
Fuck's sake. SoCo. Yeah. So cohesive. You preties say cool.
Right, okay, thank you, Stacey.
Sorry about her.
Not your fault. She's uneven.
So, you guys met through a popular show on one of our rival channels, didn't you?
Yeah, Team Players with a Z.
So, how did that work then?
Well, actually, Dale and I knew each other from school. We were actually classmates. And
Fuck's sake, Nolan, mate. Give someone else a chance. We all went on Team Players. We all auditioned. The judges put us into bands. And, yeah, we went to their houses and they just put us into bands.
it's an example of how we're greater than the sum of our parts when we work in harmony.
And occasionally singing it.
So every week on the show, they get these bands and they give them a song that the producer just found from under the bin somewhere.
Actually, I write the song.
And the public would phone in and decide which song they like best.
Right, and then the losers would be eliminated. Yeah?
Mum.
No-co. Pretty. So no-co.
The band who get the most approval get to play their song again.
Sure. So what happens to the losers then?
Mum. What do I keep doing wrong?
We don't use the L word anymore.
Oh, Christ.
Would you please stop saying that?
That word is a pejorative. It's a word designed to diminish. At Go Getters, I learned very early that we only win when everybody wins.
But, sorry,
Because the funny thing
that's
is,
not real life, is it?
we were
That's just
right,
sports ball.
but also like, holy shit, restriction. Freedom of speech.
I am so good.
Nah, you're a shrinker. Can't be friends with shrinkers.
Is this going to end with her fucking having her own breakdown?
I do understand, actually, Stacey.
What's a shrinker?
Well, a shrinker.
I mean, this is it. This is the last segment. This might be the last 10 minutes of the game.
Doesn't it?
Pre-territories.
It's someone who turned 18 before the new future. We call you preties.
That's what I thought.
Mimi.
Unevens.
It's not her fault she's old. She can't help it.
I'm not that old.
I'm trying to help you here.
I don't think I need your help.
See? Total Mimi.
So where's America in all
Is that
this?
so?
Yes, obviously.
What's going on in America?
Yes, obviously.
You know what the real problem with you lot is? You just can't get over the fact that your beloved Disrupt are gone and you just don't fit in anymore. But the truth is, Disrupt were violent, no-co, bricks being led by a fucking psycho. I'm glad they lost, and you should be too.
Listen, not everyone over 30 supported Disrupt, Stacey.
Not everyone, no, but one fuck-off lot of you did.
SoCo, Stacey. SoCo.
We've all learned maybe a little bit more than we expected to there. I'm genuinely delighted to have met Heat Rash. And before we end the show tonight, I think you're going to sing for us, aren't you?
Yes, that's
Is this
right.
our
We're gonna
last
sing a
music
song
number
from
of
Girls
the game?
and Why We Love Them All, called Pieces of My Heart, which is about a real relationship I had with an actual girl.
Oh, Nolan, give it a rest, mate. No one cares. Go on, let's get on these stools, lads.
Right.
This is so fucking sad.
Can I get your
Oh my god.
Oh, she's 15. Go on, piss off and sing your song, Terry. Christ.
Right you are.
So, Here they are with their latest single, Pieces of My Heart. Are you excited, Stacey?
Not for me, no. I only listen to blip music and a bit of
Blip.
jizzcore.
Jizzcore.
Pop music is...
Ah yes, I know I meant to mention this earlier. Apparently these newfangled boy bands change singer all the bloody time. Try and follow along, eh?
Oh.
Keep the shots on whoever is currently singing the lead vocal.
Terrific. I've never even tried once this music mixing thing over there. I've just noticed there's an advanced logo of it. Oh my god. This is like The Boys, with, you know, how in The Boys all the music and shit is completely politicized.
Wandered into a bush and grabbed a vodka and stank. Took our assets and our wealth and drew them out of the bag. I gave you little pieces of my heart. I didn't know two hearts could ever feel like this, girl. It's like you were custom made for me by Remington's Fist. I take all
For God's sake.
that didn't last and leave them in the uneven past. Share the new future as my bride. You snatch me inside. There's no need to hide all the times that you cried. As my old man used to say, you blow me away.
Why does this remind me of Christmas music? Is this supposed to be Christmas music? I think it's the cinematography.
Be crazier than Neil today. On Liberation Night, girl, I was sitting beside you. We sat there shaking all the way through incisors. We held each other as things fell apart. We took a train through all the territories and we threw away the rules and wrote our personal stories. You took a dozen pieces of my heart. I didn't know the life
I'm fucking nailing it right now.
like this, girl. It's like you were custom made for me by Remington's Fist. I take all of the loves that didn't last. I leave them there, the uneven past. Share the new future as my bride. Snatch me inside. There's no need to hide all the times you have cried. As my old mom used to say, blow me away. I just want you to stay. I just want you to play. You make me crazier than Neil. Make me crazier than Neil today. And now I'm staring at your membership card.
Fuck's sake.
Beaming brighter than a handful of flaws. I'm trying to find the pieces of my heart and leave them.
These like sweeping shots where multiple people were singing. That's a Christmas song kind of thing, I think.
Snatch me inside. There's no need to hide all the times that you cried. My old man used to say, you blow me away. I just
Yeah, again, another is a banger.
I just want you to play. You make me crazier than Neo. Crazier than Neo. Crazier than Neo today.
Wow. Fantastic. Thank you, Nikash. That was
Banger.
actually really good. Best of luck. Thank you for coming in. Best of luck. Thank you. Now it's almost time for final thoughts tonight. And
Final thoughts?
I've actually asked Stacey to write a few, and they're just being programmed onto the auto cue now. Now I have no idea what she's going to say. So, fingers on that bleep button in the broadcast room, just in case. Take it away, Stacey.
My name is Stacey. I guess you know that by now. Don't know why I put that in there. Anyway. I don't watch the news. There's no need. You hear all the important stuff from your mates, so I don't know what's considered important anymore. But I'm pretty sure that it's not rehashed movies and fucking boy bands, so... Anyway. I'm going to talk about what's important to me. When Advance were first elected, 6 years ago, I was 9, and in a home. Not a family home, like you call a home. This was a state children's home. It was fucking awful, actually. It was like a Charles Dickens book. The roof leaked and the walls were damp some mornings. The food was bad. Drugs and alcohol were everywhere. No one cared. You had to watch.
But yeah, now there's fucking walls out like a fucking orgy building or something. Which, I mean, already kind of exists, I think, but
because there weren't enough staff to manage us.
not on the news like that.
And yes, as you'd imagine, there was a lot of
Controversial opinion, I'm not a fan of
some
that.
bad stuff went down there with some of the staff. Okay. Not all of them, but the others knew, and they didn't stop it. And then Advance won the election. And like a miracle, things started to change. They got better. They had nicer food. The home was not just repaired, but redecorated and kitted out with books and
Don't have to show us.
musical instruments and video games. Most of the staff were fired, and the new ones, which there were more of, spent time talking and working with the bullies. And you know what? A second miracle. It worked. The bullying stopped. My life, got better. Because finally, there was enough money to do the good things, and Advance had the guts to do it. I joined Go Getters, and on Liberation
They worked for
Night,
younger
I found a
generation.
group of friends that I could
When we
talk
made the
to.
older
When the
generation
bombs
too
went off,
scared
and the
and
power went out.
too
Another miracle.
depressed to
I
stand
wasn't
up.
alone anymore.
And when we quashed all
And that was the
rebellion,
night I
they've
finally
won
understood the
totally and
importance of
completely.
joining a team.
They've
So here's
completely
my
and utterly
final
won.
thought. I know the people who were doing better under the old system long to go back. You say, we were freer. But what you mean is, we were richer. But for every one of you, there is 100 of me. And even now, after all you've had taken away, you are still doing better than I am, than I likely ever will. You still have homes of your own and families of your own who love you. And I'll never have that. So maybe you should stop looking for the worst interpretation of everything this amazing government does and realise it's not for you. It's for the millions like me.
The perfect send
And
off
you
to
can
this
cry
is
and
going to
bleat
be
all you
our
want, but You're
thing,
never going to get your money back because it's already been spent
our ad from the government saying to
on miracles.
kill everyone that doesn't support the government. Perfect.
Stand by. Stand by.
Keep making tomorrow better.
And we're out.
Is that all right? Yes. Yes, that was more than all right.
Nicely done. I think you might have actually given me something to think about.
So I guess you're going to be taking me back to the home now then.
I was thinking we could go out somewhere and, I don't know, have a meal, talk about our options.
It's an exciting time.
If that's okay.
Of course, Miss Wolf. Security will be standing by.
So they're always there then.
There was a thing a few years ago now.
Oh, did that Jeremy bloke? I heard about that, everyone did. Were you here back then? Doesn't look old enough.
For the new future.
She's grabbing on me.
Speaks from and to
Yeah, she
your
does
hearts. An original composition of cooperation and cohesiveness. A song of solidarity for a steadfast
Well, let's watch this ad.
No previous songwriting experience is required. All you need to do is record or notate your anthem and, if possible, arrange it for a modern 39-piece chamber orchestra or 44-voice choir. The entries will be judged by acclaimed...
It's not quite what I thought it was going to be. I thought it was an ad saying, report your neighbours if they don't support the government. There's something about music.
And, of course, space opera.
Oh, God.
1, 2, and 5. So why not put on your composing trousers, sharpen your music stick, and have a go? You can grab the friendly 31-page entry form at your nearest team offices. Advance, because a mighty movement requires a mighty melody.
So we're at a little under 2,000 days now. Yeah. How many years is that? That's a long time. The fact that Jeremy is now like that guy that some people are aware of. Oh my god. They really should have made it in 1984, but maybe that would have been a little bit too obvious. Are we going to go all the way up to like 10 years or something? Just like that, another year is gone. Yeah, it's Christmas. So, I mean, it's been over like 6 years now. Yeah. Let me just quick maths, pull out a calculator. I can't be bothered to do it in my head. 2303 divided by 365. Yeah, 6 years. 6.3 years. Bro, I can see the fucking thickness of the poor terrain designer's paintbrush. How many terrain materials is that? 2 or 3? 3, yeah, that's 3, I think. 1 for grass, 1 for gravel, 1 for like sticks on the grass. Patrick. Right. So that's confirmation then. I was hoping that's not what happened to Charlie, but that is what happened to Charlie. Fucking euthanized him for nothing. Christ. So if we'd let Chris go, Chris would have been dead here as well, right? Finally, okay. 7 years.
Right. Let's try and get through this one with as little pain as possible, eh, Winston? I know Advance have allowed the studio to fall into disrepair. It's all gone wrong since they took over. Not that the alternative would be better. We'd have been stuck with something like the dangerous psychopaths at Disrupt. But the show must go on. One more time, anyway. Quick point before you start. We've had a few problems with the machinery lately. Locked buttons, screens flickering on and off, sparks and the like. Try not to make things any worse. Oh, and don't forget, you've got free reign of the SFX buttons these days. Make sure to use them whenever I would deem appropriate.
Okay, no worries.
How old are you then, Cole?
Okay, here we go. Big smiles.
I've actually gained a year.
Whereas,
I should
okay,
have
there's
went
Wolf.
44 last
Okay,
year,
she's wearing something
potentially
different.
this year. Brilliant.
You're 44. I'm going in 5, 4, 3.
So is this actually our last broadcast? Territorial Anthem.
Good evening and welcome
Spice it up with some audience responses, Alex.
I'm Megan, and I'm joined, as always, by the inimitable Robin and Patrick. How are we?
Well, we have got so much going on tonight. I'm excited.
I'd say I'm about a 12, Megan. On the
That's the wrong one.
scale. Yeah, exactly. We have got so much SoCo stuff coming up.
We sure do. We have celebrity chef Jordan Rankley, who will be cooking up a storm.
We'll be announcing the winners of our big competition, Visions of the Future.
And we'll...
Now, funny thing is, it's like something which I would love to point out is that, like, someone playing this game in, I don't know, 30 years or something, right? They will hear that name. What was it? I forget what it was something Rankley. They will not catch it as a reference to Gordon Ramsay because he won't be a public figure anymore. That's just tiny little things which are always interesting to see.
And I'll even be showing you how to make your own Leaders' Day gifts. We've got all of that and so much more tonight.
Leaders' Day.
The fight is not over. We have grieved our
He's
loss, and we have hardened our hearts. We have lived with death.
He's back.
And we no longer fear it. There is no price too great for liberty. I can be silenced, but your thoughts cannot. And each day, just like before, we gain hearts and minds. Because the truth is like that. Irresistible. We're back. And we're only getting started.
He's still alive.
Right, let's have some
Actually,
applause
happy
on
to
the way
see him.
to the next section.
Cases by Chef Jordan Rankley. But first, we know you love them, so Robin's going to give us an update on our lovely nightly show pets in Pet Corner.
Splendid, that's the ticket.
Well, Megan, first up we have our hamster, Lord Cheeks. Now, he's a squat winter grey with the scientific name Adipem.
This is literally just this morning, or was it this morning? Something I've never watched it myself.
Hamsters love hoarding, and they actually have special pouches in their cheeks for storing food. he loves carrots, apples, and chewing tobacco. Now, hamsters are nocturnal, so we'll do our best not to wake him up. But let's just see if we can... Well, the door has been left open. It looks as though Lord Chinks has actually gone for a little wander. But I'm sure he will be around here somewhere. In the meantime, let's say hello to our tortoise. Now, after last month's viewer vote, she is now, of course, called Slow Barbara. And don't panic, even though it is December, Babs here doesn't actually hibernate. Let's say hello. Oh, she's sleeping. Oh,
why do you keep it in a box?
well, those are our nightly show pets, Megan, both alive and well. Back to you.
Thanks, Robin. We'll check in on them, or some very similar animals at the same time tomorrow. Now then, I hope you're hungry, because if not, you're about to be. Patrick Bannon is with Chef Jordan Rankley, and they're going to be showing us how to knock up a delicious apple pie. It's time to go.
Don't worry, everyone saw your fuck up.
Don't forget the SFX buttons.
That's right, and I'm joined here by Chef Jordan Rankley. Welcome to the Nightly Show kitchen. How does it compare to the kitchens you're used to?
I love the colours. It's vibrant. It's fresh. It's shame about all the arseholes. Yes?
Sorry?
What?
So, you own 6 restaurants, you've been awarded 9 Ballon Massifs across your career, and you've worked alongside the best chefs in the world. Tonight you've got me. Oh, are you worried?
Am I fucking worried? Are you worried? Are you fucking worried?
Yes.
Yeah, it's Gordon Ramsay.
What are we making today?
I wonder if
Chef?
this is a deliberate choice to
We've
make
got
him
a family
female.
over for Leaders' Day. They're
Just
hungry.
as further
We're making them a
commentary.
delicious apple pie.
Ooh, lovely.
It's got
Damn
sweetness,
libtards.
It's got the acidity of the fruit, and then get the richness of that pastry. Incredible.
Wow, okay, so where do we start?
So we've got to start by making our filling. So we've got about 1 kilogram of
Obviously,
fresh
I am
apples
not
here.
the best educated person on politics
And we're
by
gonna slice
any
these up
means,
perfectly.
but I really like how this game is done.
And then straight into the pan.
It is not taken like any one side.
So, your
Oh, it has. It's taken
new
the anti-government
show,
side, at least in this
Demon
playthrough,
Kitchen
very
Heart
clearly.
Eater, starts
But
on Friday
the actual
here
government
on
themselves
Channel 1,
using
so
both liberal
tell us about
and
that.
conservative tactics.
Teams of young chefs come into my
So
kitchen,
it's
and one by one
criticised
I
both.
destroy them emotionally. And if there's time, I teach them some basic knife skills. Fuck me, Patrick. What are you doing?
What?
Shit. Is that how you cut? Fuck, you'll lose a fucking finger.
Be the nailed the voice.
Don't worry, I've got spares. Right, so once we've done that, we set these aside whilst we make the pastry. Yeah.
Yep. Bowl. Yeah? Okay. Sugar. Butter.
I also love that all of
Mix
this
that
happened in
together,
the span
and
of
then
6 years.
whole egg.
It only took 6 years for this to happen. Some people might say it's unrealistic, and throughout I would just say, look at literally what happened in the real world.
That fucking egg.
Oh, I missed a sensor.
No, chef.
No. Shit.
So I'm
Right.
too busy talking.
Mix that with a wooden spoon and work in that flour, okay? Work that into a nice ball of dough, just like that.
So, what does the notoriously fierce Jordan Rankley do to unwind?
Jordan Rankley,
Bed.
Yeah.
What's that? What is that?
Well, it's a bit lumpy.
Lumpy? It could fucking pass for a sack of spuds. Touch that. Touch it. Yeah? Pathetic. That goes into chill. Now, we're mixing our filling.
Okay.
Apples, sugar, cinnamon.
Things like all of these people,
So,
all these presenters right now, Patrick,
you
well,
own
not even
6
actually
restaurants
Patrick,
across
but
5
Patrick,
territories.
Wolf, they all
Which is
hate
your
the government.
favourite?
They all do,
Mixing
they're
that or
just
fucking it?
What?
Are you
They're
going to light a
just
candle? Take it out to dinner? Fucking mix it for fuck's sake. Right, now we're rolling out 2/3 of our pastry. Bit of flour into the dish.
And the filling goes next, right? The filling goes next.
Why are you watching this? Do you remember how it feels to be informed? To feel connected to what has happened in the world? Do you remember Jeremy Donaldson? Because I
do.
I remember how he died. And now I watch this excuse of a program and I realize he was 100% right. Disrupt's first martyr died protecting this show. If you could see it now, You'd wonder why you bothered.
Fuck.
And then dishing the whole thing.
Lovely. Okay. Gosh. Ta-da! What do you think?
Oh my god. You, come here, you. That's a disgrace. I'd rather jam my eyeballs up my fucking arse than look at that. I'd rather use my tongue to tie my shoes after a fucking shit-kicking contest, you understand?
Then it goes in the oven for 45 minutes.
Oh, put your fucking head in the oven while you're at it. Useless. You! Come here, you! You're the worst fucking thing to happen to food since cyanide. Do you know that?
Oh my god.
I tell you what. Fuck off! Get the fuck out of here! Fuck off!
Okay, well, while I do that, let's go now to Megan and Robin, who will
Where's
be
that camera go?
announcing the winners of our competition. Visions of the Future.
Visions of the future.
Shit.
Well, that looks delicious. If you want to follow along at home, then make sure you write in with a stamped, addressed envelope and we'll send you the fact sheet. So, Robin, look at all these amazing entries to the Vision of the Future
Getting really thirsty. I need some water.
We challenged you to show us your predictions of the future, and we were just inundated with entries, weren't we, Megan? From wacky inventions to global problem solving, they are all amazing, and we had the best time looking through each one.
It was so tough narrowing it all down, so we have some amazing runners-up. In third place, drum roll please, we have Hamish, who's 3 from Lunwelly. He calls this still life and the future of God.
I can't switch it.
It really blew us
Still
away.
can't switch it.
Just look at the line work here, and I can really feel every passionate stroke of the brush.
If you look here, you'll see a beautifully rendered, what I thought at first was a smiley face or perhaps a cat. But I think if you really look, you'll see it's actually a representation of the seeming futility of death through the eyes of the living.
Indeed. He's also chosen to just leave a lot of it blank, which I think is really interesting. If we know Hamish and his work, of course, he loves focusing on the negative space rather than the image itself.
He's 3.
Stunning, absolutely stunning, and such talent from one so young, Megan. But next up we have
There's probably
our
some
second
merit in
place
analysing the
entry.
drawings of children,
So
because there's a lot of psychology you could probably learn from that, but like, why are we analysing like artistically?
Keith, 41 from Dungley's. Yeah, Keith, we were sort of aiming this towards our younger viewers, but still, he has sent in his idea of the future, which he's calling Ravaged Earth.
Indeed, he says in his really rather detailed notes, deprived of basic resources, society will resort to a brutal system of weekly battles to the death, where only the victor may breed.
Okay.
He also says at the bottom here, either that or about the same, but maybe a bit worse.
I really love his attention to detail. You can see the sort of gladiatorial arena, and then what I can only assume is Keith himself pulling off this chap's head and shouting, "Come back to me, Linda!" Oh, Keith, maybe if you spent more time outdoors and less time entering children's competitions, she might not have left.
Special one there. And finally, of course, it's time to reveal our winner. All our runners-up will receive a day out at an inflatable Happy Land on an industrial estate just off the A40. Sorry about that, Keith. But our lucky winner will win the chance to spend the day at the Department of Change to see how our teammates are actually making the new future a reality every day. And the winner is, drum roll please.
Oh, happy with that. Oh, happy with that.
I've spent my whole life searching for truths. Sometimes I've found them. Other times I've not been so lucky. I used to rant about belief juice, a drug in the water. And I was wrong. I admit that. It's not in the water, it's right here. In this screen. In this show. This is your belief juice. You drink it nightly, through your eyes, and it makes you stupid and asleep.
It's getting involved in the party, aren't they? This one seems to have gone a bit haywire in what
Keep
I can
going.
only assume is an ominous sign of things to come.
Keep going, Alan. Fuck.
Well, if our winners have inspired you to make some artwork of your own, do keep sending them in, and yours could be displayed in our gallery here.
Well done
Also, I
again.
just realised
Everyone who
Alan
took
James,
part.
Alex
We're going to
Jones.
take a break now, but when we come back, we'll be
It was
playing
surprising
the
they made
Wheel of
him a good
Truth
guy.
and
Even, I mean, he's not
some
necessarily a
lovely
good guy,
handmade
because
gifts. So go away. We'll be back after this.
See, he does have problems.
1 minute back. Let's lose all.
I don't know what you did, but it's definitely made things worse down there, Winston. Probably going to be more trouble for you in this segment. What do I care? I'm done anyway. Handed in my notice this morning. The moment the show finishes, I'll be out the door. So you may as well just do what you want, as usual.
Loading bay.
As we saw 42 births today.
40?
Record of 4% fertility.
$42. Oh, I need to send an email to my teacher real quick. Hold up. Yeah, let me check this real quick. I meant to send this earlier. Right. How many births in the UK daily? 1,600. The UK's birth rate has been decreasing for decades, along with other developed countries. $1,600 a day right now. Without it, what was it? It was 40 something, right? Fucking hell. That was Territory 1, right? And Territory 1 is the UK. So, Jesus Christ. 1,600 to 40, right? What's the math for that? That is 1/40th. 40 is 1/40th of 1,600. So what was that? Is it 2.5? Yeah, it's 2.5. That should not have taken me that long to figure out. The birth rate right now in this unit, not to mention, they just said that was going up. That was after a increase. That is 2.5%. 2.5% of what it is right now. Holy shit.
By a massive 9% fertility rate.
That is bad.
Who saw an unbelievable 191 births today.
191.
A nasty
That's
cold snap brings bitter
still
winds
really bad.
tonight. So not all sunshine and rainbows.
Is that France?
No rainbows
That's Spain?
over territories 3 and 4, as a Category 2 storm warning means we
Yep.
advise our residents to
So that's
stay
also
away
confirmation now, so yes, all of Europe.
Though we're sure the happy parents of the 12 new children in Territory 3 will be thanking their lucky stars for an excuse to stay home. Though, of course, nothing to do with stars, more of a hot air, cold air thing. Next, this
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what country that is.
It's playing havoc with the sound.
It's bad out there. We're being stretched again.
Have to use a high-pass filter.
It's a revolution, Colin.
Well, can you ask them to keep it down a bit?
Jenny, where's Glyn? Can we get him out here? I'm not sure about this grandma one.
Oh, he's writing with our other guests at the moment.
I just wouldn't say grandma. Yes, grandmother's arsehole. That's much better.
Okay, everyone, if I
Is that
can
Germany?
please. Sarah just needs a word.
I'm sorry.
Apparently there's been some sort of disturbance near the studio. Now I'm sure it's nothing to worry about, but I wanted to let you know that I've asked for extra security and they're already on their way.
Okay, 10 seconds, so positions and
Okay, so yeah, thankfully it is just Europe. They haven't taken America. Maybe America's even worse in this universe. Maybe. But at least there is that. Okay. The rest of the world, at least, is not also in the same boat.
Okay, this time you've said it. Laughing, and we're going in 5, 4, 3.
Which camera? Which fucking camera?
A bit more audience reaction would be nice, Alex.
I'm sorry, we were just saying we can't wait to taste Patrick's pie.
I don't know, I think I could wait.
Well, here it is, fresh out the oven.
Ah.
Well, it does look amazing. Jordan,
It looks
what's
disgusting.
Patrick do?
Well, let's just say that pie's got more crust than my grandmother's arsehole.
Well, thank you for that. Well, come on, try it. Dig in. Okay. Whew.
Oh my god.
Oh, Lord. Oh, that's really something, Patrick. Delicious. But now you better go and get ready for that next feature. Every night we play a game of Wheel of Truth with our celebrity guests. But I know what you're thinking. Megan, we've only got one celeb guest. Well observed, viewers, well observed. Well then, I better bring her out. Should I? The surprise guest? What do you think? Here she is, best-selling author, lawyer and thinker. I mean, she's only the blooming team leader. It's Julia Salisbury!
Prime Minister
Oh.
Julia Salisbury.
Oh, welcome, Julia! Darling, it's so good to see you.
Oh, Megan, you look incredible.
Stop it, I was just about to say the same thing. Now, don't get too comfortable. It's time
Free
to head
booze.
over to Robin and Patrick as we play Wheel of Truth.
With SFX, less is more, Alex.
Fuck off.
That's right, it's that part of the show where we pit our celebs against each other to see if we can break them.
That's right, Robin. They're going to spin the wheel to pick a round, and it could be anything from box of flies to slap my face. They really have no idea.
Now, this Patrick, like, when that swap out happened, I assumed it was just like they got the camera person, the camera woman to come out instead. But we have not heard from the actual Patrick since. They might have just executed him on the fucking spot.
Okay, let's see what you've landed on. Okay, it's fact or fib. Jordan, is it true that you've been known to order takeaway for a dinner party and pass it off as your own cooking?
It's one fucking time. One time.
Well, I think if that pie was anything to go by, you did them a favour.
Oh, not so fast there, Julia. Fact or fib?
This really shows also how
Interesting way.
a celebrity should not be the leader of a country.
Why don't you tell us about it?
You absolutely... No, I can't. Okay,
Still alone. It's early morning as I record this. Maybe you'll see this tonight, or next week, or never. It takes a lot to even get these on the air. And many small acts of rebellion. But don't worry. The fact that you can hear this at all proves it. You never remember.
Honestly, raise my taxes. We're clearly not paying you enough.
Come to my dressing room after the show. We'll sort you out.
Are you blushing, Patrick? Is all this talk of bras embarrassing you?
I mean, I'm not blushing.
Does it not feel weird to be referred to by your not real name this entire? We don't know what this person's name is. Where is real Patrick? I want to know. Did they literally just... He said the wrong thing. They just took him out of a shot. They just fucking shot him in the head, dumped his body in the river, and then they just got the camera woman from behind and said, "You're Patrick Bannon now," and just threw her in front of the camera.
Julia. Oh, who's that?
Oh my God!
Is that you?
Yes! Look, it was a very fashion-wise.
That hairdo is fucking hilarious.
No, don't. I think it's sweet.
The mullet is as popular now as it's ever been.
Oh, well, don't get too ahead of yourself there. Jordan, who is this? Does that look familiar at all?
Wow! Well, I'm glad I was getting fashion advice from someone who managed to make 7 look like 85.
Where did you find that monstrosity? I look like I'm haunting the fucking place.
I'm gonna boo every single joke PM makes.
Okay, here we
It's my go time. You go on. Sorry, I'm so keen.
Let's go so much.
Oh, well, you're in for a treat.
Yeah.
It's fat or fish. Okay. If you look under your podiums, you will find a lovely fish smoothie. Now, I'm going to ask you both a question, and all you have to do is answer it honestly, or else you'll have to drink the smoothie. Okay? Are you ready for the question? Yes.
Ask PM, like, how many people have you murdered?
Which of your esteemed hosts is the more talented one? Oh, what a cop-out.
How is it? How is it?
Fucking neutral.
Oh, we made it extra fishy.
I need my fucking mouth. Do you know how much these taste buds are worth?
Well, we've got time for one more quick spin, so go, Julia, go!
I love that literally none of this is for news anymore.
Julia, take a look in that box under your desk there.
I think Lord Cheeks is trying to get in on the game.
Oh, bless him. Julia, what have you got in that box? It's not cheese, is it? Cheese! It's not cheese!
Juggling balls? What am I supposed to do with these?
Wow, give it a go for us.
But I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing.
Come on.
Yes, let's all dance to a tune. Dance, puppets, dance.
I should play a laugh track when she, or over something like that.
I have to say, unexpected.
I really love how they've also shown like all the different attitudes towards this. Like Bozeman is not a bad guy, well he kind of is, but he just doesn't care enough. He just cares about saving his own skin more than anything else.
Are you taking the piss now?
That's right, you join me in Crafty Corner, where today I'm going to be ably assisted by Julia. Come on over
I mean,
here.
nothing really matters anymore. I'm hardly trying.
Dinner down, I can still smell that fish.
Well, to be honest, I've had worse. I used to eat at Peter Clement's house.
Oh, well, I hope you've got your artsy hat on, because today we're going to be making something very close to my heart. It's our little studio. Look at that. Isn't it adorable? All of us there on the sofa.
Wow. Oh, it's gorgeous. Oh, is that all you in there?
Yeah, it is. If we can just get a little zoom in, there we are. Oh, I don't know about you, Julia, but I always leave my holiday shopping to the last minute.
Oh, every year. I do it every year.
Well, luckily these make amazing gifts. Shall we get cracking?
Oh, yes, please.
We're going to start with a shoe box here. And Julia, that's it. Grab those scissors. I just want you to get rid of this front panel here.
Perfect. Will do.
Are you big celebrators in your house, Julia?
Oh, yes. No, in my house we show our love through food, like big dinners, loads of drinks.
Absolutely right. That's the best bit about any holiday. It's all that food.
This bit as well.
Absolutely right. Cutting along the line there. Do be careful with the scissors at home. Make sure you're being supervised if you
tough.
are a child. There we go. Fabulous.
There we
Okay, so it's going to look a little something like this, and I've got one here I made earlier. We painted it with a bit of poster paint, white to match our lovely curtains here in the studio.
Should play a laugh track of her being
Whichever
incompetent.
backdrop you like.
Like a nice shiny gold number.
Well, exactly right. So we're going to make bits of our set now to put in the studio, perhaps a little desk. So I'm just going to grab this piece of card. I've just got it from a little cereal box packet. I think you... I'll give you this one, Julia. Shall I?
thank you
There
so
you go.
much.
And all you need to do is cut along the lines there. Fabulous. So what's the best part of any Leaders' Day dinner, do you reckon?
Oh, I don't even have to think about it. Really? I love the 3 potato pie.
3 potato pie? I don't know that one.
You know, with the chips covered in the mash or wrapped up in a jacket potato.
We don't actually even know what Leaders' Day is, do we?
I don't know, but that sounds starchy. Well done, Julia. So now she's folding over a little bit there. What it's going to look like at the end is this little rectangular shape there. And we're going to pop it in the middle. A bit of sticky tape on the back there so it sticks down. Now we need a sofa. That's what we need next. We're going to make that out of a lovely paper cup.
Knocking everything over.
Knocking it all over.
I got one though, Megan.
Good, fantastic. You're just going to cut along the line here, down the middle. Exactly right. Then when you've done that, around the bottom and again around the top. Well done. When you're done,
oh, there we go.
It's going to look a little something like this. And look what I've done there. I've stuck some felt down. Nice and comfortable sofas.
Yes, can't have our tiny Megan having an uncomfortable sofa, can
Well,
we?
absolutely not.
She'll be on the phone to her tiny agent and getting someone tiny fired.
Yeah. Well, there's only one thing missing, isn't there, Julia? What is that?
A higher calibre of guests.
Nearly, it's people. So all we've done to make our little people is we've stuck a cocktail stick into a bottle cap. We just need a face.
Are
for
people
that
not
now.
having children so they
I've got a
don't want
good
to
one
bring
here.
their children
I know
into
it
this
well.
world?
It's me.
Understandable.
I'm going to stick it down there. A
Very
little bit of
understandable.
Sticky tape. Oh, my felt's going everywhere.
What's
there we
my
go.
screw up
Oh, I'm
here?
a bit lonely. Let's take
Just
Robin
getting
and
to that.
Patrick over. Do-do-do-do-do. Sitting down on the couch over there.
There you go. And well, I'll make myself just comfortable, just there. Yeah, there we go.
And these, of course, are all made and cut out of our favourite newspapers or magazines. So you can have any guests you like. Julia, is there anyone else you'd like in a studio?
Oh, yes. Well, I'm going to be playing Wheel of Truth with Ronnie from Heatran.
Nice.
Yes, put that one. Yes, he's going to be teaching me choreography, and I'll be teaching him foreign policy.
And of course, you can decorate them
You-
however you want.
you and foreign policy?
I don't know, nostalgic for the old look of our studio. We've got the blue studio down
Her
there.
casting was
Or
really
even
good.
retro
She's
red.
really good at playing
Oh, God,
Vecna
Sheila
villain.
Quickstep being interviewed there by... sorry, that's not supposed to be...
Oh.
Jeremy.
Well, we're out of time, I'm afraid, Megan. It's time for a break. When we come
Someone
back,
play
I'll
something.
be on the couch of chat talking to some of you, and I just cannot wait. We'll be back after these messages.
And we're out.
Thanks. What happened? I don't know, I guess I just blanked.
Okay, before we suffer through the last... What's that? Seems to be a little kerfuffle in the corridor. One moment.
First volume of my autobiography, Advancements by Julia Salisbury, is now available.
There's an advance logo there
Should
now.
we be worried? We've got the Prime Minister here.
It's good that she's here. She's the reason for the extra security.
Are we going to need it?
Possibly. They're back.
It's not very reassuring.
I know. Good thing I'm not your mum, right?
Not all schools had uniforms back then, so I wondered what would best show off my own.
Right, is this the last segment of the game?
After much
Ah, that's this
pacing,
guy.
I confess, a few tears. I settled on the zipped back, boxy pleated skater skirt in dark blue with white sweetheart blouse and the necklace Harry had given me when we'd met in the woods and I'd allowed him to frolic in my glades.
It's an honest account of my childhood, because in the new future, there's no need for secrets.
There was just so much injustice in the world, I realised, as Portia Hamilton Mann lured my best friend into the convertible her daddy had bought her for Easter.
It's interesting. I remember a lot of YouTubers playing like the early access for this game, which I believe only went up to prior to the COVID level.
It's bad, Mum. Not like before, but so much more than we were expecting.
Yet I've not seen any YouTubers actually play the full version of this game.
Like someone experienced is running things.
Maybe they did, but I never saw it, and I feel like I would have seen if they did. So I remember liking this when I watched people play the demo.
I've requested backup, but well, we're stretched pretty thin, Mum.
I receive death threats like other people receive post. I've learned to take it all with a pinch of salt.
Of course, Mum.
Thank you, Sarah.
That sounded deeply worrying.
Oh, you get used to it. I have.
I hope I don't have to.
What didn't Bozeman tell you?
Tell us what?
young, up-and-coming
I'm sure he'll tell you when the time's right. Forget I said anything.
You literally
Okay.
didn't. Going in 10 seconds.
I don't think she likes me very much.
Oh, no, that's just how she shows love.
5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the Nightly Show, where it's time to get a little intimate with the Prime Minister on the couch of chat. Prime Minister, it's great to still have you with us.
Thanks, Megan. Although maybe now's the right time to tell you that you're going to be seeing an awful lot more of me.
Oh, why is that?
Well, I am delighted to announce that starting next week, I will be the new... Miss Salisbury, could you get ready to accompany me, please? Please remain in place, ma'am. It won't take a moment. Sit rep.
We do apologise to our viewers at home for this unexpected interruption.
I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. Right, understood. Everyone, please remain calm. How can I help? Can you clear everyone out of that area? Everyone.
Okay, everyone, if we could just clear away from these studio doors. Yep, that's right, just behind the cameras, please.
Do those doors lock? Is that Colin with the headphones on? Hey, mate, can you lock the doors? Can you not hear me?
Colin! Colin!
Oh no,
Can't hear us.
Colin has his AirPods.
I'll do it.
No, miss, too late.
I'll do it.
I'm law enforcement, load your weapons up!
You two stay at the door, lock it tight, and don't let anyone in.
Now listen, there's no need for anyone
Sit back down!
Of course, whatever you say.
Are we still live?
Yes. Yes, we're live.
Good. Good. It's time for some real... You, mic me up. Is it working?
I just need to check.
Is it working?
It's working.
Good. Over there, on your knees. Now. Over there, on your knees. Next to him. Move! You, next to him. Move!
You okay, Colin?
Shitty birthday. Not the worst one I've had, though.
Let them go, Mr. James. It's me you want.
Don't flatter yourself. You're not the target here. You're just a bonus.
Oh my God, is it me?
We're not here to take out a person. We're not here to take out a person. We're cancelling the whole fucking show. Which camera? I know you're watching this. In your vans. Planning your counter-attack. Please, try and control yourselves. Well, I'm sure you know the rest.
Alan, we can talk about this.
Oh, we will. I have a lot of questions.
There's no need for anyone to get hurt.
Where was that attitude during the uprising? You know, the night your thugs killed my friends.
There are innocent people here.
Says the woman who killed 14 million of them. No, I don't feel any great need to answer to you. In fact, get over here.
I don't take orders.
Come here! You move when I tell you to! Give me that.
Alan, don't do it. You're not an executioner.
What am I then, eh? You tell me, Megan Wolf, what the fuck am I?
Just a man who's just way in over his head.
Don't patronise me, you smug bitch. I'm not one of your little helpers. Get over here. Kneel beside her. You're just as fucking guilty as she is.
Guilty of what, you fucking psychopath?
All of it! She sat there, smiling, and let it all happen.
What's the orange for?
Jeremy Donaldson died for this programme. And she let it become this. Bread and circuses. Bread and fucking circuses!
Don't you say his name.
I beg your pardon?
I said, don't you say his name. You don't get to do that!
You're angry at the wrong person, love. She's the one that killed him. The first victim of her benevolent slaughter, not the last, though.
All I am hearing is crazy.
Then maybe you should hear it from the source. Confess. Confess. Fine. Have it your own way.
Stop! For God's sake, stop! Stop! For God's sake, stop!
Answer my questions. Or she dies next. Yeah? Then her.
Tell him what he wants to hear. Ask your question.
Better. First question.
How did you actually think this was all going to end?
In a better world.
Bullshit.
It's the truth! When we came into power, everything was broken. The system worked for so few. There was hunger and poverty and real pain. But you never saw that, Mr. James, because you were doing just fine, thank you very much. And my side, we were too weak, too meek. It was all good intentions and second chances and playing by the rules. Well, you know where playing fair gets the people at the bottom because of fucking nowhere. Someone had to be prepared to actually fight, to do what was required. So I did it. Because no one else was going to.
14 million people.
To save the 60 million here? What would you have done? Let us all starve to death?
You should have found another way.
There was no other way.
Is that how Peter Clement saw it? Is that how Peter Clement saw it?
Peter was weak. I loved him more than I've ever loved anyone who was so. He wouldn't have allowed it to happen. And afterwards, he couldn't sleep. It haunted him. I think it would have killed him in the end anyway. But that's on me, Mr. James. What's on you?
We're not discussing me. Didn't you hear? Disrupt died on the night of the uprising.
Then how have we been watching you for months?
Watching me?
You're not the only one who knows how to get people on the inside. You'd pop your grubby little head up again, and we've been collecting information just in case you did. There's a recording. A meeting of the so-called Disrupt leadership. We didn't have them as very high-tech. Perhaps the public should see what your bosses are talking about when there's no one else around.
We have people at the network jamming your signals, messing with your broadcast room. We'll stop you.
We have people too, and they've been doing this an awfully long time. Prepare the footage on screen 4. I guess it's up to the broadcast room.
You and me. You play that footage. She dies.
Play it, Alex. Play the tape. You know, it's important. It's gonna blow us up anyway, so just play the fucking tape.
Depends where it is.
Lock the console. Don't let them play that tape. Take out those screens. What's happening? Eh? What's happening?
Well, how the fuck should I know?
Someone tell me, what do they choose?
They didn't play it.
They didn't play it. Well done, Alex. Good choice. You get to live. You not so much. You not so much.
Why did you do that? Why?
Because that's the only way it ends with people like her. She was never going to stop. She was never going to stop. Just her and her version of what's best forever. She was a narcissist.
They're gonna kill you, Alex.
Yes, I know. But the movement will stand a chance. We'll all stand a chance thanks to people like Alex.
Oh, Alex is no hero.
But that's what heroism is. For people like us. There are so few times in a person's life where they face a decision that could actually make a difference. They're so disempowered. But in those moments, the choices we make combined with the billions made by everyone else, that defines us. We remake the world one small choice at a time.
Advance isn't just one person. They're gonna have a new leader by morning.
Yes, but this one might be prepared to listen. We need elections. We need a choice.
Disrupt is that choice.
Oh, I don't see any of you stepping up.
You step up every night.
Do you, though? It seems to me you stopped doing that a while back. And even when you did, you just took snide pot shots and undermined everything. You constantly only tell us what's wrong, and it makes us scared and hopeless.
Says the man with a bomb strapped to his chest. Go, go!
Nobody move! You know how this works? I keep my thumb down on this, and we all get to have a peaceful night. Megan, come here. shut the fuck up.
Don't you even want to know who's pulling your strings, what they say about you behind your back?
I said, nobody move!
Think you're a joke, Alan. They're using you.
I said, shut up!
And when you've done what they want, they're going to throw you to the wolves. In the tape, Alan. See what everyone else sees, Alan. You're a joke. A nut job. A sad, pathetic.
Shut the fuck up. Don't blame me. I didn't make the choices. I just played the hand I got dealt.
Jesus Christ. Oh, great. Okay. That was very fucking interesting. None of the characters are wholly right, none of them are wholly wrong. That is so interesting. Wow. We lived. Of course, if that bomb destroyed it, we would have died there. So we lived. Or maybe something's gonna happen after credits. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Really good acting. Wow. This has been a really good game. This is really good. Like the other day, yesterday, I did have some problems with like, oh god, AI actors. Okay, great. Like yesterday, I had some like pacing issues, and I think I had some of those again today. I do think like some of these segments don't need to be as long as they are, but still, that's like a relatively minor issue. The musical numbers are great. It's just so fucking stupid, deliberately so. This is so the political writing is so interesting because no one is 100% right, no one's 100% wrong. I'm gonna have to look up what that tape was then, because it sounds like maybe Alan was the plant, maybe it was all a fucking psyop. Maybe they deliberately set him up. Oh yeah, this is Tiny Build, by the way. Technologically, I really wonder how he got this game to work. I imagine it's probably simpler than it seems. It probably is as simple as they just recorded it and then they just put the videos into a game. Rather than, well, yeah, that is what it would be. Like the fact that you can cut between them, I imagine this was a hell of a thing to fucking code. I'm absolutely gonna look up like how things can go differently. I'm really curious. I have a feeling no matter what, it will lead to that final I imagine it will always lead to that finale broadcast, no matter what. Holy shit.
Welcome all the boys and girls.
Do we get to find out anything about how the world's going to be after this?
Hey again! I'm Frankie Fun, and this is the Wacky Fun House of Wax!
We still don't know what happened to that
Where's
battery.
Doofnut? Let's call for him. Doofnut! Hey, there he is. Are we ready for Wacky?
Also, we did not expect literally everyone to die. Literally everyone but ourselves died. The entire fucking cast of the game died. Oh my god.
Now then. Whoa!
Did I get a good ending?
Funk alarm.
It's hard to tell. 1 out of 14 epilogues.
Good evening. I'm Megan Wolf.
Chaos reigns. Under new management. The middle ground. Wacky fun. A brighter future. Julia's judgment. All fall down. Jeremy's something. Changing of the guard. An accord. A renewed mandate. Inevitable advancement. A better Jeremy. A new leaf. Chaos reigns. Is that all of them? Did Jeremy live?
Main headlines tonight.
To every single one of you's a bit Jesus.
What a wild ride this has been.
Oh, I'm an idiot.
Well, that's a very blunt question.
Advance is lying to you.
Yes, we can start from a
Friends and neighbours, and have confidence that the team will keep you safe.
But now you start to see
just overwrite the existing.
never enough.
So this is the last segment, so I think this goes just straight into it. So this time we will watch the tape. I'm not going to go back and change other things. Actually, maybe we should go back and see what Jeremy does if we don't play his tape. Because he said that if we don't play his tape, then he will kill people. So let's do that.
Okay, before we suffer through the last... What's that? Seems to be a little kerfuffle in the corridor. One moment.
It's bad, Mum. Not like before, but so much more than we were expecting. And they're better organised this time. Like someone experienced is running things.
Well, we stopped them before, we can do it again. Thank you, Sarah.
One more thing, Mum.
Yes?
Apparently there's chatter about you. I've requested backup, but well, we're stretched pretty thin, Mum.
I receive death threats like other people receive post. I've learned to take it all with a pinch of salt.
Of course, Mum.
Thank you, Sarah.
That sounded deeply worrying.
Oh, you were used to it. I have.
I hope I don't have to.
Oh, didn't Bozeman tell you?
Tell us what?
Oh, I'm sure he'll tell you when the time's right. Forget I said anything.
You literally didn't. Going in 10 seconds.
I don't think she likes me very much.
Oh, no, that's just how she shows
And I do
up.
love, in these last couple levels of the game, it's actually gotten easier.
3.
And that's just so that you can focus more on what's actually happening. It's a really clever way to get you to just focus more on what's happening and pick up on more stuff. Because when you're having to edit on the fly, it's much harder to actually notice everything.
An awful lot more of me.
Oh, my
as a game, it's pretty well designed. You probably could tell this story as a film, but I think this is still best as a game. Here you go.
Could you get ready to accompany me, please? Please remain in place, ma'am. This won't take a moment. Sit rep.
We do apologise to our viewers at home for this unexpected interruption.
I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. Right, understood. Everyone, please remain calm. How can I help? Can you clear everyone out of that area? Everyone.
Wait, all the actors are
Clear
good.
away from these studio doors. Yeah, that's right. Just behind the cameras, please.
Do those doors lock? Is that Colin with the headphones on? Hey, mate, can you lock the doors? Can you not hear me?
Colin! Colin!
You can't hear us.
I'll do it.
I quite like how Alan kind of points out that nothing he does is probably going to end up really mattering.
Stay at the door, lock it tight, and don't let anyone in.
Like, what else can he do?
Now listen.
His other option is to stay silent when nothing happens.
Of course, whatever you say.
Are we still live?
Yes. Yes, we're live.
Good. Good. It's time for some real news. It's time for some real news. You, mic me up. Is it working?
I just need to check.
Is it working?
It's working.
Good.
I mean, his anger's justified.
You, next to him. Move!
He's had to watch society go to shit.
You okay, Colin?
Shitty birthday. Not the worst one I've had, though.
Let them go, Mr. James. It's me you want.
Don't flatter yourself. You're not the target here. You're just a bonus.
Oh my God, is it me?
We're not here to take out a person. We're not here to take out a person. We're cancelling the whole fucking show. Camera.
I love that we still have to censor stuff.
I know you're watching this. In your vans, planning your counter-attack. Please, try and control yourselves. Well, I'm sure you know the rest.
Alan, we can...
And also, I love that ratings go up. The audience enjoys it.
There's no need for anyone to get hurt.
Where was that attitude during the uprising? You know, the night your thugs killed my friends.
There are innocent people here.
Says the woman who killed
Wonder what
14
awards this
million
game
of them. No, I don't feel any great need to answer to you. In fact, get over here.
Also, the fact this game even exists is commentary in itself. How art like this can be made, and it's made by the oppressors, so they can control the rhetoric that comes out even against them.
Don't do it. You're not an executioner.
What am I then, eh? You tell
This
me,
shit is
Megawolf,
so
what the fuck am
complicated.
I?
Just a man who's way in over his head.
Don't patronise me, you smug bitch. I'm not one of your little helpers. Get over here. Kneel beside her. You're just as fucking guilty as she is.
Guilty of what, you fucking psychopath?
All of it! She sat there, smiling, and let it all happen.
Is it Psychopath that's a
Died
censored
for this
it?
program. She let it become this. Bread and circuses. Bread and fucking circuses!
Don't you say his name.
I beg your pardon?
I said, don't
Love Jenny.
say
Jenny's great.
his name. You don't get to do that!
You're angry at the wrong person, love. You're angry at the wrong. She's the one that
I
killed
need
him.
to check when this game came out.
First victim.
Actually, yeah, let me check out right now. When did this game come out? Obviously, post-COVID. Whilst I'm out, I can probably check what awards it won. 9 out of 10 on Steam, 82% Metacritic. What? Metacritic? Metacritic? Oh my god, Metacritic. The game released with its first episode in early access on 30th January 2020. Wow, months before COVID. The full game, including the third and final episode, was released worldwide on 25th January 2022.
Of her benevolent slaughter, not the last, though.
All I am hearing is crazy.
Then maybe you should hear it from the source. Confess. 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 Fine. Have it your own way.
Stop! For God's sake, stop! Stop! For God's sake, stop!
Answer my questions.
Or she dies next. Yeah? Then her.
Tell him what he wants to hear. Ask your questions.
Better. First question. How did you actually think this was all going to end?
In a better world.
Bullshit.
So I absolutely cannot fully support Alan.
When we came into power,
I think I'd prefer him
everything was
over
broken.
Julia here.
There was so few. There was hunger and poverty and real pain.
But neither are good.
You never saw that, Mr. James, because you were doing just fine, thank you very much. And my side, we were too weak, too meek. It was all good intentions and second chances and playing by the rules. Well, you know where playing fair gets the people at the bottom because of fucking nowhere. Someone had to be prepared to actually fight, to do what was required. So I did it. Because no one else was going to.
14 million people.
To save the 60 million here? What would you have done? Let us all starve to death?
You should have found another way.
There was no other way.
Is that how Peter Clement saw it?
Peter was weak. I loved him more than I have ever loved anyone, but he was soft. He wouldn't have allowed it to happen. And afterwards, he couldn't sleep. It haunted him. I think he would have killed him in the end anyway. But that's on me, Mr. James. What's on you?
We're not discussing me. Didn't you hear? Disrupt died on the night of the uprising.
Then how have we been watching you for months?
Watching me?
You're not the only one who knows how to get people on the inside. We knew you'd pop your grubby little head up again, and we've been collecting information just in case you did. There's a recording of a meeting of the so-called Disrupt leadership. Tiny hidden cameras, very high-tech. Perhaps the public should see what your bosses are talking about when there's no one else around.
We have people at the network jamming your signals, messing with your broadcast room. We'll stop you.
We have people too, and they've been doing this an awfully long time. Prepare the footage on screen 4. Prepare the footage on screen 4.
So yeah, I just want to find out what this is.
I visited Stas-Levigrad recently. What remains of it? You know, smoke still rises from some of the wreckage. Apparently it's too dangerous to send in men to put out the fires.
We have all lost that to which we were attached.
5 years, General, and still it burns. That is why this cannot be allowed to happen again.
And then we all agreed. Once normality returns, we will proceed in a process of sanitization, Viscount.
My estimates suggest that we will need to expunge at least 45,000 in each territory, and if we are to be certain, many hundreds of thousands more. There'll be regional variations, of course, but the numbers will remain surprisingly consistent.
It will be an industrial procedure. We will need facilities.
Undoubtedly.
Oh, my people can deal with that. They're experienced in clandestine construction under challenging conditions.
But it will have to be all of them, General. The intellectuals, the radicals, free thinkers, anyone who does not understand and accept the natural order of existence.
Of course, Jacob. There can be no fertile ground left for these ideas to take root again.
Merely resistance. We should also consider relatives and close friends. They will no doubt have been exposed to dangerous ideologies anyway.
That could be millions of people.
Yes, but we can manage it. I mean, once the processing is up and running, we can streamline it.
You're certain you can manage these numbers, General?
Oh, yes, Viscount, possibly more. And then there's the transition centres. They can be easily repurposed.
Well, then, this is marvellous. Marvellous, gentlemen.
There is one other matter to discuss. Our colourful spokesman.
Mr. James. He's useful, for now. His appearance works well for us with the common class.
But he'll have to go too, him and all his type.
Oh, yes.
On that I think we can all agree. Let him dance today for the masses who clap and cheer, and then later we cut his threads.
Obviously. The face of the future looks nothing like Mr. James.
Yes. I remember when we had troublesome cadets in a unit, we used to send them on a doomed mission. Gave their relatives something to be proud of, an honourable death of a loved one. Stopped them asking some troublesome questions.
An excellent solution. Mr. James is full of passion. Let him consume himself with it.
Shall we turn to the matter of a new curriculum?
Bad choice, Alex. Kill her. Bad choice, Alex. No, wait. Better yet. No, wait. This is on you.
Songbird down! Repeat, Songbird down!
Everybody stop!
Lower your weapons. Think about this, Mr. James. No one else needs to die today.
I agree. In 4 minutes' time, a helicopter is going to land on the roof of this building. I will be making my way up there and boarding that helicopter. And then I'll be on my way. And as you so observantly pointed out, no one else will need to die here today. I imagine you'll be joining me on the roof.
You know I can't let you leave this room. Alan Stephen James, you are formally requested for dialogue. Under Section 12 of the Mental Health and Antisocial Activity Act, if you refuse to collaborate, I am clinically empowered to intervene. Anything you say can and will be used in efforts towards your betterment.
You're arresting me.
Oh my god.
Do you not see this?
A palliative advisor will be made available to you at no cost. Do you understand these advantages as I have expressed them to you?
You must be fucking kidding me!
The patient has refused to engage.
You have no power here! If I take my thumb off this trigger...
The patient is a clear and present danger!
I don't understand.
Centigrade received. Target neutralized. Headquarters, I can confirm intelligence. The device was sabotaged by person or persons unknown. 4 civilian casualties present, including Songbird. Is anyone else injured? All other hostages traumatized, but otherwise unharmed. Why are these lights on?
You're broadcasting your life.
Control, I need transmission stopped immediately.
No, you can't just cut the signal. We have to say something. We can't just leave them. We have to say something.
I think everyone's seen more than enough.
Well, I love that. That's a meaningfully different ending. Wow, okay.
God smiles like a million instas, breaking the heart of widows and spinsters, smashing it up on everyone's
So that illustrates another angle.
wanna kill you.
Is anything here going to be different? Is there any option to skip? It doesn't seem like it, alright. Right, well, first of all, I like that as a meaningfully different ending. We're revealing new information, but yeah, nothing Alan did would have mattered. If he wins a new group which is just as bad, possibly worse, then take over. That's disgusting. I'd say probably the least controversial thing I'll say on this stream. Not a fan of that. I think that's disgusting. I think that's utterly disgusting. Is that because I was promoting a product? I alluded to it. Oh, it's a sexual health thing. Put out there. Again, the cast for this game, fantastic job. Every character is actually a character. All of them. It's a really good job. The character design actually as well is also actually really good. The wardrobe and be everything for all of the characters. They fit their roles really well. All of them. Jeremy probably was my favourite character, even in the whole game, so him being gone has been very unfortunate. Right, I loved him. Jeremy was great, especially in his final act. After this, we are going to go back to the Watcher. I'm probably going to go get myself a glass of milk first off. This is crazy. I'm just going to see what the outcome is if we do the other thing with Jeremy. I'm not going to play through any more of the game past him though. I imagine he probably dies no matter what. So again, all this is live action footage. They had to record all of this, which means you're basically making a film as well as a game. And the game side of this is not neglected. But obviously, I pointed out at various points, 3D models in this game are not the best. But the gameplay itself is like, more effort went into this game than FNAF. Let's just be honest. More effort went into this game than any one of the FNAF games. That's not counting the live action footage they would have to catch for us. This was probably a really expensive game to make. My one criticism, of course, has been that it's not quite British enough. I have a feeling the possible reason for that is just a budget. To do that fully faithfully would have cost a lot of money. As is, I mean, Tiny Builder here. Tiny Builder, great, I think. They've done they have a good reputation. They're like a studio that comes in to help indie devs, basically. I remember they partnered with Yandere Dev, and then they de-partnered with Yandere Dev because he was not great. And they also did a Hello Neighbor, which is unfortunate. Hello Neighbor is fucking awful. Yeah, woo, Tiny Builder. Yeah, this is a very interesting game. I'm glad I played it. Maybe I will play with DLCs. I won't be playing them right now. Definitely not. But that was wild. Right, I'll be back in a minute.
Following the declaration of a state of emergency, General Masters, who has granted himself extraordinary powers, insists they will only last 6 months. It is believed that political leaders are still being held under house arrest by the military on charges of election rigging, though the General is yet to produce any evidence to support this claim. As clashes between protesters and troops continue in Western Square this evening, I want to once again urge our viewers to stay safe as soldiers begin to patrol our streets, enforcing a curfew.
I missed where that blog that was. I want to quickly talk about subtlety. I hate when people say everything needs to be subtle. Subtlety has its place, but also being explicit has its place. If everything is subtle all the time, then the story has no value beyond a video essay made about it on YouTube. And if the story is explicit all the time, then there's no discussion to be had. Because the moment you watch it the first time through, you've had your full experience, and there's no discussion to be had afterwards. Also, you lose the fun of being able to speculate, or the satisfaction of self-influence. The political messaging in this game isn't subtle at all, kind of, for the most part. There's a lot of different angles you can take to it, though. This is not where it needs to be subtle. The thing is that it is subtle. The thing is, it's not subtle to us. Because it's an absurdist parody. So to us, it's very, very clear in what it's doing. But in universe, it is very subtle. And that's part of the genius to it. To us, it's very explicit because we are smart enough. We're playing a game, we're smart enough to see that it's parody. The characters in the world don't have that enlightenment. For them, it's all very real, and so for them, it is subtle. So this is a game where I think it being very explicit works completely fine. Because in exchange, we have so many of these different characters and perspectives. There's so much analysis to go on here, right? And also, I'm Mistress, so let's watch this again.
Following the declaration of a state of emergency, General Masters, who has granted himself extraordinary powers, insists they will only last 6 months. It is believed that political leaders are still being held under house arrest by the military on charges of election rigging, though the general is yet to produce any evidence to support this claim. As clashes between protesters and troops continue in Western Square this evening, I want to once again urge our viewers to stay safe as soldiers begin to patrol our streets, enforcing a curfew.
Not great. Not great.
I'm Megan Wolf.
And I'm Jeremy Dawes. Our main headlines tonight.
So apparently I don't own these. Oh, they're free.
What a wild ride this has been. Well, that's a very blunt question.
Okay, the time loop. Joining the entire news team, including Jeremy Donaldson, Megan Wolf and Jenny for the first time since 2020. Reconnect with familiar faces, such as Alan James, as he tried to break free from the time loop he finds himself and Bozeman trapped within. Embark on a tense new storyline where he finds himself caught in a time loop, uncovering fresh clues with each repetition, and piece together the truth behind the mysteries unfolding within the newsroom. The longest FMV song ever. Immerse yourself in an epic musical journey with possibly the longest song in FMV history, which I forget what FMV means. Spanning over 14 minutes. We won't spoil why it happens, but trust me, it's something else. Closure to main game stories. Discover final revelations as time that brings closure to some of the lingering mysteries from the main game and allows you to find out more about some of your favourite characters. Closing chapter in the Not Broadcast saga.
Every single one of you's a bit Jesus.
What a wild ride this has been. Well, that's a very blunt question.
Yeah, that's interesting, and that's free.
Friends and neighbours, and have confidence that the team will keep you safe.
But now you start to see, yes, the people never happy. It's never enough.
I cannot believe you, baby.
Right, there's an explosion in the office, that's cool.
Cured death.
Jog on!
keep saying office, it's
Still
just
vassal
broadcasting.
slaves were just in prettier cages.
Oh, Patrick is back.
We're only getting started.
Good evening, I'm Megan Wolf.
And I'm Jeremy Jones. Our main headlines.
Alright, bits of your life.
Yeah, every single one of you's a bit Jesus.
What a wild ride this has been. Well, that's a very blunt question.
Advance is lying to you. Friends and neighbours, and have confidence that the team will keep you safe.
But now you start to see.
Okay, so that's about Peter Clements, and I'm not all that interested.
Never enough.
I cannot believe you, Ellen.
Are you saying that Advance...
Peter Clements is probably the single least interesting character. There's Live and Spooky, which is cool, but I think I'm very... I don't know.
Oh, Megan.
I think 8-Bit Ryan played Live and Spooky.
Good evening, I'm Megan Wolf.
And I'm Jeremy Jones. Our main headlines tonight.
I like that they give you literally every save in the game.
What a wild ride this has been.
Alright. It was a heat wave, wasn't it?
A very blunt question.
I think it was a heat wave. New game.
Friends and neighbours.
It's a little bit unfortunate that we don't get a full vision of what's going to happen to the future of this world. Particularly my character.
You've seen our symbols on your walls. You've heard them talk about us on the news. We are Disrupt. We are the Resistance. It's time
I'm also wondering how it changes. So there's a lot of variance here. There's whether Jeremy dies or not. There's whether or not we reveal Alan James is a figure here.
is an ID card, no matter what they try to tell you. But why should you trust us?
There's quite a few points of variance which should cause really big variances.
Shadowy figure with a distorted voice. You've seen it so many times in the movies. Well, this is not a movie.
My name is Alan James. I used to try and shock people for a living, for entertainment. But now we live in a time where perhaps you need to be shocked. Perhaps we need to wake up. Advance are coming for our freedoms. They are coming for the fruits of our labours. They will take our wealth. They will euthanize our parents and smiling throughout. They will turn our children against us if we voice our concerns.
How long?
We don't have to accept
Oh, euthanize children as well.
How
Yep, here we go.
long?
17 seconds.
And the studio doors are all still locked?
Find us.
Yes.
Talk.
I was not expecting this to happen.
What now?
It isn't hard.
Holy shit.
This
I'm
wasn't
still a
what I
little bit
planned.
shell-shocked.
I mean, some of it was. I had a speech, look. But this...
Fuck, I also have to go back and see what happens if you don't reveal this. James.
So what now, Jeremy?
It was supposed to be your day off. It was supposed to be your day off.
Please, don't do any more stupid things today.
How long? How long, Jenny? How long?
We're already live.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. Welcome back to the National... Joining me...
Also, I like the implication that it might have just been the heat wave that kind of drew a little bit crazy to make him do this.
Jenny works here at the National Nightly News and is someone I consider... Well, a friend. And next to her is... What's your name?
Andy.
Andy's a policeman. Only we don't call him that anymore. He's a community cohesion official.
Officer.
Sorry?
I wonder if this broadcast was like wiped from the internet.
CCO.
I
And how's
imagine
that feel, Andy?
Advance would have
Being
let this stay
rebranded?
online.
It's good. it's not about confrontation anymore. You know, the force had its fair share of problems. The team doesn't have as many.
But it still has some.
I couldn't say.
Couldn't or wouldn't?
I think it's always
Christ, you're
politics is
fucking
such an
useless, aren't you?
impossible mystery
We'll
to
come back to
solve.
you later. Jenny?
I don't want to be on the news, Jeremy.
There are fucking thousands of angles. They all contradict each
We
other.
want to do this.
It's so impossible.
Why did you join the National Nightly News team?
I always wanted to work in news.
Yes, but why specifically this programme? The National Nightly News.
It was the news everyone trusted.
Was?
Is. Do you really want to quibble semantics at gunpoint?
Is there something else you'd rather discuss?
There's a great big Alan James-sized elephant in the
I
room
want
that seems
RT Game to play
ignore
this.
it.
RT Game has to play this. He has
Your
to.
face when that kid came down. You didn't know, did you?
It's about the message, not the messenger.
Like I said, you didn't know.
No, I didn't know. The people I met were with. He wasn't there. I didn't know it was Alan James.
I'm sorry. But seriously. Alan fucking James. You're flushing your life down the toilet for... God, I love you, Jeremy, but...
He's a good speaker. He's popular in the country.
That right?
Look, forget Alan James. There is still something deeply wrong. And you know it, Jenny. And you know it, Andy. And you at home, you know it too. Meanwhile, I'm interviewing a guest who stinks of shit. Patrick is paddling about in shit. And Robin is literally interviewing someone who collects the fucking stuff. I mean, it's
And
not
it is so
sophisticated.
sad
Oh, what
that
a man.
everything Jeremy says
We are
after his death,
sleepwalking our way into oppression,
it means
and the news isn't
nothing.
saying anything.
It gets so much worse.
Says who? Alan fucking James.
It gets so much
What are
worse.
they testing underground at Altergrave? Andy, your turn. Make yourself fucking useful. How many people have you brought in for consultations just because they weren't carrying or didn't have team membership cards?
Oh, well, there's other forms of identification that we will accept.
For how long?
We're just here to help.
Then why do you need these?
Yeah, and we never found out what that was they just mentioned a moment ago.
Not really help when it's offered at gunpoint, is it, Andy? Let me demonstrate it for you. Let me help you. You read these cards with my notes on it, and you'll probably digest a fact. That'd be helpful, wouldn't it, Andy? Knowing a fact?
What? I don't understand.
Do you want my help,
Yes,
Andy?
yes, whatever you say, yes.
Security are here, Jeremy.
Eat it.
What?
Eat the fucking news, Andy, or I'll force it down
So
your
I love
fucking
Jenny
throat.
here.
Stop. Go on.
Her emotions here are
Eat it.
so interesting.
Eat it, you fucking bully.
Jeremy, stop. They will kill you. Please, don't make me watch that.
Of course. You're right. Sorry. Sorry, everyone. You can put the card down now, Andy. You can go now. You too, Jenny. Fuck off over there. We're nearly done. All cameras on me.
There was something I could do to prevent him from shooting himself, right? So I can, I want to.
This is so seductive. I understand that. But before we all hand off our freedoms, should we ask to whom we're handing them over? Don't you want to know what's being done in your name? How many people were transitioned last month? A record high. Again, if you care. Shouldn't someone ask Advance how they plan to deal with this blockade? how many years or months of supplies we have? Why aren't we asking these questions instead of, whose shit is this? There's a cat backstage dressed as a fucking goalie, for Christ's sake. He's even got the little gloves. Anyway, that's why I arranged for you to see that broadcast from the last break. I didn't know it was going to be him, but I guess that just about sums it up. We are all up Ship Creek with a paddle made of Alan fucking James. Christ, it's also fucking pointless.
And he's completely right. He's a fucking prophet. Oh my god, he's completely right on everything he says. He knows Alan James is unfortunately not the right guy for it.
I hear they're nice. Never tried it.
But there's nothing we can do. It's all fucking pointless.
I loved the news.
Oh my god.
And now, well...
God, Jeremy, don't!
I've tried my best to be honest with you.
Alright, can I cut away? I thought there was a...
I've lost this fight.
Alex, think of the consequences.
Right, there we go. What happens now? Is it the same thing just happened anyway, but now it's off screen? Alright, I want to go back again and see what happens if we don't reveal what's happening. Thing is, some of those epilogues mentions Jeremy, so it seems that there may be roots where he lives, which is fucking crazy. So I would also like to point out the amount of effort that would take just to make in the game. So that means filming all those FMVs and then all the programming that goes into that. That's so much work. And this is an indie studio. I'm pretty sure it made this game. I don't know if they made any other games. Right, you either die a hero, see a man's retirement from newsroom. So what happened to him? What happened to him? So he's still alive? We're gonna skip through all this. I want to see what the next broadcast is. That's going to go well. Also, yeah, both our children died. I feel like not a lot of attention was really given to that. Both our children died. I am a little bit amazed the government didn't assassinate us any sooner. I mean, they never did. But maybe it was because we were playing into our hand anyway. Right, so I just want to see what the broadcast is.
So, Julia's team have asked me to ask you to keep it light.
What does that mean?
It means to do that thing you do where you turn politicians into humans. Just
this is the same.
Talking about the war. Politics in general.
They do know this is the news, don't they?
You didn't hear this from me.
Okay, so maybe Jeremy will come back later down the line. I will Google it. Definitely, I'll Google what can happen.
HQ right now. I think she's giving a speech or something tonight. They'll get it on the news.
Oh, great. So they get the brains and we get the performing monkey.
They did mention here, like, they missed him.
Just like him, you know.
Yeah.
Which tells the cautionary tale
How
of
are
one
you?
brave young lady's battles to survive the cruel administrations of our neighbours.
It
At
is what it is.
11:25, it's in sizes.
It
And
is what it
tonight, Dr. Adrian Atkinson Blimey
It is what it is.
to Fiona from Hamble Bamblebury, who has
10 seconds, everybody.
twist on the humble biscuit. And that
I
takes
think they actually had the same reaction, but yeah, he's still alive.
4.
Alright, cool. We don't need to see any more of that.
Good evening. I'm Megan Wolf.
And I'm Jeremy Dawes. Our main headlines tonight.
Starting!
Yeah, every single one of you's a bit Jesus.
If we want Heatwave segment 2,
What a wild ride this has been.
this is the last thing we're doing. This stream, at least. I also love that the game does start out relatively light, being very goofy, and the further it goes on, the worse it gets. This gets, by the end of this game, this is one of the darkest things I've ever seen.
We should be doing an interview with the War Minister, or a report from Grantham Downs. Even the weather will be more fucking relevant than this.
Jeremy, please, just breathe. It's just something light to keep people's minds off things.
Exactly, which is wrong. People's minds should be very much on things. Christ, it's so fucking hot.
Please take your seats as quickly as you can.
I can't do this anymore, Jane. I've had enough. That's it. This is just
10 seconds. Get over yourself, Jeremy. Why don't you stop feeling sorry for yourself for 5, 4, 3.
It's of course this was pre-planned, of course,
With me, your
but
host,
the heatwave does actually make it worse, which is funny.
We'll be talking to the captain of the territory's first cat football team, Professor Pumpkin.
Okay, frankly, this is
But
not a long
first,
segment.
I'm joined by 3 guests with some balmy bodily behaviours. Joining me is a
Oh,
woman
this-
who's been
oh my
hiccuping
God.
for over 9 months. Isn't that right, Miss Piercy?
Yes, that's right.
Yes. Tell us, what brought all this on?
Well, it's all a bit of a blur, Jeremy, to be totally frank with you. So I was watching your show and I remember seeing the news about the election, and it hasn't stopped since.
Fascinating stuff. Also here is Frankie Steampipe. Perhaps you could explain to us exactly what your physiological fourboil is.
I'm here to say it's high time people like me were respected. We're constantly overlooked in the workplace, we're whispered about on buses, and
These
we're
people
asked
probably all got,
to lead
oh
children's
fuck,
birthday parties.
this
And
fucking
it's
mechanic again.
disgusting.
These people all probably got euthanized.
I'm sorry, my bowels have comic timing.
And finally, I'm joined by a man who answers every question honestly, even when it isn't aimed at him. How do you cope with that, Mr. Truman?
After this, I feel like the slippery slope argument is a little bit more valid than I previously thought.
Is that
Not according to
I think when I first heard slippery slope, I was like, yeah, I
in
get
that
that.
case,
More
let's
recent
speak
times,
to
I was like,
others.
yeah,
Tell me,
no.
how does the hiccuping impact
And
you?
now I'm going to bouncing back towards, yeah, slippery slope is somewhat valid.
At work, they've asked me to stop answering
It's, I think it's a valid counter argument because, not universally, but
Tend to believe your story?
it is true that some things can lead to things getting worse.
how much support I've received.
But it's not guaranteed that they will, so it's not an outright rebuttal. It's just a concern that should be raised.
We've started a group for people with
Like, just because euthanasia is legalised, it most definitely does not mean that they are going to start doing this shit.
Seriously.
But it does become a possibility. Yes.
Who's joined so far?
Bunch of fucking losers.
It's just us so far.
And how much success have you had?
Well, we've seen some real positive changes.
I don't want to toot my own horn, but it's been a runaway success.
Shit all. Not a single person come to our fun run, and all of our leaflets fell in the canal.
Well, Well, Miss Piercy, some people are saying your condition was actually caused by the shocking event.
Also, at first I didn't like his voice,
What do you
but
think?
he's really grown on me. I quite like it now.
Absolute rubbish.
What it'd be like to have a pair of tits.
Could you? I'm sorry, it's very hard. What was I thinking?
That you're a teen fuck puppet?
No.
Or a sellout cunt?
Apologies. Just a reminder that he can't help it. And hey, if this isn't live television, then what is it?
Fuckfest of propaganda masquerading as journalism.
Right, Frankie, Rose, tell us, how can the viewers get involved with your cause?
Yes, we're holding a sponsored run in Capital Park next weekend. It's called the No Smiles 13 Miles.
No, it's called the No Laugh Half. What did I say before the show?
That it was the team pulling
I wonder if it ever happens in reality where someone comes off telling something whilst the camera's pointing at someone else.
Steady on! This is
Oh, wait,
exactly
this is where
what
it
I'm talking about. We demand respect! Yes, well, later, I'll be talking to Professor Pumpkin, a ginger tabby with a world-class pair of penalty paws. Is that really necessary?
No, it isn't. Let go. Not you.
Unhand him at once! Enough! That's enough! Enough!
What are you doing?
Try not to piss myself.
Alex, don't you dare! Don't you fucking dare cut to the ads before I tell you to. Now, you in the broadcast centre, Bozeman's Little Scapegoat, you listen to me. You cut to the ads before I tell you to, and I will kill every
I'll try
single person
not cutting and then see what happens then, and then I will come to a different tape. What tape is it?
I've been thinking about it for a long time. We all should be.
Oh, it's there.
So
Okay, I didn't even have it in.
Do you remember when we used to do the real news? Before it was all lottery winners and bloody cat football? We are on the brink of a siege, the likes of which the world hasn't seen in hundreds of years. The enemy is at the gates, and I'm stuck here talking to these three fucking idiots.
I think my hiccup stopped.
You three, get the fuck out of my studio. Go
I love
on. Now,
they
go.
consistently,
Before I change my mind.
what we've done with both Jeremy and Alan, they made them have the right point. It's tragically just the way they go about it, which is wrong.
The doors.
Yes, Jeremy.
Good. Yes. Now,
Which is a really good way to make them
you in the
compelling.
broadcast centre. Alex, you listen to me. You pay attention.
That's like one of the two times in the whole game our name is actually dropped.
Exactly what you're going to play in the commercial, but today is going to be a little bit different. Look to your right. Yes, really. Look to your right. There is a VHS tape, and I want you to load it into one of the machines.
How does this
and
actually
when
get
I
here?
say so, and not before, you play it. You've got about 15 seconds, so I wouldn't waste any time. Now, all cameras.
Alex, I know I've doubted your competence, but surely even you know better than to play that tape. We don't take orders from armed lunatics. Play a normal effort, or there will be consequences.
Oh, but now, we're going to show the other side for it. For a bit of fucking balance. Like the good old days. Alex, play the fucking tape. No, I don't want to hurt any of you. If I see anything I don't like, I will not hesitate to start. I'm killing this man. Reset the system for the third segment. I imagine the ratings are going to be through the roof.
Right.
Well done, Alex. From the station's perspective, you made the right call.
Of Remington's Fist. And I'm here today to take you on a trip to tomorrow with the brand new RS Rainbow, a home computer entertainment system with sophisticated graphics and breathtaking sound. Remington's Fist. These graphics are amazing, Brad. That actually looks a bit like a real tank.
Oh, gee, Janet, what a time to be alive. Surely games can't get any better than this. And that sound.
It's like a digital symphony, Brad. Are they playing more than one note at the same time?
Up to 4, Janet. 4 notes at the same time. That's enough for a chord.
But, Sophia, surely a home computer entertainment system needs games. Damn straight. And with the RS Rainbow, there's an incredible 3 of them. You could be solving puzzles and Zoltan.
Oh, so we are in the 80s. That's about what I thought. But it's never, I don't think it's ever outright said, so.
2-player game fighting. Yes, you heard me. 2 players at the same time.
What do you mean they didn't play it? Why the fuck didn't they play it? Alex, what the heck is wrong with you? You had a chance to make a real fucking difference!
Jeremy, calm down.
You fucking calm down. How long?
8 seconds.
You. What's your name?
Andy.
Of course it fucking is.
Jeremy, put the gun down, please.
How long?
We're going live now.
Welcome back to what's left of the National Nightly News. Our main story tonight. There is a fucking massive military blockade being set up around this country. We are surrounded and outgunned, as incidentally am I. Now, I have asked for all the security doors to be locked, the studio doors to be locked, but security is on its way. So, I doubt we'll have much time. But while there is, let's try and do the fucking news. Our first guest tonight is Jenny. She works here in production, and earlier today she told me she put forward several news stories. Older viewers will remember those, but they've all been rejected. So tell us, Jenny, what's somehow less important than Barnum and Bailey's Amazing Shit Circus and Commander Pumplenuts, the fucking cat footballer?
It's Professor Pumpkin.
Really, Jenny? There isn't much time. There isn't much time. Come on, just one real news story.
I don't know, I can't think. I'm trying.
Christ! You haven't even taken into public ownership yet. I mean, might as well be run from Julia fucking Salisbury's no doubt immaculate kill room. And this gallant knight, in slightly shattered armour, is Andy. He's a CCO. What's that stand for, Andy?
Community Cohesion Officer.
And what does that mean, Andy?
Well, we aim to strive...
No, you utter prick. I mean, what does that mean? What is a CCO? What are you?
Community...
Policeman! You're a policeman, a fucking policeman!
Yeah, that's what we used to be called.
Used to be? It was less than 2 months ago. What the hell is wrong with you all? Jenny, any recollections yet?
Nothing springing to mind.
All right, then. Looks like you're in the hot seat, Andy. Exciting, eh? I mean, that's what you joined up for, wasn't it? Excitement? It's your first hostage situation?
Yeah.
Yes. Pretty shitty you ended up being the hostage, eh? Never mind. How many people have you arrested for not carrying or having their ID cards?
Well, firstly, we don't arrest anymore. We invite for consultation. And they're not ID cards.
Don't be a bell end all your life, Andy. You know what I mean. Answer the question.
Well, it shouldn't have to be a big deal to prove who you are.
Only the guilty have something to fear?
Well, yes, actually.
How desperately naive.
Look, I'm just a police officer. CCO.
Just following orders?
Oh, come on, mate. That's not fair.
It was rhetorical. Jenny, ready to spill the beans yet?
Jeremy, please, stop. I'm scared. Alex didn't even play your tape. This is pointless. It's over. Jeremy.
I was going to quit tonight. I had notes. See? I had notes. See? There's a recording. A VHS tape. A message from Disrupt. I haven't heard it, but I know what it's trying to say, and I wanted you at home to hear it. To listen to the other side and make up your own minds. But Alex Winston, who works in production, decided it was not for your eyes and ears. It was not for broadcast. Maybe Alex will play it after the next break. Doesn't matter. Tomorrow morning it will arrive in every major news broadcaster worldwide. But I wanted you to hear it first. To listen to what Disrupt had to say about this unreported country. Because Disrupt and I... Well, we swapped places while I wasn't looking. They're now the ones investigating, looking for evidence, trying to make the world a better place. For me, I'm in this newsroom interviewing Jeff fucking Algebra. What Disrupt have to say is important. You might not agree with all of it, but you should still hear it and make up your own minds.
Are you serious? Disrupt. A credible source. Get more objectivity out of Alan fucking James.
Oh my God, are you being deliberately obtuse? Why can't any of you understand there's no such thing as a credible news source anymore? Aaron, shit! Aaron! Oh shit, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
He's bleeding. It's in his shoulder.
First aid! Whoa, we need first aid.
He doesn't need first aid, he needs a fucking ambulance.
Paramedics. There'll be paramedics for the security.
Unlock those doors.
No! Don't do that!
Jeremy, he's bleeding. He could die.
Yes, but if you open the door, that's a gift.
How did you think this was going to end?
Why are you even here today? It's supposed to be your day off! It's supposed to be your day off!
my date cancelled. I thought it'd be more fun to be here than moping around at home. Truth be told, I wanted to see you. Being annoyed with you is like wearing a comfy jumper.
That's the nicest thing you've said to me.
Let's not make it the last.
Right. All the
That
main
is
cameras
fucking
on me.
brilliant. Oh my god.
In a minute, I'm going to ask Jenny to unlock the doors. No. Oh, me, Aaron, our cameraman, can get the medical attention he needs. I should imagine I'll get arrested for this. It wasn't the graceful. I had a speech. I was meant to be resigning with a flourish of honour. A last hurrah. I was going to wish you all one last peaceful night. Can't see that happening now. Still, I want to have one last stab at the news before I go. You see, there's so much more we're not telling you. There's large groups of scientists, and they're testing something. Something loud and something... What was that? I didn't think it over there. I didn't
Miss,
shoot him.
stay back, please. Mr. Donaldson,
Stand
you
back,
have
Jenny.
10 seconds to lower your weapon. If you do not comply, we will open fire.
God,
10.
cut to the ads!
9.
Alex, cut
8.
to the ads!
Alex, think of the consequences.
For God's
5.
sake, put the gun down!
4. 3. 2.
I think we both know I wouldn't do very well in prison.
Jeremy, no!
No.
Alex, what have you done?
Oh, and now we put it on. I forgot, of course, we put it in. Now it plays. I want. Actually, yeah, okay, let's see. Is that going to change anything now we put it on here? Right, so it seems that maybe if we cut ads early there, Jeremy also wouldn't have died there. Maybe. I don't see why that would change what happens there. But maybe it would have. So that means Jeremy does survive in half of the scenarios. At least. There may be more branches even before this, but this is the most explicit branch.
I used to try and shock people for a living, for entertainment. But now we live in a time where perhaps you need to be shocked. Perhaps we need to wake up. Advance are coming for our freedoms. They're coming for the fruits of our labours. They will take our wealth. They will euthanize our parents and smiling throughout. They will turn our children against us if we voice our concerns.
It says the tape gets sent out anyway. So I suppose no matter what, you'll find out it's Alan.
We can resist. You can disrupt. Find us. Talk with us. Join us. It isn't hard. We're everywhere.
Wow. Ooh. Loading Jimmy. Okay. Yep, and now he's dead here. Alright, so this is going to be the same. This really marks a turning point in this game. From here on, I mean, it still has funny moments, but from here on, it just gets sadder and sadder and sadder.
Alex, Bozeman, your boss. We're expecting deplorables from Disrupt to hack the signal tonight. Perhaps you could leave your personal beliefs at home and try not to let them ruin the broadcast. Even if you don't care for the government, I assume you understand you have a vested interest in us staying on the air. Stay out of the orange.
Remember when I thought it was going to end on day 371? God damn.
So, Julia's team have asked me to ask you to keep it light.
Is this still
What does that
so?
mean? Means to do that thing you do where you turn politicians into humans. Just don't get drawn into talking about the war or politics in general. really.
They do know this is the news, don't they?
You didn't hear this from me,
It's over
but
to Patrick Bannon for all the day's sports board highlights, including all the tabletop action.
apparently there's a crew at Team HQ right now. I think she's giving a speech or something tonight. They'll get it on the news.
Oh, great. So they get the brains and we get the performing monkey.
Followed at 9:25 by our unsettling play,
Sometimes you sound just like him, you know.
which tells the cautionary tale
How
of
are
one
you?
brave young lady's battles to survive the cruel administrations of our neighbours.
It
At
is what it is.
11:25, it's in sizes.
It
And
is what it
tonight, Dr. Adrian Atkinson Blimey
I'm
will be
listening
getting
to
his
you now.
teeth into Fiona from Hamble Bambleberry, who has
10
invented a
seconds,
tasty
everybody.
twist on the humble biscuit.
Rumpel's
And that
sad.
takes us, after the weather and public information
Going in
film,
5,
into our close down.
4,
But first
3.
tonight, it's time to join Megan and the team for the National Night.
Good evening.
Alright. This is a lovely game. I love this. This was great.
Good evening. I'm Megan Wolf.
And I'm
Wow.
John. Our main headlines tonight.
I already said everything I think there really is to say. This is crazy. I'm really glad we got two banger games kind of back to back. We got Buddy Simulator 1984, which has absolutely one of my favourite endings to a game ever, and a bunch of my favourite things. I have a couple problems with Buddy Sim, as I made clear during my playthrough. There's also a bunch of things about it which are some of the best things I've ever seen in any fucking game ever. I think from a ludological perspective, it is a fantastic game for like actual analysis of game design and why the story of Buddy Sim works best as a game. I wrote an essay about Buddy Sim, basically as my uni assignment. I wrote 3,000 words breaking down. It wasn't just about Buddy Sim. I also wrote about Celeste, but it was mostly about Buddy Sim.
We're still vassals, slaves, we're just in prettier cages.
But yes, we played Buddy Sim and that was great. And then we played this, and also earlier this year, Final Fantasy VII.
Good evening. I'm Megan Wolf.
Our main headlines tonight.
So it's kind of been banger after banger after banger. There's also Sonic and Honkai Star Rail, and Genshin Impact also a little bit to an extent, and also Xenosaga Zero. It's just going to be boring. Xenosaga Zero is great. Both Star Rail and all three of them, Genshin, Star Rail, and Xenosaga Zero have great gameplay. But Star Rail has a shit story, utterly shit, 99% of the time. Xenosaga Zero, I'm just kind of bored and not interested in the story. And Genshin's story fluctuates from there, but still better than Star Rail's story, to actually like really good. Most of the time it's kind of a midpoint between that, but there's some points in Genshin's story where it's like genuinely like a 9 or 8 out of 10 kind of experience. Most of the time it's probably hovering around like a 6 out of 10. But Genshin does have its highs. I cannot say the same for Star Rail or Xenosaga Zero so far.
Our main headlines tonight.
Genshin is absolutely the best out of a trilogy. I'm amazed I still see people saying Genshin could never. That's so fucking ridiculous. Genshin is by far the best game out of the trio in every single regard. Just as a game, but also as a gacha and how predatory it is. It is absolutely the least predatory of the games. The only problem with Genshin is, first of all, just the inherent problem with being gambling. Wishes are overpriced, and the banner wait times are just too fucking long. That's it. Whereas Star Rail, if you don't pull the right character, the game's impossible to play. Whenever I next stream Star Rail, it'll become clear I did pull both Aventurine and Acheron. I don't want to spend any more money on Star Rail. I am done spending money on Star Rail. I cannot justify it anymore. It's ridiculous to continue doing so. I spent way too much money on it, way more than I should have. And yeah, I'm also not going to spend any money on Xenos Zero. Of course, I spent some money to secure Burners, and that's it. I'm not going to spend any more money on Wishes and Xenos. So I do respect Xenos. Xenos is gacha-wise probably the best out of all of them. Because in Xenos, it is as simple as you pull for characters you like. So Xenos seems to be very well balanced so far. And you can't even pay money for the Groupons, which is really good. I really respect that. Anyway, but yeah, I've been picking good games recently.
Friends and neighbours.
And for Christmas, I got some good games on Christmas list. Stellar Blade, Death Stranding, Black Myth Wukong, which honestly I'm not all that interested in, and some others.
Are you saying that Advance have cured death?
Yeah, this is lovely. This was fantastic, and I probably will return to play some of these DLCs. I don't know when, but I probably will. I don't think I'll do Live and Spooky, but I'll probably do these. These two are free, I think, and we've already unlocked this. So,
Good evening, I'm Megan Wolf.
And I'm Jeremy Dawes. Our main headlines tonight.
jolly good.
Every single one of you's a bit Jesus.